Chapter 1, Reborn. The night is dim, covered with a faint transparent tulle, and the moonlight falls on the streets and lanes, and it happens to be able to see the roads on the ground. In a dead end in the southern district of N County, a dozen adult men in black are surrounding an 18-year-old boy. The young boy's mouth overflowed with blood, his body was blue and purple, and he was wearing a middle school uniform. He knelt on one knee, propped his right hand on the wall, and tried to stand up again with his legs trembling. Boom! A black-clothed man kicked the boy relentlessly on the chest, kicked him to the back wall, and the boy's body was heavily pressed against the wall and responded. A mouthful of blood squirted out of his mouth, and the young man's face became paler, his eyes began to loosen, and he still stubbornly tried to get up from the ground. Wang Hao, stay away from Lu Yan in the future, and you won't take a pee and take pictures of yourself. A group of black-clothed men leaned over to the two sides, squeezing a small road in the middle, and a young man in a white suit walked towards him. He was in a suit and leather shoes. He was about 1.75 meters tall. He stared at Wang Hao on the ground in disgust. His eyes wrinkled slightly, and he said sarcastically, "Bah!" Wang Hao's loose eyes condensed in an instant, staring sharply at the man in the white Versace suit, spitting out blood at him, and a mocking smile evoked at the corner of his mouth. He said with disdain, "Zhao Hui, you have this ability. Your grandfather Prince killed here. Take me to death, I will be responsible if something goes wrong." Zhao Hui looked at Wang Hao's blood splashing on his white leather shoes, could not help but burst into flames, and sneered. He wiped the blood-stained white leather shoes on Wang Hao on the ground and left the alley after confirming that he had restored his original brightness. He was not interested in staying and watching the scene. "You really don't know the heights of the sky, and even you Wang Hao are worthy of Lu Yan? In the entire N County, I am the only one who is handsome, young and golden, and with an extraordinary background. Zhao Hui is qualified to fall in love with Lu Yan." There was a high-profile roar from outside the alley. Zhao Hui had already driven his Lamborghini towards the Hadian Hotel. He could book a pair of sisters tonight, and there was no time to stay here to waste time. After Zhao Hui left, a group of black-clothed men returned to their true colors, showing fierce eyes, punching and kicking Wang Hao one after another, greeted all over the body vigorously. When Wang Hao's eyes were absent, he was lying down in a pool of blood and motionless, when the black-clothed men stopped, and one of them drew a soft red long mouth worth 20 yuan. He threw out smoke rings one by one, admiring his masterpieces full of accomplishments. "Boss, this kid won't die, right?" A thin black man in black asked the scar-faced man headed by him, his tone a little frightened. "Most of them often do things that break people's hands and feet, but they have never killed people." At this time, they gradually calmed down under the influence of cigarettes, and they felt scared. "Killing is a big deal. What are you afraid of? A group of boobs, even if something goes wrong, Hui Xiao will stand it up." Scarface patted the questioning man's head casually, and said with an indifferent expression, "The Zhao family in N County can be said to cover the sky with one hand. Even if the individual is dead, it is a big sesame matter. It will soon be suppressed, and it will not be able to set off the slightest storm. N County is a mixture of dragons and snakes, and there are many large and small forces in the disk, but the Zhao family has always been the Earth Emperor here." Hearing that the Zhao family was against it, the group of black-clothed thugs were relieved, and they got involved in the aspect of wine and color, no longer caring about the life and death of Wang Hao on the ground, and formed a group to head towards the Golden Nightclub. Zhao Hui had already taken care of their consumption in the Golden Nightclub tonight, which was one of the hard work. "Are you going to die?" Wang Hao looked at the distant figures of the black-clothed thugs, then struggled and turned his head, looking up at the picturesque night sky. Bright stars hang in the starry sky, immortal and immortal. He involuntarily looked at the brightest star in the night sky, dazzling more than the moon, surrounded by stars in the center as if worshipping the king. Shaking out his hand, Wang Hao didn't know why. At this moment, he just wanted to hold on to the emperor-like star. He didn't know the name of that star and had never seen it, but he attracted him inexplicably. Thousands of stars, I only take one is enough. Boom! A thunderstorm sounded out of thin air, the thunder resounded over 100 miles, and a large cloud of dark clouds covered the night sky and blocked the emperor-like star. Can't you even see the stars? God is really overbearing. Wang Hao's heart is bitter, and the way of heaven is unfair, and everyone's destiny is controlled by it in the palm of his hand. When he wanted to slowly close his eyes, a group of colorful rays of light propped up the dark clouds, and fell from the king-like star, like a divine rainbow that pierced the sky, shooting straight toward his location. In less than an instant, that group of colorful rays of light had already come to Wang Hao's side, circling around him like a lively elf, and before Wang Hao recovered, it instantly blended into the center of his eyebrows. The sacred warm power nourished his limbs and corpses, and his body was suspended strangely, 3 feet above the ground. What's the matter? It hurts. He watched this scene suspiciously. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com felt as painful as it was about to explode. He was completely occupied by something, but he couldn't pass unconsciously, so he could only passively accept the pain. Sweat dripped like rain, and there was a colorful light in his mind. The new wounds he had just been attacked were healing continuously without leaving any scars. But it hurts, the pain is unimaginable. Wang Hao clenched his teeth. When his wounds healed, he not only got a headache, but also suffered inhuman torture all over his body. The huge pain made his face suffocated, with blue veins bulging like small dragons, with the possibility of breaking out at any time. Sweat kept flowing down, and black dirt kept overflowing from him. The pain is like a wave, one wave never stops, another wave rises, endless. The old man shaved his bones and healed his injuries, but Wang Hao felt that the bones of his whole body had been taken out, and the blood in his body gushed out endlessly, and was filled with mild things. Ah! Wang Hao finally couldn't bear it, and let out a loud roar of pain to vent his torment. A stern roar spread throughout this area. After he roared out, the whole person began to bleed down, feeling the pain of his whole body and heart numbly, letting this mysterious power spread all over his body. Boom! The changes on his body stopped, and Wang Hao immediately fell from the suspended state. His whole body was filled with weakness as if he was hollowed out. He lay on the ground feebly, and there was a golden ancient book in the depths of his mind, which was engraved on it. 3 vigorous and powerful ancient characters that he didn't know. A group of colorful rays of light illuminated the entire sea of knowledge, and suddenly there was a violent mental fluctuation. And a huge amount of information was constantly instilled into Wang Hao's mind. His consciousness gradually blurred, and he finally passed out in a coma. Chapter 2, Tamamo no Mei. There are dark clouds all over the world, and the sky is gloomy with light rain, full of heavy breath. A dazzling colorful light flashed on a certain sacred mountain in the west, and it disappeared after a short while. An ancient ruins in Europe glowed with light blue light, gradually turning into a little bit of starlight. Fortunately, there were no tourists at this time, otherwise they would definitely cry out for miracles. A shrine on Neon Island also changed. It was shrouded by a burst of gods descending from the sky, and then quickly disappeared. On this day, subtle changes have taken place in the places of interest in all parts of the world. It seems that something is about to come, but it hasn't appeared for a long time, except for thousands of miles of purple clouds floating on the eastern land. The Chinese people who witnessed all of this excitedly picked up the shooting tools, believing that this kind of natural landscape is really rare, and even the news of this 1,000 miles of purple clouds was broadcast on the news, triggering discussions from various experts. Wang Hao walked alone among the vast palaces, all kinds of Qianglu and Yu rose from the ground, and some magnificent pavilions were suspended in the sky, as if they had come to the heavenly palace in ancient legends. I don't know how long he has been walking, he finally stopped, and looked up at the imposing hall in front of him. There seemed to be no one in the broad and majestic hall. Wang Hao slowly climbed up the 99 steps of the stone staircase. There was really no one in the hall. In the center of the empty hall was a golden dragon chair. Wang Hao has heard many historical myths passed down from China since he was a child. The dragon chair symbolizes the 95-year-old supreme. Only the CO Lord of the world can sit on it and receive worship from all directions. Sit down, shouldn't it be okay? He looked at the dragon chair and involuntarily walked over, seeming to be tempted by magic, and sat on it with a sense of anxiety. Boom! The moment he sat on the dragon chair, the sky completely exploded outside, and 9 true dragons condensed from thousands of miles of purple clouds, wandering like a real dragon for 9 days, worshipping in one direction, and lasted for 3 seconds. The magical dragon disappeared. Not only the Chinese people were shocked, but even some foreign media rushed to report that it was a rare natural fortune in thousands of years, and a few people thought it was a miracle. It's a pity that Wang Hao doesn't know all this. Even if he knows it, he doesn't think it is related to him. But after he sat on the dragon chair, he clearly understood one thing, something that seemed very illusory and ethereal, it could not even exist at all. There really existed gods in the world, and he became a god. It should be said that he has obtained a supreme divine position and has become a new generation of emperor. The name of the star I saw last night is Emperor Seeing, the brightest of the 5 stars in the North Pole, which represents the supreme divine position of the Emperor of Heaven. There seems to be no existence of him in the heavenly path, and the invisible chain that has always been called destiny has also been unlocked, truly transcending the mortal world. He feels that this world has changed and ushered in a new change. If he has to say it, it is the beginning of the age of gods. He can clearly sense the changes in various parts of the world. Some places are full of divine fluctuations, or they have already descended. Today's earth is not just a god. Wang Hao believes that it will not take long for the gods of various mythological systems to slowly descend, but now he has obtained the divine position in advance, still symbolizing the Lord of the 3 realms. Then you should plan carefully, because it will not be too simple in the future. A ray of sunlight shone on Wang Hao through the glass window, and he slowly opened his eyes. The snow-white career line came into view, which deeply shocked Wang Hao's eyes, and cried out his guilt secretly, and quickly turned his eyes to the ceiling, and then glanced with some curiosity. Black and smooth long hair fell vertically, smoky eyebrows frowned, it seemed that something unpleasant happened in his dream. Qiang's nose stood tall, bright red lips, and soft melon seed face, and the whole body exuded a seductive coquettish breath. This beautiful and picturesque woman is lying on the side of the bed, asleep, breathing rhythmically. Why are you here? Wang Hao fully awoke, and hurriedly opened the quilt. Although his movements were not great, he still woke up the sleeping woman. A pair of Qiushui eyes looked at him. Although Wang Hao didn't know what happened, it must be the woman who kindly brought herself back from the alley and said gratefully, "Thank you." "Yeah, it's okay," the woman said lazily, stood up and stretched her waist, her full round stand-up, her figure is perfect, her beautiful curves are shown in front of him, she is 1.7 meters tall and her legs are slender, giving people a sense of lofty. "My name is Wang Hao, how about you?" He was really shy this time, turning his head and looking to the side, his cheeks flushed. This is the first time he has asked a woman's name since he was a child, let alone facing such a beautiful woman with all kinds of styles. She rubbed her eyes and slowly opened a pair of big watery eyes. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com seemed to be able to speak. Looking at Wang Hao, who turned his head, it made him afraid to look directly. "You can call me Yu Zhaojian." The beautiful woman spoke, her lips slightly opened, her voice was as cold as ice and snow. "Miss Yu, why am I here?" Wang Hao took a look at himself and his surroundings. The school uniform from No. 1 middle school on his body was taken off long ago and replaced with a large white shirt. A faint fragrance came from the shirt, not last night's. embarrassed. I passed by there last night, heard someone screaming, and then rushed over to find you lying in a pool of blood with no wounds on your body, so I had to bring you back. Yu Zhao patted the magnificent chest before, and gently relieved. Shuang Feng trembled. Wang Hao really worried that they would jump out mischievously. There is one more thing Yu Zhao didn't say before. Wang Hao has a sacred aura that makes her feel at ease. She always wants to get close to him involuntarily and get close to him. That's why she took the strange boy back with confidence, and even let him wash in the bathroom for half an hour. After confirming that his body was clean, she closed her eyes and put a white shirt on him. You should call me Sister Yu. After saying this, Yu Zhaoqian began to regret it, and a blush flashed across her pretty face. What happened to her today? Always want to get close to this boy. Wang Hao gave a slight sign, and inexplicably felt that something filled the missing corner of his heart. It was something he had always wanted but couldn't get. You, sister. After uttering these words softly, Wang Hao finally understood what was warm in his heart, and that touch of warmth was exactly what he longed for. His parents left Wang Hao when he was 3 years old, leaving him alone with his elderly grandfather. Chapter 3, Old Man in Memory. Grandpa raised Wang Hao hard without knowing it, dragging his body full of old problems to pick up waste, and tirelessly doing cleaning work. His only wish is to hope that his grandson can become a talent. Wang Hao remembers that he often hid in tears at that time and hated his parents for leaving him and his grandfather behind. When he was no longer in tears, he was already in the first grade of elementary school, and he started to help his grandfather do some things within his power. When other children of the same age spent their childhood happily, he was busy with various chores and serious studies, for fear that he would hurt the old man's heart because of his disobedience. The old man also looked at his grandson very pleasedly, his eyes were full of kindness, and he often touched his head and took out a colorfully packaged candy from his pocket to give him. Although that period of time seemed very miserable to outsiders, it was still the happiest day for Wang Hao, because he was not alone in this world, and there was an old man in the family caring for him. When he was in the 6th grade of elementary school, he began to look for chores, earn some living expenses, and relieve his grandfather's burden. Days pass by, and the grandfather and grandson are still living happily and happily. When Wang Hao was admitted to N County No. 1 high school with the city's first result, the old man suddenly left. Went so suddenly, it caught people off guard. Wang Hao felt that the sky was falling down at that time, and he had not told the old man. Tell him I did it. I did not live up to your expectations. So you get out of bed quickly, don't go on sleeping anymore. Father-in-law sun shines on the bed. It is a pity that no matter how he shouted, the old man always closed his eyes tightly and fell asleep peacefully. Since that day, Wang Hao has been sealed off all his life. It seems that he has shed all the tears of his life. He has become indifferent and talkative. His heart seems to have stopped beating. The grades have also plummeted. I don't know how many people have fallen from the city's first throne, and even in the class, they have maintained a middle to lower level. Fortunately, I signed a contract with the school at the beginning, otherwise it would have been taken out by the class teacher and transferred to another class. I chose a position in the 3rd year of high school, and sat with Lai Huyan, the school girl, and became the same table. An unintentional sentence from the other side awakened him again, which made Wang Hao cheer up again, and the two gradually began to discuss some learning issues. Then Lu Yan's flower protector Zhao Hui came forward to warn him once. Wang Hao ignored it, and he was not afraid of the shadow leaning. Unexpectedly, the next night, he was surrounded by Zhao Hui. Thinking of this, Wang Hao became angry and his face became gloomy. One day, Zhao Hui would be punished. In the Hadian Hotel, Zhao Hui in the presidential suite was lying on the wide water bed, holding a charming woman on his left and right. Suddenly he felt a burst of urine and got up to go to the toilet. Boom! It may be because of too much work last night. When Zhao Hui got up, his limbs were soft, his head was dizzy, his steps were stumbling, his head slammed into the granite floor, a lot of blood flowed out, and he passed out. What? The loud noise awakened the two sleeping women. They got up and rubbed their eyes in a dazed manner. They found Zhao Hui lying in a pool of blood. He let out a sharp scream, and then he hurriedly found out his mobile phone and called the hospital. Phone. 10 minutes later, the ambulance came to the entrance of the Hadian Hotel. A team quickly opened the door of the presidential suite and carried Zhao Hui, who was in a coma, into the ambulance on a stretcher. Are you okay? Her face is so terrible. Yu Zhao looked at Wang Hao with a worried expression, her Zhu lips opened slightly, and she was interrupted by Wang Hao again. I'm fine, I just want to go to the toilet, sorry. After finishing speaking, he turned and walked towards the toilet. Wang Hao just wanted to be quiet now, because what happened last night was beyond his imagination, like looking at flowers in the fog. Hanging on the hanger in the bathroom was his school uniform yesterday. Wang Hao stretched out his hand and took it down. It felt completely dry to the touch. He took off his shirt and prepared to put on the school uniform again. Wang Hao felt that he had grown a lot taller. Originally, his height was about 1.75 meters. At this time, he had grown to at least 1.82 meters. His skin became as white and tender as a baby. The 8-pack abdominal muscles were well defined, and the muscles all over his body. It's not that exaggerated look, but it's like it has been designed by the golden ratio, there is no trace of flaws, and it is very pleasing to the eye. As soon as he turned around, he was immediately shocked by the self in the mirror. Wang Hao couldn't believe it was him. The changes are so great that even the facial features have a feeling of inexplicable inexplicability. In the past, Wang Hao's facial features were also beautiful and sunny. If it weren't for the death of his grandfather, it would have brought him an unimaginable blow. He had a tight face every day, and his whole body exuded a breath of strangeness. It would be possible to talk about it. Hazy first love. Now that the tight lines have been softened, the facial features seem to constitute an ethereal and refined face, which makes people incomprehensible. Sword eyebrows are like two blue dragons traveling in the sky. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Double pupils are as unfathomable as the vast universe, stars are constantly disillusioning and rising again, and there is a magical power that people can't help but fall into. Between his every move, he is full of aristocratic temperament, and looks as noble and elegant as a royal family who has studied aristocratic etiquette for many years, and is not out of style. Wang Hao usually doesn't pay much attention to his appearance, just keep his clothes clean. It's good now, the whole person is not touched with a trace of dust, and can be compared with the fairy who is not touched by the fireworks in the world. From a distance, I look like an immortal, and I look like an immortal king up close. Secretly lost his mind for a while, he found the reason for the changes. What happened last night was not a fantasy, but a real thing. The colorful light in the depths of the sea of knowledge told him that all of them were real things. The characters in myths and legends may have existed in this land. The legends of moving mountains to fill the sea, bending bows, and shooting the sun are not all imaginary. And other regions may also have the same existence as him, and even the characters in the myth have descended to the mortal world. After quietly calming down in the bathroom for a while, Wang Hao packed up his clothes and walked out. The outside scene suddenly brightened his eyes, and he was greeted by the hot figure Yu Zhao in a small black suit. Professional black suit wraps her wonderful curves out, inside is a small white shirt, her chest is bulging, as if it will burst the buttons. Fox May's face is white and beautiful, her skin is snowy, her thighs are slender and straight. At this time, she is wearing a pair of black lace-rim stockings. She has lifted the stockings over her knees. The snow-white thighs and the black stockings have formed a strong impact. During the time he entered the toilet, Tamazuchien was upright indoors and changed his clothes. Chapter 4, The Change of the World. Where did Wang Hao have seen such a fragrant scene? When the roots of his ears were red, he resisted the urge of a nosebleed, restrained the restlessness of his lower abdomen, turned around hurriedly, hit the wall with a bang, and habitually squatted down and rubbed his forehead. His actions caused a burst of laughter like silver bells. Wang Hao's heart was miserable. How could you be so bold? Why don't you worry about changing clothes here? Anyway, I'm also a tough man, so I'm not afraid of accidents. Thought so in my heart, but Wang Hao absolutely didn't dare to say it, otherwise I would not be able to clean up if I jumped into the Yellow River, and I didn't see anything. It's okay. Yu Zhao, who was changing his clothes, cared about Wang Hao, who was squatting on the wall with his head, and quickly put on the stockings. Fortunately, this kid just saw that he was wearing silk stockings, otherwise he would let him know what the consequences would be before he provokes Yu Zhao. It's okay, but I was shocked by Jade's sister. Although there was still some blood surging, Wang Hao still said calmly, but the tone of his speech was full of trembling voices, which made Yu Zhao behind him aroused. A sly smile. A smile overwhelms the country and the city, with the peerless elegance that makes the king abandon the country and replace it with a beautiful smile. Unfortunately, this scene has not been seen by anyone. Do you think my legs look good? Yu Zhaoqian said coquettishly, with a seductive voice. If someone who knew her was on the scene, he would be surprised. Although Tamazu has always been a black long Neiyu sister, the name of this flower is rose. Although the red rose is beautiful, the person who can pick it will definitely be stabbed. This woman who has harmed the country and the people looks coquettish and slutty, but she is actually a very conservative person. A large group of people confessed their love to her without concealment, but she did not say anything to anyone. In this way, it makes people even more obsessed. The appearance is like a passionate red rose, but the heart is a snow lotus on the body of snow saint, which can be viewed from a distance and cannot be profaned. It looks good, it's not only slender and straight, but also very white. Wang Hao replied subconsciously. When he noticed something was wrong, he immediately felt a soft object coming from his back. He immediately changed his mouth in panic. It's not good. Good looking. The storm is coming more violently. Hyun can only fly continuously and accept the blow of the storm. After a while, Wang Hao took the initiative to admit his mistakes and prevented the war from expanding further. The big man can bend and stretch. This is indeed the first thing that he is wrong. I made breakfast. Don't mind if you eat it before leaving. Yu Zhao looked at Wang Hao, who was embarrassed. He didn't expect to have such a cute side. It was really interesting. Sunny and delicate all met the requirements, and his facial features looked a little handsome. Shueida Zhengtai looks like this, it seems that this is also good. Thinking of this, she suddenly smiled, her eyebrows slightly raised, her eyes like a crescent moon. Then I'm welcome. Wang Hao was slightly lost by this sudden smile. He had never thought that there was a woman with such a beautiful smile in the world. It wasn't his idiot, but the smile in front of Yu Zhao was really impossible. Resist. And this is the first time that a girl cooks for him, and the other party is still such a woman who has harmed the country and the people. Wang Hao has already begun to look forward to what kind of breakfast will be. After experiencing so much last night, my stomach is also protesting. With a hint of expectation in his heart that he didn't know, stood up from the ground with a smile. His eyes are very clean, like a pool of clear and secluded water, but he possesses a strange magical power, and he may inhale himself at any time. His gaze was so pure that Yu Zhaoqian didn't dare to look straight, so the sunshine smile was too foul. Yu Zhaoqian turned his head faintly, turned and pushed open the bedroom door. Wang Hao followed, sweeping the 2 buckets of instant noodles on the dinner table, and gave a wry smile. What are you looking forward to? But this is also good. Pulled a chair and sat down, looked around in the living room. All kinds of clothes were randomly placed. Bags of black plastic bags of garbage were piled in the corner. It is hard to imagine such a beautiful woman. The self-care ability is like this. Where is Jade's sister from? He glanced at the instant noodles with the seafood logo, took the fork from the instant noodle bucket, and Wang Hao asked casually. Guess. Yu Zhaoqian said mischievously, smiling faintly. Wang Hao didn't try to guess, there was still a sunny smile on his face. He didn't expect Yu Zhao to have such a childish side in front of him. The extra sardines in the instant noodles attracted his attention. He picked up the plastic fork in a graceful manner, directly picked up the fish noodles, and started slowly. His non-answer made Yu Zhaoqian very dissatisfied. He picked up the fork with a puffed face, and vented viciously at the instant noodles in the bucket. A bucket of instant noodles was eaten very quickly. Wang Hao thanked Yu Zhaoqian for the hospitality, cleared all the garbage in the corner, and took them all downstairs together. There is a kind of closed feeling deep in my heart, which is not enough for the warmth of the outsider. Yu Zhao looked at the figure of Wang Hao leaving. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com suddenly became a little bit reluctant, obviously not in line with the setting of Zhengtai. However, other requirements barely pass, yet to be examined. Yu Zhao squinted slightly before licking her bright red lips meaningfully. After walking out of the apartment, Wang Hao headed east, accidentally embarking on the road he didn't want to pass. He used to walk this road often, and the high-rise buildings outside surprised him. If it hadn't been for the rough dim sum shop at the turning corner, Wang Hao would really suspect that he had gone the wrong way. Most of the original streets are old-fashioned buildings. Many shops Wang Hao have gone to help. People in this shopping street basically know him. When I came here last month, there was no change from what I saw before. Now many high-rise buildings have been erected, replaced by nearly one-half of the number of shops, and many of the facades have been renovated. In just 1 month, how could such a drastic change happen? Something must have gone wrong. Wang Hao frowned, and walked quickly towards the coarse snack shop not far away a little nervously. The shop is not big, only 100 square meters. An old woman with grey hair squinted her eyes and lay leisurely on a rocking chair. After seeing the old woman, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. She is the only one guarding the entire shop. 4 tall containers are filled with various kinds of crude snacks. For the convenience of the children after school, a few large low tables are set up, and the various crudes are sorted in order. Dessert. The moment stepped into the shop, the long-lost warmth came to Wang Hao's heart. The half-squinted old woman saw Wang Hao coming in. She immediately got up from the rocking chair with a kind expression on her face. My child, you are here, and my mother-in-law thought I could not see you anymore. Chapter 5, Parallel World. The old woman tremblingly stretched out her skinny hand, but found that she couldn't touch Wang Hao's head. She put her hand down with some regret. Sorry, Granny Zhang. Since his grandfather passed away, Wang Hao has rarely visited this shopping street, because he and his grandfather have been here many times before, so every time he passes by, he will inevitably touch the scene, and the crack in his heart will become deeper. I just want to escape from reality. Granny Zhang's family, apart from his wife's departure earlier, her 2 sons and daughters also got married and formed a happy family. They both came here to take her away, but Granny Zhang still chose to stay here. Although Wang Hao didn't understand the reason, this place must be an important place for the old woman, with precious memories that are irreplaceable, so she was reluctant to leave. Had a conversation with Granny Zhang, and Wang Hao accidentally touched on other questions. After getting the answer, he was more sure of his guess that this world has changed, but people in this world seem to still remember his existence. Cleaned up the store's hygiene for Granny Zhang, and after helping to cook a lunch, Wang Hao was about to leave. However, Granny Zhang insisted on pulling his sleeves and had to eat the meal before leaving. Wang Hao was not hypocritical, and indeed the instant noodles he ate at Yu Zhao's house were not enough to fill his stomach. Is it all because of it? Walking on the bustling street, looking at the world different from the past, the only reason Wang Hao can think of is the colorful spirit in his mind. When he was talking with Granny Zhang, the other party inadvertently mentioned that Wang Hao had entered Seinozaki Academy with the top score in Tokyo. A stormy sea was immediately set off in his heart, and some other questions were raised. It is certain that this world is not the original world. In other words, because of the colorful Godhead, I took myself to another parallel world, a mythical age that allowed the descending of gods. If I saw a good time at Granny Zhang's crude snack shop, today is April 1, 2010, and tomorrow I will report to the so-called Shenki Academy. Since this is a parallel world, is Grandpa still there? This thought flashed through Wang Hao's heart, and he ran madly to the home in his memory. Who? Panting and rushing to an ancient courtyard, Wang Hao gently opened the door with a glimmer of expectation in his heart. Everything in the yard is still the same as the place where it was in the previous life. The layout is very stylish, and it occupies a large piece of land in this golden city. This yard is handed down from the ancestors. After hundreds of years of wind and rain, even in the most difficult time of life, my grandfather never mentioned his intention to sell it. The old man told him since he was a child that he cannot be short-lived and that he should not lose the bottom line of being a human being, and that he should inherit the fine traditions of his ancestors. Grandpa! Are you at home? After Wang Hao entered the door, his eyes were red, and he shouted aloud. There was no echo from the old man. Reality once again broke his illusion. He didn't believe it, and frantically searched the yard. There is no old man in the study, no bedroom, no backyard. He has carefully searched all the places he can find, and he still doesn't see the old man. The last hope is completely disillusioned. What the am I expecting? That's silly. Lying in the bedroom with eyes absent, Wang Hao stared at the ceiling blankly, a drop of crystal tears streaming down without noticing it. The family relationship is really ridiculous. It can't stand the wind and rain. Why are they all agreed, and they have to leave without saying anything? The emotions that had been suppressed for 3 years suddenly broke out, and the whole room was filled with his sorrowful and desolate roar. The world gave people hope, but he did not hesitate to come with despair. After looking at the ceiling quietly for an hour, no one knew what he was thinking, but Wang Hao's Wuxian pupils gradually recovered. In the previous life, he was able to obtain the highest godhood and rebirth himself in this world. You can't just live so baldly. That would be too extravagant. There were many books stacked in the bookcases and corners of the room. He took a deep breath, got up and picked up a history book and started to read it. The most urgent task is to understand the difference in this world, to see how it is different from the original Earth, and what kind of history has happened. It didn't take long to open the book and read a few pages before Wang Hao discovered a different place. The history before the Tang dynasty was no different from the original Earth, but everything changed after the Tang Taizong Li Shimin began. Not long after Emperor Taizong ascended the throne, a strange scene of pilgrimage to the Kowloon appeared in the sky. Since then, Li Shimin sincerely possesses the dragon soul, reforming the system of the Tang Empire at that time to a staggering level, and generously developing military forces with other countries' technology. Unexpectedly, the concerted efforts of various countries to study military technology unexpectedly led to the advent of the era of thermal weapons ahead of schedule. This made other countries think that they had military power comparable to Datang, and began to breed ambitions and wanted to annex Datang. No way! At that time, the Tang dynasty was so rich and possessed many things that made people eye-catching. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com can be said to have come from all nations. No country would dare to come and make offerings. I don't know how many rare treasures there are. The foreign treasure is in the Datang treasury. And the existence of Datang is really terrifying, like a lion in a herd of rabbits, it can easily prey on rabbits at will. After the countries went back, a full 30 countries united to form a Western alliance, and then they found a grand cause and led the navy to invade Datang. Emperor Taizong was quite calm. When the enemy arrived, thousands of unheard of ultra-long-range cannons were fired, completely making the Western alliance honest. From then on, the Tang Empire deservedly became the hegemon of the world, and the Chinese nation made all the nations fearless, and no one would dare to commit a crime within 1,000 years. It is a pity that no matter how large and glorious the empire is, there will be a day of decay. The glorious Tang no longer exists. After many battles, China has formed the current celestial dynasty. Although the heavenly dynasty is still the hegemon of the world today, the territory is less than a quarter of that of the Tang dynasty, and it is not as breathless as before. According to the analysis of the situation in the history books, the two countries with the strongest national power today, one is the United States, and the other is the Celestial Dynasty. The strength of the Celestial Dynasty faintly overwhelms the United States. In recent years, the U.S. military seems to have improved again, and there is no difference between the two. Putting down the thick history book in his hand, Wang Hao knew that he was definitely going through, and rubbed his head in annoyance. Although there was nothing to be attached to in his previous life, his hatred had not yet been reported, so he was really unwilling. After a while, Wang Hao gave a wry smile, his face regained a sunny smile, and said coolly, "Forget it, forget everything about the previous life and start over." He knows that if his grandfather is still there, he definitely doesn't want to see himself go bald and degenerate. Chapter 6, Shiukajo Majayaka. What doesn't seem to be right? Careful Wang Hao found that the two-dimensional objects and other novels in his room were gone. In the previous life, his grandfather's departure was a big blow to him. In order to fill up the emptiness in his heart, Wang Hao spent most of his working money to buy two-dimensional related items, and he was immersed in the world of the two-dimensional. He is a Chinese otaku. Nowadays, there are not many things related to the second dimension in his room, at most there are only a few dolls that decorate the room, and there are not even a few novels. He suddenly became a little curious, how did he spend this world? Shook his head, Wang Hao has no intention of thinking about this now, he still thinks about how to deal with the classmates of the college tomorrow. First of all, it is certain that tomorrow's school opening ceremony must not wear the school uniform of this previous life. He opened the closet on the side, and a black suit was neatly stacked inside, which was very college-style suit. There was a pair of lattices under the closet. The shoes should be matched with the suit. Don't know what grade you are in now. Wang Hao sighed with a headache for this problem that ordinary elementary school students knew. For the first time, he felt that the seven-colored godhead was unreliable. If he traveled to another parallel world, he didn't even have the memory of his original master. Fumble on your own. Although he had attained the supreme godhead, he did not feel the power of God for any reason, that is, his body was a bit more agile than before, his power seemed to be stronger, and a faint qi swimming in his body, moisturizing his limbs. Other than that, there are no special abilities, not to mention the legendary ability to turn stones into gold and turn decay into magic. Then he discovered another fatal problem. Not only is he weak, he doesn't seem to have a subordinate to send, a typical polished commander. According to his own habits, there must be a diary left. Wang Hao can be sure that he has the habit of writing a diary since he was a child, and believes that he in this world will also have it. Pulled out the drawer under the desk, and pulled out the wooden board outside the drawer with his hands. Two notebooks appeared in front of him, one of which was a little damaged on the outside, and the other was brand new. Looking at the contents of the old book, Wang Hao already knows what he has probably experienced, and it seems that no matter where he goes, he has not changed. Gently opened the brand new book, the content recorded in it was only a short sentence. Tomorrow I will be promoted to the first year of Santa Key Academy High School, but I will let you know that I am no worse than anyone. Wang Hao gently closed the diaries and put them back in their original positions. I will inherit your wishes for you. Tokyo is not in the sky, but the island country in the previous life, which is the Neon of this world. In the history of this world, Neon didn't dare to go to war with the heavens at all, and has always adopted a friendly policy with the heavens. Even if the Celestial Dynasty had experienced many battles, when the vitality was severely injured, Neon did not dare to invade. After all, a lean camel was bigger than a horse. Speaking of it, Wang Hao's family was once quite extraordinary. It was appointed by the Tang dynasty to garrison Neon. At that time, it was considered a high position in Neon. Unfortunately, with the demise of the Tang Empire, the Wang family gradually fell into decline. This ancestral house was made by a royal family 100 years ago, but after all, it went bankrupt, and only this house was left. The noble son of a fallen family? Wang Hao smiled lightly. It seems that this setting is also good, very in line with the anime male protagonist he has seen in his previous life. He turned on the computer in the room again and began to search for more information. It was not enough to rely on that. Walking on the flat concrete road, Wang Hao wore the uniform of the Paladin Academy, and proceeded according to the information searched on the computer last night. The streets were staggered, making him take a lot of wrong paths. Leaving at 6 o'clock in the morning, I glanced at the watch on my wrist. It was already 6:30, and there were 30 minutes left until the opening ceremony at 7 o'clock. Wang Hao pulled the tie around his neck and took a deep breath. With a sigh of relief, one-handed pole hurdles can't be late on the first day of school. Danger! Wang Hao, who had just crossed the hurdle, narrowed his eyes and exclaimed. In the distance, a girl with long hair and waist-length wearing a black short skirt turned around to the red-lighted road for some reason, a large truck. Already coming in from a distance, the driver's warning sound seemed unheard of to her. Wang Hao's voice just came out, his body was like a bullet fired, his tight muscles exploded at an unimaginable limit speed, and the breath of physical strength was aroused and turned into a stream of light to rush away. Boom! He hugged the black long straight girl. Wang Hao slammed into the guardrail on the side and made a loud noise. The truck driver also slammed to a halt, opened the window of the car and cursed fiercely, "Walking long is not long. Eyes? I don't want to live anymore." Let the truck driver curse for a while. Yu read the book www.yuyugonshu.com and found that the other party was not talking, and drove away angrily. After a while, the girl in her arms recovered and finally knew what had happened. She raised her head and looked at him nervously, and said, "Sorry, are you okay?" "It's all my fault." Wang Hao could see the face of the girl in his arms clearly, with a melancholy look in his eyes, a face full of intellectual melon seeds, a pair of big eyes are very charming, slender body, slender legs, upper body is a women's college suit, wearing a tied white shirt, a black short skirt underneath, and black stockings wrapped around his legs, exuding the elegance of a literary girl. Xia no Hokashiba. Wang Hao immediately thought of her name in his heart, and saw her worried look on her face, who was always known for her poisonous tongue and belly. She endured the pain behind her back and pulled open the corners of her mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth, and the sun shone on Wang Hao's smiling face. Let her be slightly lost. I'm fine, this is a very important thing to you, right? Just as Tamamo had thought before, this kind of sunny smile is too foul, it makes people irresistible. His hands clenched into a fist opened, and he just picked up a small object from the ground. It was a pocket watch of a few years old. His appearance did not make Zayas Hikihoshiu immediately excited, but hugged Wang Hao tightly. Head, whispered in his ear, "Thank you, this is the hero's reward for saving the United States." A touch of soft touch made Wang Hao flushed with shame, and struggling to put down Zayas Hikihoshiu, turned his head and said, "It's okay, are you also a student of Shenki Academy?" Just now, in his pupils, the mark on the chest of the girl's clothes was enlarged, which is exactly the same as the mark on his suit. It stands to reason that Kazumajaya Kashiwa didn't seem to be studying at Shenzaki Academy. Chapter 7, Shenki Academy. My name is Wang Hao, a first-year student in the advanced department of Shenzaki Academy. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that the girl in front of him was Shiakazu Majayaka. Both her appearance and temperament were exactly the same. The girl sitting on the ground crossed her legs, and the black silk in the miniskirt formed an absolute field. She stretched out her white and tender hand to Wang Hao, meaning to pull herself up quickly. Wang Hao was slightly startled, and subconsciously stretched out his hand. He gently grasped his soft little hand and pulled Xiao's Haiqiushiu up from the ground, only to notice that this seemed to be the first time he was single in many years, holding a girl hand. I thought you were a herbivore, but I didn't expect. Xiao's Haiqiushiu looked at Wang Hao disappointedly, took out a tissue from where she wiped her hands, and threw it to the trash can. The black-bellied Xiu Zia's Haiqiu came back again. Although he knew the opponent's attributes a long time ago, such seemingly inadvertent actions still caused Wang Hao to suffer a lot of damage. Isn't just holding hands? Do you want to be so disgusted? It's the first time you paid me back. For your hero's sake of saving the United States, let me tell you that it is difficult. My name is Zia's Haiqiushiu, remember Hejun? Zia's Haiqiushiu walked behind Wang Hao, blew a sigh in his ear, and whispered. The guess in his heart was confirmed. He didn't know why, he suddenly felt very happy, and even the last bit of hatred for Zhao Hui disappeared. It is precisely because of this that he can descend into this two-dimensional world. Nice to meet you. At this moment, Wang Hao completely abandoned the burden in his heart, and once again reached out to Zia's Haiqiushiu. Do you want to hold my hand like that? It seems that besides being a carnivorous type, you are still abnormal? Hejun. Zia's Haiqiushiu did not shook hands with Wang Hao, with a smile on his face, and continued, Hejun won't go to the opening ceremony? But he will be late. Who do you think is to blame? The time on the watch has reached 6:50, which means that the opening ceremony is about to begin in 10 minutes. Who on earth is it? Zia's Haiqiushiu asked innocently, his red pupils were full of curiosity, his head tilted slightly, and her waist-length black hair fell down. No time to explain, let's go to school together. Wang Hao took up Kazhijiakashiu's hand and started to run towards Shenqi Academy. The opening ceremony of the new students was in the indoor basketball court of the academy. Wang Hao took Zia's Haiqiushiu all the way with sparks and lightning, and finally arrived at his destination before 7 o'clock. Monster pervert, really unexpectedly bold. Zia's Haiqiushiu lightly opened Wang Hao's hand, and moved a few steps away from him, turned and pushed open the closed door, and walked in step by step. Wang Hao followed in the footsteps of Zia's Haiqiushiu, and found a freshman team to join in. Many freshmen who were familiar or unfamiliar in the student team started talking and laughing. The content was mostly about love. Topics like that. He searched for Zia's Haiqiushiu in the crowd. He looked around for a week, but he didn't find the other person here. Where did Xia Shiza go? Hello, my name is Anulun, so I can call me Lun. First-year students, please give me more advice. Anulun, who wore black-rimmed glasses, black hair and black pupils, and a black college uniform, exuded a faint atmosphere of a house, and a smile on his face also greeted Wang Hao. Hello, Wang Hao, I am also a first-year student. Just call me Hao. Please advise. I thought Hejun was an indifferent big guy and wouldn't pay attention to someone like me. Anulun was also slightly startled, and then said half jokingly and half seriously. Indeed, with Wang Hao's current appearance and temperament, standing among a group of high school students is extraordinarily aristocratic. Every move is very aristocratic, as if he was born. Many students around him are talking about him, and many girls think of him. A little more star. Really? It's not bad for a Newjun to take off his glasses. I'll forget it. Does Hejun have a girlfriend? Many girls who secretly followed here calmed down and inadvertently approached in the direction where Wang Hao was. No, there should be no girl who will fall in love with me. Wang Hao said somewhat self-deprecatingly, in the last life, any girl would like him who was cold and almost like a block of ice. Is that so? But Hejun is really handsome. I think my childhood sweetheart will love you. If you don't mind, I can introduce you to him. Although he is a bit bad-tempered, he is just a man. A kind-hearted child. Isn't your childhood sweetheart Ying Lily? And how did you start a pimping business? Wang Hao looked at the talkative An Yulun with dumbfounding. He did not fit the setting of a Zai Mune and not good at talking with outsiders. He talked about this kind of topic to him, a stranger he met for the first time, and betrayed him decisively. Childhood sweetheart. But it is precisely because of this frank character, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is no scheming, sincerely treating friends, it will be favored by girls unknowingly. It's also a good thing to be friends with such a person, Wang Hao thought in his heart, with a sunny smile, and said, You are the one, Lun, pay more attention to the girls around you. Is that so? How? An Yulun also heard Wang Hao's address to him, and under the sunny smile of the other party, silently removed the word Jun and looked at Wang Hao moved. Neon's Azai is alienated from other people regardless of whether it is male or female. Because of the otaku, An Yulun also has few friends in Guo. After entering the first year of Shenki Academy, the first thing is to start again. Make new friends here. An Yulun also seemed to want to say something. At this time, the principal had already taken the stage to announce the opening ceremony. He had to let go of what he wanted to say. All the students in the audience quieted down. No one else's voice was heard from the venue of the university. The principal gave a passionate speech on the high platform. Talked about a lot of the history and culture of Shenzaki Academy, development history, honors and awards, etc. All other students heard their ears have cocoons, but Wang Hao listened intently, sucking water like a sponge. The principal gave a passionate speech for more than 10 minutes, and finally explained all the information about Shenzaki Academy. Wang Hao silently remembered it and learned more about the academy. Suddenly there was a commotion among the students off the stage. Wang Hao looked up. The principal had stepped down for some unknown time. Standing on the stage was a representative of a freshman. The black hair fell vertically, the red pupils were full of intellectual beauty, the thighs were slender and straight, and he was wearing a pair of black stockings. The magnificent propped up the uniform, and the whole person revealed the breadth of a literary girl like a big and not a shiko. Shizi, why did you get to the podium? Chapter 8, Lowly Class Teacher Nangang Neiyu. Spring is blooming, in this cherry blossom season, we. As soon as the new student representative Zayas Hikihoshiu came onto the stage, her whole body was full of another temperament. She no longer laughed with Wang Hao when she first met, but when she became serious, she was as elegant as a lady. Kashoma Jayaka is really amazing. An Yulun next to Wang Hao also looked at Zayas Hikihoshiu who was talking on the stage, very admired. I knew this man in the middle of high school. He has always held the top position of the school year. He is still a great beauty. There are many supporters in the academy. What is different from his Azai is that no matter how he goes it is very dazzling everywhere. Lun also likes Kasuga no Oka. No. No. How is this possible? An Yulun was also like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and immediately exploded. For himself who likes the second dimension, the three-dimensional beauty may be of little interest to him. The two talked happily, and gradually became happy and gradually became friends. The opening ceremony soon ended. Wang Hao, An Yulun, and Xiao's Hikihoshiu were all assigned to Class A of the first grade. The classification system of Shenzaki Academy is not divided by grades, but a system of random allocation. I have to sigh the magic of fate. There were more than 30 people in the class. A small lottery box was placed on the podium. There were many folded papers inside. When the people in front of the team finished drawing the lottery, Wang Hao also reached out and took out a little paper. Article. On the 30th, in the second to last row by the window, Wang Hao silently walked over and sat in his seat. It didn't take long for Wang Hao to be surprised that An Yulun was also sitting in front of him, while Xiao's Hikihoshiu was on his left, and the two were at the same table. Kashumajayaka, meet again. Wang Hao smiled and looked at Xia's Hikiyoshiu, who was at the same table. The fate was indeed wonderful. Yes, I didn't expect to sit next to the perverted gentleman, what should I do? Xia's Hikiyoshiu jokingly said, tilting up her slender legs in black silk, resting her cheeks in her hands, and staring straight at Wang Hao, with a troubled expression on her face. What is my image in your heart? It seems that I just saved you this morning, okay? Also, girl, you are gone. Wang Hao cast his eyes down, and he inadvertently saw the blue and white striped panties, and quickly looked away without changing his face. So, Miss Xia's Haikyuu, can you remove the title of perverted king? Really? The one who clearly peeked at the other's house just now, the perverted gentleman is really thick-skinned, the perverted Taijun. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Wang Hao looked at the world outside the window. It is really beautiful here. Sanozaki College not only covers a large area, but the campus environment is also quite beautiful. Several artificial lakes are scattered on the campus, and many flower beds of various colors are arranged in an orderly manner. Several cherry trees beside the windows block a large area of sunlight. This month is the season of cherry blossoms in full bloom. A gentle breeze blows gently, and a few cherry blossom petals float in front of Wang Hao. The speed at which the cherry blossoms fall is 5 centimeters per second. Jingle bell! A rapid ringing broke the bustle of the classroom. The classmates quickly returned to their positions. There was a rhythmic sound of footsteps in the corridor, and everyone looked expectantly at the door. Wearing a gothic lowly costume, carrying an umbrella and lace fan with him, he looks exquisite like a doll, petite and cute, not so much a beauty, but rather a beautiful girl. It is most appropriate to call it a young girl, but there is a wonderful sense of majesty. She gently walked onto the podium, picked up a white chalk, and wrote the 4 words of Nangang Neiyu on the blackboard, and then turned and said, "My name is Nangang Neiyu, and I will be responsible for teaching you English from today. I am also a first year A. The head teacher of the class. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me." Teacher Nangang, how old are you this year? A male student looked suspiciously at Nangang on the podium that month. The rest of the class began to care about this issue and focused their attention on this lovely loli. "This classmate, don't you know that asking a girl's age is a rude thing? So please stop for a class later." Nangang Neiyu had a charming smile on her face and looked at the male student who asked the question. Under her gaze, Ryusuke Nozawa felt a sense of coercion inexplicably and walked backwards involuntarily, standing obediently in the back row. Hiding the knife in the smile, this was the first impression Nangang gave him that month, and Ryusuke Nozawa secretly vowed that he would never ask about it again. "I knew a long time ago that I shouldn't be the first person to ask a question, but today I finally understand the truth about shooting the first bird, but it's too late." He glared fiercely at the secretly smiling buddy Aso Koichi. It was this guy who encouraged him to ask questions. Neon's high school students are not the same as Tian Chao. Most of the Neon high school students are punished to stand behind the classroom when they are asked to stand by their teacher. It was a shame for him to get home. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. The first grade class A looked at each other. This lowly class teacher, who looks like a doll, does not seem to be as easy to talk as the surface. The first class since the beginning of the school passed quickly, and the bell started to ring in less than 10 minutes. Wang Hao, watching Xia's Hikiyoshiu next to him, hadn't listened to the class much since the beginning of class. Instead he kept holding a notebook to write and draw. "You should be writing a novel, right? How about writing novels yourself?" When Wang Hao looked out the window, this thought flashed in his mind. When searching for information on the internet at home last night, he habitually searched Station B, but it showed that the website did not exist. He remembered what was wrong in his room, and decisively searched for some outstanding ones in the past life. The title of the work basically does not exist, but some other excellent works are replaced. There is no Naruto, no Detective Conan, no One Piece, etc., and no magic forbidden book catalog. 5 centimeters per second, light novels that have set off a frenzy in previous lives, and even those that have become popular. Many excellent works in the world do not exist. The entire world's two-dimensional culture has just embarked on a journey. Wang Hao feels that it is necessary to reproduce the glory of the two-dimensional here. He took out a brand new notebook, just wanted to write, and then put down his hand. If you write the content in the notebook, don't you have to code it on the computer again when you go back? I simply took out the phone directly and created a new text, remembering the famous light novel from the previous life in my mind, and lightly typed 7 characters on the phone. Second speed of 5 centimeters. Began to think about the content of this novel. After thinking about it for a long time, I could only get half of it together, and couldn't memorize all the content at all. Sighed in frustration, and when he was about to give up the idea of writing a novel, the long silent book in his mind moved. Chapter 9, 5 centimeters per second. I still like you now, but even if we send 1,000 text messages, our hearts cannot be close to even 1 centimeter. 5 centimeters per second is Xin Heiken's first novel adapted from an animation. This is a solo story. 3 short stories, Sakura Transcript, Astronaut, and 5 centimeters per second are combined to form a complete second speed of 5 centimeters. The world is so beautiful and youth is so gorgeous, but the protagonist in the story only wants to talk to himself. The first chapter, Sakura Transcript, describes the love mood of Koshiki and Akari when they were young, and the day they reunited. The second chapter, Astronaut, describes Sumida Hani, who has a good impression of Kashiwa, who entered high school. Shows the life of Gishu and Mingli after they are separated. The third chapter, 5 centimeters per second, depicts the hesitation of Gishu and Mingli when they grow up. The plot content of 5 centimeters per second was completely integrated into Wang Hao's mind. He seemed to have experienced it in the world of Sector 5, witnessing the lives of Mingli and Gishu, and unknowingly shed a crystal teardrop. Student Wang Hao, please get up and recite the 7th paragraph. Okay. Wang Hao stretched out his hand and wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He spoke with a standard Japanese accent, full of emotions that he had experienced just now. The melancholy atmosphere filled the classroom. Hejun is fine, the teacher is very happy. Chinese teacher Ogura Li looked at Wang Hao with satisfaction. He never thought that a man from the Celestial Dynasty could have such a deep resonance with Kuoxiu, which is really ashamed. I didn't expect Hejun to be such a sensitive person. Many girls in the class looked at Wang Hao. This kind of thoughtful boy is ideal for them, and the degree of affection in their hearts has improved a lot. Regardless of the eyes and thoughts of others, with the unfading touch of his heart, there seemed to be many tadpole-like characters in his mind, and his hands were quickly writing words under the desk. After a lesson, Wang Hao has already finished the content of the first chapter, Sakura Transcript, by 1,500 words, and there is still a long way to go before the end of the book. So a very interesting scene appeared in the first grade class A. As 2 of Kazumajaya Kashiba and Wang Hao who were at the same table, one was writing and drawing on the desk, sometimes directly sleeping on the table, and the other was at the desk. Fumbling under the desk, a teacher drew either of them to answer the questions, and they were able to answer the questions smoothly, so they had no choice but to leave it alone. In the next few days, the teachers of each subject in Class A of the first grade knew the origins of these 2 people. They both entered the Shenzaki Academy with the city's first results, so they had to give up the idea of finding problems and continuing to test the 2. As long as they don't make a lot of noise in the classroom, the teachers of each subject will open one eye and close one eye, and simply don't ask them 2 questions. After all, aren't geniuses different from ordinary people? There is a certain character for granted. Lowly class teacher Nangong spent a few days with the first grade class of classmates that month, and everyone gradually figured out the character of the class teacher, and even directly called it Nei Yuejeng, although she would use it every time she heard this name, raising the fan and doing it directly can't stop everyone from calling her. Xia's Haikyushiu occasionally went to class to concentrate on listening, and found Wang Hao with his head down, obviously not knowing what the other party was doing. "Mr. Pervert, what are you doing? Can you show me?" When Wang Hao was intoxicated in the world of 5 centimeters per second, a clear question came from beside him, pulling him out of that world. "If you remove the 3 words perverted monarch, it's not that you can't tell you." Wang Hao came back to his senses and said lightly. In the past few days, he has learned about Xiaoshai's poisonous tongue and black belly level. When class is over, he seems to call himself a perverted monarch inadvertently, and immediately makes the classmates who still want to know him to back down subconsciously. It can be said that only an Yulun in the class is willing to talk to him, while the other classmates stayed away from him with guard, and even secretly discussed what Wang Hao had done. "I was wrong, He-jun." Xiao's Haikyu's poetic words looked at him pitifully, full of voluptuous curves, black long and straight, only beautiful women with a quiet appearance, wearing white headbands and black stockings, with a tall figure, with 2 faint looks dark circles. "You can see that I should have stayed up for a long time last night, which makes me feel pity. I'm writing a novel." Since the other party had already taken the initiative to admit his mistake, and looked even more pitiful, Wang Hao hesitated a bit and told her in a low voice. "Will you show it to me then?" Xiao's Haikyushiu's eyes flashed with a strange color, and continued to maintain this pitiful appearance and said softly. Recently, Xiao's Haikyushiu encountered a bottleneck in writing. "Last night, I wrote all night. I don't know how many revisions have been made, but I still can't be satisfied." She is also writing a novel called The Metronome of Love. In fact, when the first volume of The Metronome of Love was released, there was no sign of reprinting at all, and the editor also made a 3-volume assertion. This is also the reason why she feels lost recently. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is also a little irritable. Is she really suitable for this path of writing? Not yet. Wang Hao thought for a while, but refused Xiao's Haikyushiu's request. After all, he was educated by the Celestial Dynasty in his previous life, and he always thought it was wrong to read novels in class. Is that right? In Xiao's Haikyushiu's life, no one has refused her request since she was a child. She didn't really want to read Wang Hao's novel in her heart, but her legs shook slightly at this time. Wang Hao nodded, and then began to focus on the phone screen, and quickly coded words with both hands. This kind of code word speed that almost doesn't even use thinking, stimulated Xiao's Haikyushiu, who encountered a bottleneck on the side, and slowly increased the speed of shaking his legs. Everyone has different subconscious habits. Although Xiao's Haikyushiu is still very quiet on the surface, she still exposes the fact that her heart is not calm. Is Hao Jun really a pervert? Seeing that you only talk to the Azai in front of you in class, is it that you are also the kind of hidden otaku? It's the kind of addicted to sniffing his sister's underwear quietly on his nose. I have been thinking about beautiful girls in my mind all day, and now he is holding disgusting thoughts but is a perverted monarch who is serious about writing ergonomic novels. You don't have to hide anything, I already know it. The reason you didn't give me your phone is because you are writing a dirty and indecent ergonomic novel. Maybe you are already caring about me, are you really curious? What shameless work would you write? Could it be? What you are writing now is the beautiful girl who is often delusional in your mind. Or is it an ergonomic novel that you are creating based on me as a prototype? If you are based on this beautiful beauty as the prototype, you really want to know the perversion Arjun's works as perverted as I am. Chapter 10, Kendo Club. At this time, Shiuzaya's Haikyuu talked faster and faster, seeming to be a quiet and beautiful girl, but the most explosive speeches were endless, but they were unobstructed, and they were quite poisonous. The perverted gentleman is not afraid that I will tell you about your hobbies, and then attract a large group of people to watch you as a gentle, bien, scholar, Tai. To be honest, I didn't expect you to be such a person, obviously he's a pervert who still learns from other heroes to save the beauty, so he wants to attract my attention. Wang Hao's hands were shaking slightly at this time. He originally thought that his cultivation was good enough. Although he said he couldn't do Gujing Wubo, he still thought he had a little tolerance. However, it took only 3 minutes for Xiao's Haiqiu to make Wang Hao almost on the verge of collapse. From his trembling hands, he could see the shame and anger in his heart. And the other party has spoken for so long, but there are not a few repeated words, on the contrary, they are getting more and more excited, and the speed of speech is gradually accelerating. Enough! I will give it to you when I finish writing. When Wang Hao saw the other party's swearing momentum, he might really be brainwashed into a pervert if he listened to it. Isn't it okay? It's a troublesome pervert. Xiao's Haiqiu sighed comfortably. After saying this to Wang Hao, the pressure and troubles she had received these days seemed to disappear. Lazily lying on the table, looking at Wang Hao with a face of shame and anger, he said calmly, "Don't worry, perverted gentleman. I won't tell others about your hobbies, this matter will be the secret of the two of us." It does not make sense. Obviously nothing happened, okay? According to the anime plots I have watched, in the second dimension, it is not the male protagonist who appeared to save the girl, and the favorability is directly max. Why did he become a pervert when he came to me? Wang Hao suddenly felt confused about his future, but he didn't understand the character of Xiao's Haiqiu, or he didn't know too much. When facing outsiders, Xiao's Haiqiu always maintained a high cold appearance, talking and behaving very politely, and only people she recognized could know her other side. After venting the troubles in his heart, Xiao's Haiqiu faced Wang Hao and slept with his arm on his side. He slept until the end of school in the afternoon, and then he packed his school bag and went home without delay. Wang Hao, who stopped the code word, was very depressed. "Didn't you say that you want to read a novel? Why didn't he leave without saying a word?" Sighed softly, Wang Hao also tidied up briefly, carrying his school bag and preparing to leave. Until now, he has not joined any clubs, and belongs to a member of the homecoming department. As for joining the club, he doesn't have that idea now. The Neon High School students are so happy. Class starts at 7:30 in the morning and ends at 3 in the afternoon. He doesn't have much time to participate in club activities now, so of course he didn't join a club. "Can you wait a moment?" Wang Hao, who was about to go home, stopped and turned around to see the person who stopped him. About 1.68 meters tall, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, he looks a bit weak in writing. This man who is similar to a Nulun is called Anta Yokoyama, and he barely talks to others in the class. "Yokoyama-kun, is there anything wrong? Can you be friends with me?" Yokoyama Anta, who said this, seemed to have exhausted all his energy, bowed his head and Wang Hao bowed. Through his observations over the past few days, it has been determined that Nulun and Wang Hao belong to the Otaku clan. "You should be able to be friends with yourself, right?" Originally, his plan was to contact Nulun first, but unfortunately the other party left the classroom after school. Wang Hao belongs to an unknown house in his mind. Although the other party does not seem to have the breadth of a house, since he can be with the same houseman, and Nulun is also a friend. "I want friends too." For a long time, I still didn't hear a reply. Yokoyama Wenta felt sad, and as expected, no one wanted to be friends with someone like him. "From today, we will be friends, Mr. Wen." Wang Hao slapped Hung Shan Wentai's weak back on the back. "Do you really want to be friends with someone like me?" Yokoyama Anta raised his head in disbelief, a trace of tears flashed in his eyes. "I don't make friends with crying ghosts." Wang Hao looked at Yokoyama Anta with a headache. He was a lonely person in his previous life and had no friends in the class, so he could understand each other's feelings. "But classmate, you cried so moved, I am also very embarrassed." Turned stiffly, picked up his school bag and walked out. Wang Hao really didn't feel comfortable with this atmosphere. Yokoyama Anta quickly picked up her school bag and followed, and said excitedly, "Has Junhao joined the club?" "Not yet." Wang Hao saw Yokoyama Anta returning to normal, and he was lightly relieved. "Then let's join the club together." "I don't want to join the club for the time being." "Why?" "Because it's nice to be alone." Hearing this sentence, Yokoyama Anta stopped. He had regarded Wang Hao as his friend from the beginning, so he hoped that the two could join the club together and find more friends in it. "No. Hao must join me to visit the club today." Although Wang Hao didn't plan to join the club, he didn't want to just refuse Yokoyama Anta's kindness. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com nodded silently. "Wait for a walk around the club, just find a reason to refuse." The affirmed Yokoyama Anta took out a small book from his school bag, in which he recorded various clubs in the school, but he never dared to sign up. It was decided to be the Kendo Club. The Kendo Club has a very large activity room in the Shenzaki Academy. Because there are many students joining the Kendo Club, the student union had to allocate a spacious activity room for them. Even Yokoyama Atsuda had thought of joining the Kendo Club directly and changing the surroundings. Views of myself as an otaku. The two came to the event venue of the Kendo Club, quietly watching the hot club activities inside, and the two members were competing in Kendo. After a while, a tall student wearing a samurai uniform walked out of the room. He smiled and looked at the two and said, "Are you here to apply for membership? Please go over there and fill in the application." "Okay." Yokoyama Wen was too passionate to shout, and finally one day he will join the club, and he is still with his friends. That. Wang Hao touched his nose awkwardly. He didn't want to really join the club, but he didn't want to extinguish the enthusiasm of Yokoyama Anta. Suddenly, there was a dilemma. "Oh, isn't this our little Prince Azai?" 4 students wearing Kendo Club uniforms walked outside. The head of the man was 1.78 meters tall. He looked at Yokoyama Anta with a playful look, and jokingly said, "Will Azai join the club too? Don't laugh me to death." Up. Other men also laughed. Yokoyama Anta's face suddenly turned pale. P.S. Ask for recommendation, collection, click. I hope you can support this book more if you like the second element. Thank you. Chapter 11, Yokoyama Anta and number 039, S Courage. When, long time no see. Nobijing came to Yokoyama's Wentai, wrapped his arms around his neck, and said with a sarcasm on his face, "I have something to look for you, come with me, now, you will agree right?" Yokoyama Anta nodded tremblingly, and then walked out. "Please wait a minute." One hand grabbed Nobijing's shoulder. Wang Hao looked at his eyes lightly, and slowly said, "Where do you want to take my friend?" "A friend of Mrs. Wen?" "Interesting, then you come over to me too." Yi-Ye's slightly squinted eyes abruptly opened, a gleam of cold light flashed, and he stretched out his hand to pull Wang Hao over. "No, Hao, leave me alone, go." An unexpected thing happened. Just when Nobijing was about to catch Wang Hao, Yokoyama Antai, who was so scared that his face was pale, broke away from Nobijing's arm, and opened his arms to block Wang Hao. "It's all because of my own fault that Hao is troubled to find him. It seems that my friends will not be able to do it in the future." "Ha ha ha, have you seen that? Mrs. Wen actually wants to protect others. I'm going to lose it. I didn't expect Azai to have friends." "That's right, isn't this great? I haven't seen you for a while, and even have friends. But we will always be friends with Mrs. Wen in the future." Let Nobijing and his party ridicule, Yokoyama Wen's too weak body still stood in front of Wang Hao, his pale face without blood at all. After a while, Nobijing stopped laughing, looked directly at Yokoyama Anta, patted his shoulder, and said every word, "How about this? You can give us your new friend, Anta." "Gone." "No, only Hao can't." Without even time to think, Yokoyama Anta vetoed Nobi's request. The friends that he finally made can never be harmed because of me. Really boring. What do you guys come at me, only a how can't do it. Even though he was so scared and trembling slightly, Yokoyama Anta still mustered up his courage, and for the first time turned his eyes to Nobi and others. Yinoi looked at Yokoyama Atsuda, who had resisted his will for the first time since he was young, and smiled in Wang Hao's direction. For the sake of our little prince I will let you go today, kid. Hearing this, Yokoyama-an was too softly relieved, even a little grateful to Nobi. You guys are talking to yourself, just ignore me, is it really okay? Wang Hao took a step forward and pulled Yokoyama onto behind him. Although he was very moved, he was very angry at Yokoyama Anta's behavior and punched Yokoyama Anta in the chest. If you continue like this, you can't be friends with me. But Wang Hao interrupted Yokoyama's answer by waving his hand, staring at Nobi interestingly, and said casually, you just wanted to bully my friend. So what? At this time, more and more people came to watch. Ye Baijing still laughed arrogantly, and did not put Wang Hao in his eyes. The onlookers already have the presence of the discipline commissioner. They may wait until a fight occurs and they will be stopped. Wang Hao thoughtfully looked at the club activities of the Kendo club, and suddenly said in a strong tone, then you stay. Come down and compete with me in Kendo. I heard you right, you want to compete with me in Kendo. Ye Baijing looked at Wang Hao in surprise, as if he had encountered a big joke. Ah how, no, Nobi is the 10th place in the city's youth Kendo group. Yokoyama Wen said too anxiously, only Wang Hao's relieved look and a confident word in exchange. Trust your friends. This sentence made Yokoyama Anta, who had been looking for a direction in the dark, suddenly saw the flame of light. The light spread throughout the dark space, and a warm feeling came to my heart. Is this the feeling of having a friend? That's nice. Let me smash your ridiculous friendship tricks, don't indulge in it all day long. Ye Baijing sneered at Wang Hao, turned and bowed deeply to the tall man just now, his tone respectfully said. Senior Toyokawa, please allow us to compete here. Toyokawa Yada, the 2nd place in the Tokyo Youth Group, and the deputy director of the Kendo Club of Santa Ki Academy. He has only failed once since practicing Kendo. Yes, but ye must be more careful than you, don't be careless. Toyokawa Kazutsu pondered slightly, and agreed to Nobidi's request. He also wanted to see Wang Hao's strength, because he felt a dangerous aura from Wang Hao. Since practicing Kendo for so many years, except for that woman, this is the 2nd time he has encountered such a dangerous atmosphere. The intuition of a master is often very accurate. Senior Toyokawa, please see how I teach this kid who doesn't know the heights of the sky. Yinoi is a bit dissatisfied. Does Toyokawa-senpai think that he is inferior to that little boy? The two came to the event venue of the Kendo Club. The members who had been competing also stopped the competition. At the signal of Toyokawa Yada, the venue gave up. Ye took the protective gear from the side and put it on his body. The moment he held the sword, his temperament completely changed, full of sharp aura. To tell the truth, regardless of past and present, Wang Hao has not touched his sword a few times. But it is not Wang Hao's arrogance to dare to propose a match with Nobi, who is the 10th place in the Kendo of the Hyakuji City Youth Group. In the past few days, Wang Hao has gradually adapted to the environment. Fortunately, the original knowledge information of this body has not disappeared. It is just that when he thinks of a problem, he will think about it for a while, and then he will be able to draw a conclusion soon. He also understood the role of the colorful gods and ancient books. It seems that his is a bit weak, and he doesn't have the magical powers of moving mountains and filling the sea in the myth. He can only shatter a huge boulder of more than 100 caddies with his best efforts. Colorful Godhead brings amazing talent, and it is not a single aspect of talent. There is also an inexplicable trace of chi in his body, which is constantly swimming around the meridians throughout his body. Once he uses that chi to fight, he can instantly explode 10 times the potential, terrifying. It is conceivable that based on his current body foundation that can shatter hundreds of caddies of boulders. Coupled with 10 times the potential, even if he can't use any sword skills, he can completely crush this so-called kendo master. One force drops for 10 times. When the power reaches the limit, there is nothing that cannot be broken in one blow. So Wang Hao didn't put on the armor. For him, this hindered his performance and added a burden. Unforgivable, regret your arrogance. I didn't think so. In his opinion, this little white face competed with him in kendo without wearing armor, which was purely insulting him. P.S. Any better opinions can be put forward in the book review area. The author will take the time to look at it and exchange opinions with everyone. The city of Hyakuji in the book is Tokyo, which has been changed. Another thing is to ask for a collection and recommendation tickets, thank you. Chapter 12, Domineering Wang Hao. After the referee announced the start of the game, Nobi Jing swung his sword straight at Wang Hao Shenlinga. The sword was powerful and fierce, and the sound of piercing the air could be heard faintly. Be careful! A female student in the crowd couldn't help but exclaimed, obviously not wanting such a handsome guy to end in failure. Hearing this, the wild is a bit heavier than the hand of the well. The handsome guy is really an annoying creature. When he is still 1 millimeter away from the opponent's sky spirit cap, he must turn to sweep and pat on that annoying face. See if your strength is the same as that face, so that everyone present can understand who is the strong one. Wang Hao still had a faint expression. Facing Ye Baijing's aggressive attack, he did not panic at all. Feng Qingyun dodged calmly and said in a cold voice, "Give you a chance. Now I apologize to Wen Tai. Now, otherwise. Otherwise what do you want?" Ye Baijing yelled, and he was very aggrieved. This kid was like a monkey. Every time he was about to hit him, he could easily escape him. Now that Nobi has put away his contempt, he regards Wang Hao as his opponent at the same level. Even a little bit beyond, although I don't want to admit it. He could feel that Wang Hao hadn't exerted his true strength at all. He might be teasing himself now, which made Nobi's hand gripping the wooden sword fiercely, and his knuckles creaked. When he was so underestimated, no wonder Mr. Toyokawa reminded himself to be careful. Hey! He sighed softly, his aura on his body was sharper, his sword slashed horizontally and vertically, one sword was more powerful than the other. Nobi, come on! As the other 3 people in Nobi shouted loudly, Nobi felt a little more fulfilled. Otherwise, I will force you to apologize to Mrs. Wen. Wang Hao's eyes flashed, and a powerful aura broke out. He steadily held the wooden sword coming from the sky. This scene stunned everyone present. Gosh, what did I see? Is this neon ninjutsu? Amazing! The students under the stage immediately exploded, staring at Wang Hao on the stage with bright eyes, and he was able to catch the opponent's sword with his 2 fingers. How strong is that? What is domineering? They saw it in the empty-handed man on the stage. It was an innate, incomparable domineering. Especially for their current age, the blood factors in the male students' bodies have been completely burned, and the female students have never imagined a handsome and powerful Prince Charming. Wang Hao, at this time, they felt that those who followed were prosperous, and those who were against were perished. Neon people have always admired the strong, and many male students are already enthusiastic at this time, and they can't wait to go on stage to hug Wang Hao's thigh and ask this powerful master to accept himself as a disciple. This is empty-handed. No, it should be said that it is a 2-pointed hand in hand. If you learn this trick, no matter what the other party is attacking, gently pinch 2 fingers. Thinking about that scene, the blood boils, the overlord is overflowing. As for girls, there are shining little stars in their eyes. How come there is such a strong handsome guy in Chenki Academy? I didn't even notice it before. Mistakes. Thanks to the poisonous tongue of Xiao's Haikyushiu, Wang Hao abruptly marked Wang Hao with a pervert, so that no one would be willing to approach him. Otherwise, even Wang Hao might not have thought of it himself, and he would definitely become a man in the academy on the first day. Yanoi flushed his face because of humiliation. He was insulting his kendo. What? Hinobi burst out with a huge pulling force on both arms, trying to withdraw the sword, but no matter how he pulled it, the wooden sword still didn't move. Back to you. Looking at the angry Ye Baijing, Wang Hao gave a chuckle, and let go of his 2 fingers, making Ye Baijing unable to bear his strength, and suddenly backed more than 10 steps before staggering to the ground to stabilize his figure. Wang Hao didn't want this result either. He had already advised the other party and apologized to Yokoyama Wenta. It's a pity that the other party doesn't listen, so there are only some tough methods. Lying on the ground, Nobi lost his eyes and sat there blankly, without the arrogance just now, and didn't know what he was thinking. The kendo that he has always been proud of was insignificant in front of this young man. The opponent didn't even use the sword, which made him understand the gap between the 2 sides. Wang Hao don't care about this. Nobi just wanted to bully his friend, so he should be conscious. Walked towards Nobi step by step without hurries, and the sound of steady footsteps rang in everyone's ears. Your Excellency, please stop, Nobi has already lost. A low voice sounded, and Toyokawa Kazutsu stood up under pressure and said that as the vice minister of the Kendo Club, no one is allowed to bully the members of the Kendo Club here. Even if it is wrong, you should punish yourself. So he stood in front of Nobi, even knowing that he might not be Wang Hao's opponent. Step aside. Wang Hao said calmly, his tone full of unquestionable majesty. The other party would never imagine that Wang Hao had hardly a friend in his previous life, and now he met a friend who was timid but willing to protect him. Youwu.com. Yukanshu.com's heart is actually sour, and this friendship must not be destroyed by anyone. Yokoyama Anta used her actions to prove the importance of friends to her, and Wang Hao would never turn a blind eye. Shouldn't friends help each other? Toyokawa Yada just silently picked up the sword, slightly bent, staring at Wang Hao with a solemn expression, ready to fight at any time. Boom! The wooden sword that Wang Hao had not used much in his hand moved, and he swung the sword lightly on Toyokawa Yada's sword, and directly drew the opponent's sword. Shock! Toyokawa Yada's tiger's mouth was numb, and the sword in his hand was actually taken off by the opponent. If the swordsman has no sword in his hand, what kind of swordsman is that? This time everyone present was completely shocked. Who is Toyokawa Yada? The second place in Kendo in the Tokyo youth group was defeated by Wang Hao Yujian. Is this really a high school student? How could it be so against this guy? The most important thing is that Toyokawa Kata is a monster recognized by the academy who once showed off 11 planks with a kick at the academy festival. That's why his defeat caused such a big turmoil. Some members of the news department in the crowd have started to record, and even the title has been written. Mysterious young man defeated Toyokawa Yada with one move, and a new monster of Sezaki Academy was born. He glanced at the members of the Kendo Club, and the 3 members who had come with Nobi just now were gone. Ah how, forget it. The kind-hearted Yokoyama Wen said unbearably, blocking Wang Hao's front. The weak figure was reflected in Nobi's eyes, and the godless pupils finally gradually recovered their looks. P.S. The author once again asks everyone for a recommendation ticket. Friends who like the book will click on the collection by the way, thank you. Chapter 13, The Comic World Without Passion. Be happy with you. Wang Hao took a deep look at Hung Shan Wenta, dropped the wooden sword in his hand, and walked back casually. The crowd voluntarily gave way to both sides. May I ask your name? Toyokawa Yada looked at Wang Hao's back and shouted, with a complicated expression. When did Neon Young One come out of such a strong person? He did not have the power to beckon at all. Wang Hao, a man from the Celestial Dynasty. When Wang Hao's figure disappeared at the corner, he casually said the answer Toyokawa Yada wanted. Turns out to be a man from the Celestial Dynasty, no wonder he is so strong. Since ancient times, the Celestial Dynasty has always been unpredictable in the eyes of Neon people, and I feel relieved when I think of it here. Wang Hao should be the heir of a certain ancient family in the Heavenly Dynasty. It is not surprising that he has such a strength. In the eyes of most Neon people, the strong know no borders and are worthy of respect. Yokoyama Wen looked too at the Nobijing behind his eyes, and was also ready to leave in Wang Hao's footsteps. Please wait a minute. A low and loud voice came from Nobi Iguchi, his tone was full of deep regret, and he slowly stood up from the ground. Is there anything else? Seeing that Nobi stood up again, Ahao was not by his side, no one here would help him now, so Yokoyama Anta looked at Nobi nervously. I have always been sorry. Unexpected things happened to the people who knew Nobi. The usually arrogant Nobi lowered his arrogant head and stooped to apologize in the direction of Yokoyama Atsuda, and said even more violently from him, I hope so you can forgive my previous behavior and become true friends with me. From the moment he was defeated by Wang Hao, none of his cheering partners had disappeared. For fear of Wang Hao's revenge, only the vice minister and Yokoyama Anta, whom he had been bullying, stood up. Especially looking at Yokoyama Anta's weak figure in front of him, I have always treated him that way before, and at this time I am willing to stand up and help myself, what a fool. But it seems that there has been no fool around me. Now Yokoyama Atsuda's appearance has made Nobita come to his senses. Please. He lowered his head lower, no one could see his expression, his tone was full of sincerity. No problem, but is it okay to be friends with someone like me? Yokoyama Ante Aki said in a low voice, still a little uncomfortable with Nobi's sudden change, and there was still a slight fear in his heart. Great, then Mrs. Wen will join the Kendo club too. The affirmed Nobi raised his head happily, and directly pulled the confused Yokoyama Anta, quickly filled out the application for admission, and then joined the Kendo club alone. In one sentence, Wang Hao is on fire. He didn't know that there was a member of the press department in the crowd yesterday. Not only did he write a detailed report on what happened yesterday, he also posted the video on the school forum. Who is this person? Why haven't I found this fierce man before? The same upstairs as +1, ask the emperor to tell me some details. In the school forum, the news about Wang Hao was topped the list, and soon the intelligence emperor gave the information that everyone wanted. Wang Hao, a native of the Celestial Dynasty, a first-grade class, age 16, the first in the city to be admitted to Shenki College, suspected to be a son of a big family, that is, the general information, to be continued. In an instant, Wang Hao became a man in the Shenki Academy. Xia's Haikyu house, Xia's Haikyu Shiu, who is in the code word, slowly shakes her legs. I don't know how many times she has modified a plot, but she is still very dissatisfied. I am upset and open the school forum network, hoping to find something interesting to relieve my troubles and relax my mind. Just entered the Santa Ki Academy forum, she was attracted by the report at the top of the list. Interesting. After reading this report and watching the attached video, Shiukasho Majayaka's leg-shaking speed slowly increased. Staring at the photos of Wang Hao and Yokoyama Anta, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Closed the web page of the college forum, Xia's Haikyu Shiu, who encountered a bottleneck, did not know what he thought of, and began to use code words again. Commander, there is something in the Wang family. Inside the large study room, a black-clothed man respectfully said to the man in the middle with white hair and a cut scar near his right eye, exuding a strong aura. The commander-in-chief of Totsuki Gakuen, the leader of the neon cooking world, and the Nachiki Senseiman known as the Devil of Eater, his eyes condensed, and the man in black immediately took a laptop and it was playing inside. A video is the scene where Wang Hao competes in the Kendo club. Arrange the itinerary, I have something to do tomorrow. Hi. Wang Hao was walking on the way home, thinking about how to realize his ideas. If the Seven Colors Godhead brings amazing God-level talents, then ancient books are the most important to him now. Whenever he thinks of the second dimension, such as 5 centimeters per second, the ancient book can pass all the information to him. Whether it is the island country of the past life or the neon of today, as long as people mention it, the first thing that Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com thinks of is comics, anime, light novels, games. Wang Hao deliberately reinvestigated the current form of the ACK world for this purpose. Yesterday, he specifically asked an Yulun, a real otaku. I still remember that when I just asked him, the other party had an expression of astonishment, and then his eyes flashed, and he enthusiastically told Wang Hao about the entire history of the development of the two-dimensional culture. The tone was in one go, without stopping, adding with the opinion of being a senior Azai, Wang Hao probably understood the situation. Decided to start with manga, then make it into anime, and slowly develop other things. None of the One Piece, Naruto, Detective Conan, and Dragon Ball that were known as the 4 major migrant manga in the previous life was born in this world, and there has not yet been a phenomenon-level comic in the comics industry. A pool of spring water from an ancient well can't make waves at all. Wang Hao decided to start with Naruto and use it to reawaken the enthusiasm of the comics industry. But Wang Hao still hasn't made up his mind, because he doesn't know whether Naruto is suitable for early appearance, because the development history of this work is too smooth to imagine. After thinking about it for a long time, I decided to visit Akihabara, known as the Holy Land of Otaku. It's not that he doesn't believe in a Yulun. After all, hearing is fictitious, seeing is believing, and his subjective impression is the best. Important. This is related to the development of the current comics industry. It can be said that today's cartoonists lack persistence and enthusiasm. Of course, the comics they create are not much better. P.S. Ask for recommendation tickets, ask for collections, ask for clicks. The new cute author asks for anything. I hope that the big touch of this book can put forward your opinions in the book review area. The author will think about it and try to describe a warm two-dimensional element. Thank you. Chapter 14, Shina Mashiro. Jingle Bell. A rush of phone calls interrupted Wang Hao's thinking, dragged him back into the real world, frowned and connected the phone. Is there a problem? Is it Wang Hao? There was a burst of pure Japanese pronunciation from the phone, and he asked with a hint of curiosity. Yes, I'm Wang Hao, may I have anything to do? This is his personal number. Since childhood, few people have known it. Even the new friends at school did not tell it. It should be the person this body knew before. I am your grandpa's friend, and I made an agreement with him. True White, please, she will arrive at Beimu Airport tomorrow morning. Please wait. Before Wang Hao finished speaking, the other party hung up, leaving only a blind tone. Then he received a photo. The girl in the photo was about 10 years old, with fair skin and slightly mature eyes, pale yellow hair, orange pupils, looking innocent, and pure eyes. A pool of clear spring water, like an elf left behind in the mortal world, has the 4 words Shina Genbei in the corner of the photo, which is really a nice name. Wang Hao rubbed his head helplessly. It seems that tomorrow's plan will be changed. You must pick up the girl in the photo before going to Akihabara. Ah! Why is it so troublesome? Grumbled dissatisfiedly. It seems that there will be one more person in the house in the future, but it's not bad to be a bit lively. Saturday, at 6:30 in the morning, Wang Hao packed his luggage and headed for Tokyo International Airport and set off by subway. About 20 minutes later, Wang Hao arrived at his destination. It was almost 7 o'clock. He didn't know how long Shina really came here, but he would be very scared to stay here alone. The age seen in the photo is only about 10 years old. I really feel relieved to let such a little girl come from abroad. After looking around at the airport, she still didn't find the other person, so she had to sit in a chair and wait. Should you not get lost? Thinking of this possibility, Wang Hao had to get up and continue looking for Shina Genbei. Not long after he walked out, he paused and stared at the front carefully. The breeze blew gently, curling up slices of cherry blossoms flying, light yellow long hair fluttering in the wind, and a brown suitcase beside her. A young girl looked bored at the sky. The space she is in seems to be a white world, without a trace of dirt, and is truly innocent. The real person looks more beautiful than the picture, making this space and time seem to have stopped. Gently stroked the hair on the front of her forehead with her hand, and her slight phoenix eyes also made her look a little more mature, and the surrounding environment had become the green leaves that set off her. There is only this exquisite elf in the whole world. Wang Hao's gaze was involuntarily attracted by her. The surrounding scenery seemed to have disappeared, only the white world in his eyes, and the elf who shouldn't exist in the world. He couldn't tell where he was. She walked slowly towards herself. The pace was very illusory, as if she would leave her sight in the blink of an eye and head to another place. Wang Hao looked at this familiar profile face, and finally remembered where he had seen it. It was the girl who claimed to be a friend of the old man yesterday, who sent him over to the picture machine. What color do you want to be? Wang Hao was a little lost and didn't notice the subtle voice for a while. When she recovered, the girl had already come to him, her beautiful orange pupils staring at him calmly. Just meeting her eyes, had already made Wang Hao his heart slammed. But there is no evil thought in my heart, because the girl's eyes are too pure. Just looking at it can make people's soul sublimated, in another world without worries. The girl stared at him motionlessly. Because she had been staring at the girl, she could naturally feel her gaze, and secretly calmed down her strange mood. Wang Hao blurted out when he looked at the cherry blossoms floating in front of him, although there has never been before. I thought about it, but today is cherry blossom color. Is it this color? She gently grabbed a flying cherry blossom petal with her hand, tilted her head, held it in her hand, and looked at Wang Hao without a trace of expression. Well, that's right. It's a beautiful color. What color do you want to be? Me. Okay. The girl realigned her head, frowned willow leaf's eyebrows and thought about it carefully. After a while, she came to the answer. I do not know. What? This answer is not good. That should be white. It's really white as your name. Oh. Her face finally changed, and a slight surprise flashed through it. Unfortunately, even Wang Hao, who had been watching her, failed to notice the change in Zhenbai's expression. Wang Hao nodded, and affirmed the identity of the girl in front of him, and silently took out the phone. The photo on it was completely different from the real person. It should be a photo from 5 or 6 years ago. Was able to affirm her identity completely because of that special feeling. It seems that this is an elf left in the world, pure and pure like a piece of white paper. My name is Wang Hao. It was your grandfather who asked me to take care of you temporarily for a while, should you know. Well, Grandpa told me about how. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. That's great. Even if the picture is wrong, if Sheena doesn't even tell Sheena Sharatai, Wang Hao doesn't know how to take her home, although Sheena Sharatai seems to be ignorant of the world. Is Zhenbai going out for a walk? Okay. Wang Hao helped her pick up the brown suitcase on the side and walked slowly in the direction of Akihabara, following Sheena's speed. Wang Hao paid attention to her from time to time along the way, like a thin piece of ice, which would break with the touch of it, like an exquisite work of art, unable to withstand the slightest twists and turns. Hao is really good. Such words can often be heard from her, and Wang Hao also knows her character. This is a girl who has no intentions and makes people have an impulse to guard her for a lifetime. For Sheena Zhenbai, he doesn't have any evil thoughts in his heart now, he just wants to protect her and guard her innocence from being destroyed by the outside world. Ho's voice is so nice and handsome, I like it very much. The sudden sentence made Wang Hao stagger and almost fell. Fortunately, he had just figured out Sheena's true white character naturally dumb, otherwise he would really misunderstand the other party's meaning. But this is a confession. This should be a confession. Past and present, this is the first time a girl has confessed to Wang Hao, even if he knows that this is what the other party has said unintentionally, it makes his mind excited, not to mention that the other party is such a beautiful girl. P.S. I have something today, so the update is very late, I hope everyone can forgive me. In addition, please ask for recommendation tickets, ask for collections, ask for clicks, and the cute author asks for everything. I hope everyone can support this book more, thank you, Omega. Chapter 15, Akihabara. It's really white, don't talk nonsense in the future, it will cause misunderstanding by others. Why? Because I really said, what I like. But I really like ho, don't ho like true white. Okay, I like really white too. Wang Hao discovered that in addition to being natural and dull, true white also has the attributes of a 3-no girl, that is, no mouth, no heart, and no expression. No verbal and few words, even speaking is the simplest and concise answer, no expression means no expression, no sadness, nor joy, no inner psychological emotions, a little cold and unmoved by the outside world. Wuxin refers to the inability to understand the emotional color of his heart. It does not mean that the 3-no girl has no emotional fluctuations. Attention, San Wu is not absolutely not saying a word, it's just that there are very few words and reticence. So he didn't take Zhenbei's liking seriously. He thought it was just the kind of liking for small animals. If it was really good, he would be a lover with Zhenbei. Great! Zhenbei said happily after hearing the words, but the emotional fluctuation was extremely small, and there was a hint of joy in his tone. Wang Hao was slightly taken aback when he heard it. Is such a good and honest girl, she has no guard against others. The two walked for more than 10 minutes before they came to Akihabara slowly. Akihabara is not far from Tokyo International Airport. It would have only taken a few minutes to go, but it took Wang Hao more than 10 minutes to match the speed of the real white. As soon as he arrived here, Wang Hao could feel a strong second-dimensional breath. People wearing various coswalks on the street at will. Others did not think it was strange, many people carried large bags in their hands. In the pocket of the small bag, there was an expression of joy on his face. The true white expression is still not fluctuating, following Wang Hao obediently, like an obedient little cat. Looking at the sacred otaku in front of him, Wang Hao was full of sighs. He wandered around with real curiosity and entered many ACK stores. Everything here makes him very surprised. In his previous life, he didn't have the opportunity to visit Akihabara. It was one of his regrets. Today, at least he has to walk around Akihabara with Zhenbei. However, Wang Hao has not forgotten his purpose of coming to Akihabara. In addition to market research, he also needs to prepare various tools, such as drawing tools for drawing manga. Akihabara is definitely the best choice. In this world, he is not as desolate as the last time. Some memory fragments left by this body still exist. Although the Wang family has been desolate in Neon, it is at least a family that has been passed down for thousands of years. There were also several series of zeros behind, and even the original Wang Hao didn't know the power of the Wang family. Regarding this incident, he also sighed deeply about this, and wanted him and his grandfather in the previous life to have 1% of the current desolate king's family, and they could also have no worries about food and clothing, and not be forced by life. All the major forces of Neon are secretly paying attention to the only remaining direct line of the royal family. No one dares to underestimate the family of the two emperor thousands of years ago. The glorious Datang Empire has perished, and the Wang family only fell rapidly at that time, and it has been passed down for thousands of years to this day. It is enough to see how terrifying the Wang family's foundation in Neon is. The old man in this life also left too early, and he didn't even have time to tell the original Wang Hao what the Wang family really possessed, and the strength of the NB. The reason why he didn't want to tell Wang Hao early is that the old man also took great pains, fearing that the only seedlings left in the Wang family would be contaminated with the dull style. The Wang family has only one heir, and he can't stand the toss. Sure enough, Wang Hao in this life is perfect in all aspects to the point of astounding. The old man still preached to him with heart and soul. This is also the reason for that sentence in that brand new diary. I am no worse than anyone. With a complicated mood, Wang Hao's original joy at seeing Akihabara for the first time has also faded a lot. He looked at the boy manga shop in front of him, remembered the goal of the trip, and stopped. Zhenbei, wait for me here, and I will be back soon. Wang Hao whispered to Xiaoming Zhenbei, who was obediently nodding his head before he walked into the young manga shop with confidence. As soon as he entered the store, he was shocked by the various comics on the bookshelf. There was also a heavily armed Azai on the corner, looking through the serialized comics, sighing from time to time, seeming to be at these comics very dissatisfied. Well, can you bother me? Wang Hao put on an Azai smile that An Yulun had learned over the past few days, and greeted this manga-reading teenager in a familiar way. No problem, what's the matter? Yudo Haruki came to buy Weekly Shonen Jump again as usual, so that he can learn about the various news in the manga world today and many of his favorite manga. It's a pity that a manga he likes to watch recently was cut in the middle, and he is in a very bad mood. Weekly Shonen Jump, published by Neon Shueisha, is currently the most popular serialized comic magazine in Neon, and ranks among the 3 Neon Weekly Shonen manga magazines, Weekly Shonen Jump, Weekly Shonen Magazine and Weekly Shonen Sunday. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Is there anything wrong with this issue of Weekly Shonen Jump? I remember the quality of this issue is not bad. Wang Hao learned from the usual two-dimensional tone of An Yulun, who also talked to him, and made a full-fledged Azai look. From Yudo Haruki's eyes, he looked extraordinarily kind. He didn't expect this handsome guy who looked like a lively man. He was an otaku just like himself. In Neon, Azai and Azai are often very talkative, because they share the same topics and are equally incompatible. Therefore, Yudo Haruki's affection for Wang Hao suddenly increased a lot, and immediately began to publish his dissatisfaction with this issue of Weekly Shonen Jump, angrily said, "It's not like the surface, now the comics are completely invisible." The enthusiasm of the cartoonist, many good works, because of the cartoonist's irresponsibility, directly cut in half. At the end, Yudo Haruki remembered the fact that his favorite work was cut in half, and his face was completely resentful. I think that if this continues, the leading position of Shueisha will be replaced by Shogakukan and Kodansha sooner or later. That's it, it's so serious. Wang Hao's eyes flickered, and he stepped back and forth in his place to think. Unexpectedly, the situation in the comics industry was so severe that most comic artists lacked enthusiasm. How can works created without emotions attract the attention of others? What should we do now in this situation? Can the appearance of Naruto really save the current comics world? P.S. Ask for recommendation tickets, favorites, and clicks every day. The author is here to say that although the book is classified in urban life, it is basically a two-dimensional type. I hope you don't mind, thank you. Chapter 16, Kato Megami. Yudo Haruki looked at Wang Hao, who was thinking, and did not interrupt his thinking. He turned and set off for the next destination. Today, he came with many goals and didn't have time to lament the situation of Weekly Shonen Jump. Is bad. Originally, what Wang Hao originally thought was that he would start with Naruto and set off the long silent vitality of the comics industry. But Yudo Haruki's testimonials disrupted his original thoughts. He didn't expect that the manga world nowadays is so tricky that there is no enthusiasm at all. Naruto in the island country of the previous life has been smooth sailing from the beginning. Its appearance will not have much effect on the current Neon comics world, but it will make others sigh that there is a new star in the comics industry, which has a great impact on the overall situation. Micro. He can imagine what kind of storm the emergence of Naruto will produce in this world without a phenomenon-level comic, and even he can become one of the leading figures in the comics industry. Two perfect works have little effect on the comics industry. Other manga artists will only lament themselves, believing that the guys who can make such works must be geniuses, possessing talents that ordinary people do not possess. Since the smooth Naruto doesn't work, you can only find the comic work that is full of ups and downs and finally succeeds. Which one should it be? Wang Hao suddenly realized that he was really adorable. He only knew a little about everything, and had no penetration at all. With the idea of driving the enthusiasm of the entire comics industry, Wang Hao walked out of this juvenile comics shop with a heavy heart. Although Wang Hao in the previous life said he was an otaku, he was actually not an otaku, he was only a young man who had not been deeply involved in the world, and he had some contact with every culture, but in a singular way, he didn't know anything about it. Through the situation in the comics industry, Wang Hao now has a general understanding of the ACK industry. It is not bad, but it is at the preliminary stage of development, okay? Leaving at 6:30 in the morning, the time on the watch has reached 11:30, it is time to end the inspection and take Zhenbei home. It's really white, where are you? When Wang Hao came back, Sheena's true white figure was no longer there, and only a brown suitcase remained in place. He immediately threw Wang Hao's sadness out of the clouds and looked around for Zhenbei anxiously. Truth. Regardless of the astonishing glances from the passers-by, Wang Hao shouted Zhenbei's name aloud. Why did he leave Zhenbai alone in place just now? Have you ever seen a girl with pale yellow hair? Very cute girl. Ah, I haven't seen it. I'm sorry to interrupt your time. It's okay, I hope you can find that girl. Wang Hao kept asking people around him to see if he saw the girl who was here just now, but no one knew the information he wanted. Every time he asked one more person, he felt more regretful in his heart. A girl just went into the cake shop next to her. A girl with a sense of presence in the crowd suddenly said weakly. Wang Hao found the person who was speaking. She was elegant and had a very pure face, but she had a very weak sense of presence. If it hadn't been for Wang Hao to notice her, it's really easy to ignore her automatically, or directly treat her like a passerby. Thank you, have we met somewhere? Wang Hao looked at a white casual wear. Upon closer observation, his facial features were correct, his body was not short or tall, his skin was delicate, the convex areas were convex, and the concave areas were also quite concave. They were of a very cute type. An ordinary girl who has no sense of existence, but if you look at it seriously, it is a beautiful girl. She exudes a faint and elegant temperament all over her body. She has clean and neat black short hair. She seems to have seen her pure and dignified face where she has seen it before. It is really strange. Well, I'm Kato from my classmate, please give me some advice. Kato-ki said blankly. There was a slight mood swing, and Wang Hao, who was in a panic, didn't notice anything abnormal. Ah! It turned out to be Kato-san, thank you. Hearing what she said, Wang Hao suddenly remembered the girl in the back row. He clearly sat in the back row of him, and the two seemed to have not said anything. Kato Megami seems to always be able to use her invisible skills to the extreme. After class, she plays on her mobile phone. It seems that Wang Hao hasn't noticed it for so long. I'm sorry, Kato-san, I will leave first if I have something to do, and I will repay you next time. He said apologetically to Megami Kato, and Wang Hao turned anxiously into the cake shop next to him. Truth. As soon as he stepped into the cake shop, Wang Hao spotted Sheena Maki, who had a bulging cheek and a Baumkuchen in his right hand. Ho want to eat too? A vague voice came out of her mouth. Zhenbei walked slowly to Wang Hao's side, and sent the Baumkuchen with a small bite in his right hand to Wang Hao, staring at his eyes peacefully, making the original mood irritable. Wang Hao calmed down suddenly and couldn't get angry at all. Let's go, it's really white. Wang Hao sighed, holding the really white hand, all to blame for his negligence. Please wait a minute, this lady hasn't checked out yet. The cake shop owner shouted to Wang Hao, who was about to leave. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com It's really white, I won't be like this next time. The sudden shout interrupted him. Wang Hao once again looked helplessly at the expressionless and pretty face, and sighed heavily. He took out a 10,000 yen from his wallet and handed it to the cake shop owner. And stooped to apologize, I'm sorry, please forgive my carelessness. Guests will come again next time. After receiving the money, the shopkeeper's tone was obviously more agreeable, with a professional smile on his face. After leaving the cake shop, Wang Hao couldn't bear to blame it for nothing. After all, a 16-year-old girl came to him by plane from abroad. She was forced to go shopping when she got off the plane. It was natural that she would be hungry. Thing. Do you still want to eat really white? Ho, I want the one just now. Then let's go eat together. Wang Hao came out of the cake shop, and he has been holding his little white hand. It may be because today is Saturday. Kyle used to go to a lot of people. If he doesn't hold the little white hand tightly, it is easy to get loose. Yeah, that's right. Holding Zhenbai with his right hand and a suitcase in his left hand, Wang Hao discovered that there were many people in maid costumes on the street, with different uniforms. He was holding many flyers in his hand, and his hands were holding a few flyers. This should be the maid cafe, right? Looking at the address on the flyer, Wang Hao decided to take Zhenbai to the legendary maid cafe to solve the problem of his stomach. Stopping all the way, Wang Hao finally saw the maid cafe in front. P.S. I sincerely hope that Big Touch can point out the deficiencies in the book review area. The author will correct it. Don't be too dark. In addition, please ask for recommended votes, collect, and click. Thank you Minasan. Chapter 17, Nankin Pair. Master, you are back. As soon as they stepped in, two girls in cute maid uniforms shouted suddenly, with happy fluctuations in their voices, as if they were really happy in their hearts. I am back. Wang Hao entered the maid cafe for the first time, and he was a little nervous in his heart. He subconsciously said this sentence according to the plots in the animation before. Immediately, another lovely maid waiter walked over and brought the suitcase in Wang Hao's left hand to the side. Is the host coming with two people? The gentle and crisp voice reached his ears. It was very pleasant, with a joyful mood, without a hint of hypocritical attitude. Wang Hao looked up. He had long, smooth, flax hair with long straight broken hair, slanted straight bangs on the left, a side ponytail on the right half, a bright green bow headband, and amber pupils. She has a beautiful natural cute face that makes people look comfortable, and she has a unique and unforgettable hairstyle. She has a slender figure and a warm and sunny smile on her face. She is a natural type of vitality girl. Her big watery eyes were full of her cuteness and innocence, and the black and white maid seemed to come alive under her background. A pair of slender legs are under the wrapper of black stockings. How could the maid be so cute? Wang Hao was slightly lost, and was obviously amazed by this cute maid. Ho! The other really white hand tugged at the corner of his clothes, and Wang Hao touched his nose awkwardly, turned his head to look to the other side, and said calmly, yes. As expected of Akihabara's signature maid, Mina Linsky, this master was fascinated by you the first time he came, and I will come frequently in the future. Another lovely maid walked to Nan Korinri and said quietly. People who often come to Akihabara Maid Cafe basically know Akihabara's signature maid, Mina Linsky. Today is Saturday. There are many people who come to Akihabara from other places to travel. Seeing Wang Hao just now, she knows that this is the first visitor. Hiroshi is really white. Shina Masashi broke away from Wang Hao's hand and stood in front of Nankar Inri, looking at her hostilely. I don't know why, I was a little bit sour just now. I'm sorry, please let the two masters come with me. Nan Kinlai blushed and stooped to make a gesture of asking. After experiencing the trouble that Zhenbai just had, Wang Hao also lost his mind, holding Zhenbai's little hand and following Nan Kinlai. Because today is a holiday, there are already people sitting in many places in the store. The decoration of the store is very warm and the area is also very large. Several maids are busy walking in the store with joyful smiles. After a while, Nan Qinlai took Wang Hao and Zhenbei to an empty spot in the corner, gently moved the 2 chairs, smiled and said with a smile, "I am Minalinsky, and the master can call me Nana-chan. 2 masters, is this your first time?" "Yes, it is." "Do you need to recommend our flagship?" "No, Nana, order 2 Baumkuchen and 1 omelette rice." Seeing Zhenbei at the cake shop just now seemed to like Baumkuchen, so Wang Hao ordered 2 for her, and he wanted to try the omelette rice that often appears in comics. "Please wait for the 2 masters." Nan Qinlai bowed respectfully and said in a gentle voice, walking towards the kitchen with the vertical plate in both hands. When there was no one around, Wang Hao looked at Sheena, who was innocent on the opposite side, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, "True White, why didn't you pay for the cake today?" "Ho, what is money?" "Nanny." For a moment, Wang Hao thought that he had heard it wrong, staring at Sheena really white in amazement, trying to find a trace of fluctuations in the other's expressionless face, but ended in failure. "That's really white, what did you do when you bought things before?" "Because Rita is by her side." "Then remember to give money first when you eat after it's really white." "But I have no money." "If you have no money, you can find me. I will pay for you, but next time it can't be like today." "I understand." Wang Hao smiled happily when he heard the words, reached out his hand and touched the really white head. The other party just raised his eyes slightly, seeming to enjoy it. "Stop stroking." Wang Hao took out a few banknotes from his wallet, handed them to Zhenbai's hand, smiled and said, "Then let Zhenbai pay the money later." "Okay." Nan Qinlai has been back since just now, holding 2 glasses of juice, and was about to pass it to Wang Hao. When she heard their conversation, she had to stop. When Wang Hao asked the beautiful girl why she didn't pay for food, she was also a little angry. When her boyfriend and girlfriend go out together, shouldn't they be the boyfriend's treat? In my heart, Wang Hao's senses dropped sharply, but he didn't expect him to be so stingy. Obviously, the words I said to her just now made Nan Qinlai mistakenly believe that the 2 parties were boy and girl friends. After hearing the next conversation, Nan Qinlai began to understand that it was not Wang Hao's fault, but that the beautiful-looking girl seemed to be a bit overstayed. Wang Hao is patiently teaching the girl named Zhenbei about common sense, and Yu reading www.ukanshu.com did not blame her either. Is really a gentle person. Wang Hao was moved in Nan Qinlai's heart and quietly improved a lot, as if he hadn't noticed it. With Hexie's smile on her face again, Nan Qinli carried the juice in her hand. "This is a gift specially prepared by our shop for couples. Please enjoy it slowly." "Ah, Nana-chan, what are you talking about?" Cough. Wang Hao, who picked up the juice and started drinking it, said hurriedly. Because of his anxiety, he was choked by the juice accidentally, and his face turned red and coughed. "Is the master okay?" Nan Qinlai walked over quickly, patted Wang Hao on the back slowly, and asked eagerly. "It's okay, but Zhenbei and I are not a couple." Wang Hao, who slowly came over, glanced at Zhenbei, who looked like a doll, and said to Nan Qinlai, "Please don't get me wrong, Zhenbei is my cousin. I'm really sorry." Nan Qinlai blushed, like a red apple, which made people unable to take a bite, and ran back to the kitchen gently. "The master's cooking will be on the table soon, please wait a moment." Nan Qinlai has been working as a maid here for some time. From Wang Hao's slight loss of consciousness, she knew that it was the first time that the other party came to the maid cafe. Akihabara is known as the sacred place of otaku. As the name suggests, people who come here are usually otaku clan, and Wang Hao's special temperament is not like otaku at all. Although most of the otaku will dress up carefully before going out, and even many people will spray some perfume or air freshener on themselves, she can tell the difference. P.S. Nai, hurry up and hand over the recommendation ticket in your hand, don't forget to collect it, and then you can provide motivation for the cute author. Meow. Chapter 18, it was decided to be Dragon Ball. After learning from Wang Hao that He Zhenbei was not a lover, Nan Qinlai felt a strange feeling in her heart, because Wang Hao gave her a very strange feeling, which was an emotion that had never appeared before. There seemed to be some seeds quietly planted in his heart, and for a while, he was a little afraid to meet Wang Hao's sight. The Otanakazaka she studied in is a traditional women's college, so she has almost never met boys. When she was a child, she heard from her friend Kosaka Anoka. Boys are very rude, but Wang Hao brought Nan Koran what came was a gentle feeling. The boys don't seem to be like Anoka said, because there are also people who are as gentle as him. The male customers who usually come here are basically very restrained to talk to her. Most of them are from the otaku clan, and he does not look like an otaku at all, but he has the same restraints as an otaku. Look at Nan Korinari come unexpectedly cute. What a strange child. Looking at the back of Nan Qinlai leaving briskly, Wang Hao smiled slightly and began to think about comics again. The four major migrant manga Naruto, One Piece, Dragon Ball, Detective Conan, no matter which work appears here, it will cause a storm. Let's start with Naruto. This work tells the story between ninjas. The background is very in line with the neon culture, and the theme is in line with the requirements of the kingly comics. It is completely capable of overcoming obstacles and creating a miracle. The reason why this work went so smoothly is that the circulation of Hokage in the previous island country exceeded 100 million. After a few years, it has already issued 200 million all over the world. It can be said that it is half the sky. If you don't understand the current situation in the neon comics world, Wang Hao will definitely choose Naruto. Unfortunately, the current situation in the comics world is very bad, so he can only defeat Naruto. One Piece is a juvenile manga created by the island country manga artist Oda Iakairo. One can tell how popular it is by looking at the results of One Piece. One Piece has been published in the island country with a total of 302.866,000 copies and is officially certified by the Guinness Book of World Records. The world's highest circulation comic series created by a single author. Is the top of the four migrant workers in terms of sales. People's enthusiasm for it has made pirates have a scary sales myth, and it has been too smooth since its debut. In this way, only Dragon Ball and Detective Conan are left. Wait, how did I forget Dragon Ball? For Wang Hao in his previous life, which island animation had the most impact on him, it must be that Dragon Ball that occupied almost his entire childhood, the only anime he had contact with when he was a child. If it is said that what comics in the previous life have brought people the deepest childhood influence and enthusiasm, there is no doubt that it should be the classic Dragon Ball. The creation of Dragon Ball was full of ups and downs. The work, which was serialized in full color for 5 consecutive weeks, did not have much popularity at the beginning. It was originally expected by many people, but gradually its popularity declined and the ranking on the questionnaire dropped to 15th after. The person in charge of Torishima commented that the protagonist is too ordinary, so he is not angry. Afterwards, Toriyama Akira started with the theme of pursuing a strong protagonist. Expanded from this idea, weakened the supporting characters, and in order to show the results of the modification, he created the world Budokai, established the protagonist status of Monkey King, and the popularity of his works has also risen rapidly. At the same time, the island country Fuji TV station also came to Shueisha to discuss the issue of producing TV animation. The cumulative distribution of this work, including the full version, has exceeded 157.21 million in the island country. The cumulative distribution of the full version is 20 million, and the cumulative number of copies worldwide has exceeded 230 million. Is the world's most game-played comic, which is included in the Guinness Book of World Records. The success of Dragon Ball is entirely because Toriyama Akira has not given up on the path of creation, so that he will become a phenomenon-level comic and enter the altar. The most important reason is that Dragon Ball aroused the enthusiasm of many people at the glorious moment. At one time, many people began to learn manga, and most of the disappointed manga artists saw hope. Toriyama Akira's persistence was moved at the time. People who have watched Dragon Ball also influenced the comic format of the island country later, and gave birth to the concept of juvenile manga comics. Ken Obata, who is almost the same generation as Akira Toriyama, in the manga Dream Eater that describes the life of a cartoonist, simply divides the manga into King Dao Man and Evil Dao Man. This concept began with Dragon Ball. Eiichiro Oda, the author of One Piece, grew up watching Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball when he was a child. That work had a huge influence on him, which led to the birth of One Piece. Of the 4 migrant workers, only Dragon Ball and Naruto are the final works, so they can be guaranteed to appear in this world intact. Although the king's family in this life is a neon thousand-year-old family, his nationality has always been the nationality of the Celestial Dynasty. It is natural for him to create this comic full of celestial mythology and publish it to this world. Reading www.yukansha.com. Between Hokage and Dragon Ball, Wang Hao finally made up his mind and decided to be Dragon Ball. Watch Dragon Ball to save, comic world. In an instant, the ancient book trembled slightly, and all the Dragon Ball information was already in his mind. This time, unlike the last time he experienced the world in the book at the speed of 5 centimeters per second, he directly printed the content in Wang Hao's memory. He can now clearly think of the content of every sentence and every page, and he is completely intact, even mastering the style of Dragon Ball. Yes, in addition to bringing knowledge this time, there are also more painting techniques about Dragon Ball. The style of painting reflects the creator's positioning of the entire comic style, including character design, background, facial lines, proportions, various details, etc., which embodies an art. To express the same artistic conception in different styles, to highlight one's own understanding on the picture with artistic means, leaving people with different feelings, which also leads to the different habits of each painter, resulting in a style of painting. The difference has a strong personal mark. He has a feeling that his drawing speed is absolutely beyond ordinary people's imagination, even a page of comics that others can complete in a few hours, he only needs a few minutes, and he doesn't even need a split shot to finish it all at once. Is this book the kind of system that appears in the novel? This thought suddenly flashed in Wang Hao's mind, and he didn't feel too surprised, because even he was a god, and it was acceptable to suddenly add a system. Although my current is a bit weak, it doesn't seem to have any special power, but with the addition of the Godhead system, it sounds a bit tall. P.S. Continue to ask Minasang for a recommendation ticket. By the way, it would be better to click on the collection, thank you. Chapter 19, Delicious Magic. Does the host need to add anything to the omelette rice? What? There was a soft and cute voice in his ears. Wang Hao was interrupted to think. Nanchin Li did not know when he had already brought the dishes. A plate was empty next to the real white, and he was tasting the Baumkuchen on another plate. And in front of him was a golden omelette rice. This is the first time that Wang Hao has eaten omelette rice. In his previous life, he also cooked egg fried rice many times, but he had never tried to make omelette rice. One of the delicacies that often appears in the plot of comics, Wang Hao is also very curious about the taste. It looks very beautiful from the outside. In addition to the omelette which occupies most of the space, the small plate is decorated with some vegetables beside it. The smooth golden egg skin completely envelopes the rice inside. The egg skin looks crispy and soft. A unique scent is tangy to the nose, which makes people appetite. You can't wait to taste the delicious food right away. Take a look at the package inside. What are they? Thank you for Nana-chan to help me write the word cheer on this. Wang Hao smiled slightly and looked at the cute Nankin Li, who was really a lovely maid. Okay, please wait a moment, please. Nankin Li replied with her unique soft and cute voice. Her little face was full of excitement. she picked up the tomato sauce and began to write on the omelette, and soon added 2 more. Ming Meng's font has been completed. Nana-chan's writing is really good, have you practiced it? A person's character can be seen from the characters written by a person. Wang Hao saw a lively and lovely figure in Nan Qinlai's characters. Regardless of the taste of this omelette, just look at these 2 sincere fonts. Wang Hao will finish eating without hesitation. Thank you, but I haven't practiced it specifically. Nan Qinlai blinked her big cute eyes and smiled happily. I have to say that Nana's voice is also very nice. When Nan Qinlai first started to speak, Wang Hao noticed the voice of the other party, like a lively and cheerful lark singing, possessing a strange magical power. Really? Since entering the maid cafe, Nan Qinlai does not know how many compliments she has received here. Some people say that she is cute, well-behaved, and lively, and she has a lot of good compliments. She was very happy at first, but gradually became numb after listening to the same compliments. Although girls like other people's praise very much, but hearing the same words every day, it is inevitable that they will have immunity. The original purpose of her entering the maid cafe was not to gain compliments from others, but to exercise herself. Nan Korinari attended a traditional girls' school called Otanakasaka. Because of the sharp decline in the number of students this year, the college had to face the crisis of abandoning the school. She, like Anoka and Highway, wanted to save the academy. With this idea, Bird, Anoka, and Highway were looking for the advantages of the school together, but after going around, they didn't find any features that could be used to promote and save the academy. In the end, Anoka thought of the college idol project, and told Kodari and Umi of this idea, saying that if it was implemented, it might be possible to save the academy, and the 3 of them began the road to college idol. I came to the maid cafe for so long, and it was the first time someone praised her for her nice voice. Nan Zionio felt a sense of recognition in her heart, and there was a hint of joy in her eyes. A few days ago, they decided on the name of the group MUS. At present, there is only a small group of 3 people. But in this, Nan Zionio always feels that he belongs to the role of Ruiauru Uou, not as reliable as Tien Yuan Hamo, and without the confidence of Anoka, so he wants to enter the maid cafe to change himself. In the maid cafe, she has indeed been tempered herself, and she has also matured a lot in dealing with people, and she has become more generous. But this is the case, Nan Xiao Torai still feels that it is not enough. It is important to overcome shyness, but the most important thing for Academy idols is voice. Since childhood, the people around her have never praised her good voice. It may be because she has been getting along for a long time and has become accustomed to each other's voices, so the people around her have not said it. Because of this, Nan Zionio didn't think her voice was so nice. It was the first time I heard someone praise her for being nice today. It made her very happy and smiled like a flower. Of course it is true. Nana's voice is very unique, like a lively and happy lark. It sounds very sweet and clear. If you become an idol, you will definitely be a big hit. Wang Hao felt it, from the bottom of his heart. Recognizing Nan Qinlai's voice left a deep impression on him. There is no falsehood in what he said. Nan Qinlai's appearance is definitely a cute girl, and her voice is so soft and cute, she will definitely become an idol. Thank you. In order to repay the master's compliment, let me add magic to the love omelette to make it more delicious, and the master will recite the spell with me. Nan Qinlai was filled with a happy smile on her face, made a gesture of love with her hands, and chanted cute spells in her mouth. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Wang Hao's face suddenly became embarrassed when he heard the curse that made him ashamed. Master, can't you? Nan Zionio looked at Wang Hao pitifully, as if he would cry as soon as he refused. He felt a pain in his heart, and subconsciously said, no problem. Then he resisted the shame, followed Nan Zionio to recite the delicious spell, and then began to take a spoon to taste. The soft egg crust was wrapped in the fragrant fried rice, and there was a hint of sweet and sour ketchup, but the rice revealed its originality. Wang Hao thought as he ate the delicious fragrance, it should be the reason for the magic, right? If I didn't recite the shameful spell, Wang Hao's expression on Wang Hao's face was still very satisfied, which made Zhenbei look at Wang Hao with a puzzled face. How? Also add magic to my bongkuchen, okay. Click. There seemed to be a broken voice, the expression on Wang Hao's face immediately stiffened, and Zhenbei was still next to him. What the did I do just now? It only took about 10 minutes to eat. Wang Hao and Zhenbei got up and left the seat together. He did not forget to remind Zhenbei to say, "True Bai, do you remember what to do after eating?" "I know." Shina Mashiro took out the banknotes he had just received from her pocket, and handed them to Nankar Inri with both hands respectfully, and said with a serious expression, "Please accept the money." "I did receive it." Nan Qinlai was taken aback for a while, and then she took the paper money handed over by Zhenbei with a smile on Hexie. The work of collecting money was not originally received by her, but she overheard the conversation between Zhenbei and Wang Hao just now, so she willing to be a temporary cashier. P.S. Ask for recommendation tickets and collections. Minasan, please show your enthusiasm and give the author a little support, thank you. Chapter 20, Sawamura Hide Lily. After leaving the maid cafe, Wang Hao has already confirmed the release of Dragon Ball, and it seems that some drawing tools need to be prepared next. These things need more. You have to prepare 7 or 8 different pens, pen holders for comics, single-use pen holders, marker pens, special brushes, wooden pencils, colored pencils, mechanical pencils. In addition, you need to prepare some knives, paper, rulers, and other tools to help with painting. Although it's just drawing comics, it's not a joke. Each tool has a special purpose. For example, a single color marker is different from the one used for coloring. It is mainly used for hooking or painting. It has oily and water-based properties. 2 kinds. There is also a cloud-shaped version for drawing various complicated curves. Once a cartoonist collected more than 400 cloud-shaped boards, and each cloud-shaped board has a different function. Fortunately, Wang Hao in his previous life had contact with drawing comics, otherwise I really don't know how to start. Akihabara said it was neither big nor small, but the population density was a bit high. Wang Hao took a really white hand and shuttled among the crowd. Not long after he walked, he found a professional painting tool shop. He didn't dare to leave Zhenbei alone and entered the store together. "Ho, can you buy me a set of tools?" After entering the comic tool shop, Zhenbei looked at the dazzling variety of drawing tools with interest. Wang Hao was a little surprised, but he agreed to the other party's request, and then Zhenbei started to choose drawing tools with excitement. It's good to be interested. The current Shinamashi is more beautiful than before, and he looks more like a beautiful fairy. He also started to calm down and select the drawing tools he needed one by one. It was estimated that he would not be able to complete it within half an hour. Boom! I am sorry. I'm the... A box of wooden pencils on the shelf attracted Wang Hao's attention. When he was about to reach out and take it down, he touched another white and tender hand, hurriedly said sorry, and a clear female voice came from his ear. Wang Hao turned his head and looked around, and was stunned for an instant. It was a petite figure with golden double ponytails, handicraft-like blonde hair, clear blue eyes, and white porcelain skin. As long as he was a man who met for the first time, his eyes would be attracted instantly, and Wang Hao was no exception. The black hairband on the ponytail adds to the charm of the girl. The figure is very slender, but the chest makes Wang Hao a little regretful. The clear sapphire eyes are particularly charming. She is wearing an academy uniform, and the big white legs under the black skirt are covered in black. In her silk stockings, her golden hair is completely natural, without any sense of contradiction. The beautiful skin looming between the skirt and the stockings makes people feel full of temptation, forming a sacred and inviolable absolute field. Wait! This uniform is familiar, isn't this the uniform of the Sangasaki Academy? That, are you also a student of Seinozaki Academy? Well, I am Eri Sawamura, a first-year student at Santaki Academy. I was so sorry just now. Sawamura Hide Lily smiled slightly, revealing two lovely tiger teeth, and Wang Hao's charming smile was slightly taken aback. No, I just want to say sorry, Wang Hao, a first-year student in the lower higher education department, please more. Before Wang Hao finished speaking, she was interrupted by Sawamura Hide Lily with little stars in her eyes, as if she had encountered something pleasant. She said excitedly, I know your name, last time seeing you defeated Senior Toyokawa in one move, did you use celestial kung fu? It is indeed an ancestral celestial kung fu. Wang Hao replied casually, where did he know how to do anything, but it was only a 10-minute effort. Why did Hasang appear here? Sawamura Hide Lily looked at Wang Hao with some curiosity. The other party has such a great skill, shouldn't it be hard work? How could it appear in the comic tool shop? Could it be said, Hasang also came to learn comics? I did have this idea, but so far I haven't drawn a cartoon, and I am preparing a set of drawing tools. Wang Hao touched his nose. This is not a lie. After all, drawing cartoons is not a shameful thing. Isn't there a complete set of drawing tools? Why choose slowly here? Sawamura Hide Lily pointed to a toolbox beside her, walked over to open it, and filled it with various drawing tools. Wang Hao turned his head silently, his face calmly said, I'm choosing the tool that suits me. Of course, I don't know what I think. Hearing this answer, Sawamura Hydri was very impressed. Every painter has different habits and most of the drawing tools used are also different. Isn't he a newcomer? I've chosen. Shina Mashiro carried a plastic basket in both hands, which was filled with various drawing tools, and seemed to be interested in drawing. Goodbye Sawamura-san, I won't disturb you anymore. Wang Hao turned to Sawamura Hide Lily and said, but found that the other party was no longer where she was, and she didn't know when she ran to Zhenbai's side. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Excuse me, you are the world-class painting genius, is Shina really white? Sawamura Hide Lily is really excited this time. She is interested in Wang Hao because of the other party's kung fu, but the idol she really worships is related to her interest. Sawamura Hide Lily, a first-year high school student at Santaki College, her father is British and her mother is Neon. She grew up in Neon since she was a child. Because my father is a diplomat, the family has certain financial strength, but because my father is not the kind of person who likes special treatment, Ying Lily Primary School and Junior High School are still studying in public schools. She and Shiukazu Majayaka have two beautiful girls in the Santaki school and said that they are particularly dazzling among the newcomers this year, but what is regrettable is that they are poor breasts. Is an upper-class eldest lady outside, her identity as a hidden house is unknown, she is actually a famous fan painter under the pen name Kashiwagi Hydri, that is, a kagu painter. Usually has the delicate words and deeds like the daughter of a young lady, but in the eyes of outsiders, as a young lady, she is kind, maybe because of her looks, she is very popular in the same grade and senior grade. Although she is a fan painter, Ying Lily also has an idol, that is, Shina Mashiro, a world-renowned painting genius, because the other side's paintings made her obsessed with it. True white is true white. Shina Zhenbai hid behind Wang Hao with some fear, and said calmly. World-class genius painter. Wang Hao was shocked by the words of Sawamura Ying Lily. After looking at the innocent eyes behind him, the shock in his heart also calmed down. I don't know why, maybe only such a person can succeed. The true white heart that has not been stained with dirt will enable her to create excellent works. P.S. Ask for tickets, ask for collection. Chapter 21, World-Class Genius. Sawamura-san, can you keep your voice down? Wang Hao looked helplessly at Sawamura Hide Lily. Although he didn't know that Zhenbai was a world-class genius painter, he also understood that once his identity was exposed, it would cause a commotion no matter whether he knew it or not. It is like passerby A said to passerby that there is a big star, although it is possible that passerby B does not know who the star is, but out of curiosity, he will follow passerby to watch. Sorry, I was so excited. Sawamura Ying Lily also understood her behavior, and apologized to Genbei with guilt on her face. If An Yulun was here, she would be surprised to drop her glasses. She didn't dare. I believe Ying Lily will become so frank. Although Ei Lily Sawamura is arrogant, she is not that kind of unreasonable arrogant. When she knew that her behavior might cause trouble to the other party, she immediately apologized, not to mention adding to her idol. Trouble. Miss Sheena, can you sign me? I did not know where to take out the pen and notebook. Sawamura Hide Lily looked hopefully at Sheena, who was hiding behind Wang Hao. Ho. Genbei tugged at the corner of Wang Hao's clothes. Obviously he didn't know what to do. He had to stretch out his hand and rubbed Genbei's little head like a cat, so that Sheena, who was disturbed, calmed down, and took the hand from Sawamura Hide Lily. Sign pen, wrote his name on the notebook. Great. Sawamura Hidely, who got the autograph, held the book tightly in front of her chest, and finally reluctantly said goodbye to Genbei. Manager, how much does it cost? Wang Hao, standing in front of the counter, stretched out his fingers and tapped on the table, awakening the middle-aged store manager with little stars in his eyes. Sorry, these things don't require money. The store manager came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. He also understood that there was something wrong with looking at the customer in this way, but he hesitated for a moment and asked with some questioning tone, "That, can you trouble Ms. Sheena to sign me? I am a big fan of Ms. Sheena." Is another silly fan. Wang Hao once again saw the popularity of True White. It didn't take long after he arrived at Neon, he was recognized by people. Should I say that he is indeed a world-class painting genius? With the experience just now, Sheena Really White walked up to the store manager, picked up the pen and signed the name on the other party's notebook, and ran behind Wang Hao. Manager, how much is the total of these? He asked the middle-aged shop manager again. Although the other party was kind, Wang Hao still insisted on rejecting the middle-aged shop manager. There are two reasons. One is that he has been educated by the old man since he was a child, and he has his own principles. The other is that he has just taught Genbei the common sense of paying for things. Although Genbei has a great reputation, it does not necessarily attract everyone. It's her fan, and a situation like the middle-aged store manager is very special. And the drawing tools he and Genbei bought are worth at least hundreds of thousands of yen. Well, Hao said that you have to pay after you buy something. Sheena Genbei looked at the middle-aged store manager with a serious face, and Wang Hao smiled happily when he heard these words. It seemed that Genbei was quite obedient and really a good boy. Unknowingly, to this girl who only met today, Wang Hao has already regarded her as his sister in his heart. I see, but I still have a 50% discount. The middle-aged store manager didn't dare to look directly at Genbei's line of sight, so he turned into a discount, and his tone was firm and there was no room for maneuver. He had no choice but to accept the store manager's kindness. It's really White, you have to say thank you to the manager. After receiving help or kindness from others, he wanted to say thank you out of courtesy. Wang Hao said in a gentle manner, like teaching his own sister. Thank you. Sheena Mashiro heard this and politely said thank you to the middle-aged store manager, which made the store manager a little flattered. Wang Hao decided to slowly teach Genbei common sense in daily life, and believe that one day Genbei will change. Knowing that Sheena Masai is a world-class genius painter, Wang Hao's original plan to go back on the tram is also shattered. The traffic on the tram is a bit too much. If someone just recognizes Masai's identity, it will still cause some trouble. I opened an app on my phone, booked a taxi, and waited patiently. In his previous life, he had heard that the taxi fare in the island countries seemed a bit expensive, but Wang Hao wanted to see how expensive it was. 3 minutes later, a taxi stopped in front of Wang Hao. After putting his suitcase and other things in the trunk, he boarded the car with Zhen Bai. Told the driver where he was going, and the driver set off immediately. Today Wang Hao still has a lot to do. In order to reproduce the glory of the second dimension, time is still a bit tight. It took about 10 minutes, and the driver took Wang Hao to the destination. When he got off the car to pay, he was taken aback by the fare. The total is 3,500 yen, and it is about 217 yuan to change to the soft sister coin. It only takes more than 10 minutes to travel www.readaloud.com, and it is more than 200 yuan less. Is it really the second country in the world in fare? When he took the tram or subway, he didn't feel how expensive the fare was, and the speed was so fast that he could reach almost every place in the country by tram. Wang Hao also went to the driver's license test when he was in high school in his previous life, and passed the test once, but unfortunately there is no car for him to use, but it is quite a pity. He is now considering whether to buy a car as a walking tool. After all, it is not the same thing to squeeze the subway or tram back and forth every day. Taxi are expensive and scary, and the assets left by the huge Wang family can be used for him to splurge. For a lifetime, there is no need to worry about buying a car. After all, now that Kia Shui Villa has a new member, Wang Hao is not relieved to go back and forth to school by himself. In case of any trouble, he will have no room for regret. Yuzeokin liberated the warmth in Wang Hao's heart from the isolation. He also untied his heart knot, and regained his former role as the sunny boy. With the ideal of carrying forward the two-dimensional culture to the entire world, he is striving for this goal. There are more friends around him that he has never had before, and everything now deserves his protection. I will be home soon. Turning from the corner of the street, Wang Hao caught a glimpse of a limousine in front of his house, and stopped outside the gate, blocking most of the aisle. Wang Hao was taken aback for a moment, and then it occurred to him that the people in the luxury car should be looking for him, or that he was looking for the Wang family. Who will be? Wang Hao walked slowly to the side of the car body, reached out and knocked on the window. The driver's door opened, and the dazzling blonde hair caught Wang Hao's eyes. P.S. Ask for votes, ask for collection. Sheena is really white, so cute and cute. Your friend Nikiri Arena is online. Chapter 22, Unexpected Visitor. A noble and beautiful girl walked out of the luxury car. She had brilliant blonde hair, her purple pupils were full of mystery, and she was as elegant and dignified as a violet flower. The skin is fair as snowflakes, and he is wearing a college uniform. The upper body is a college suit uniform with a blue and white border. The white shirt inside is opened by his chest. It stands tall, wearing a red and blue butterfly tie, which sets off the young girl. The beauty. The lower body is a brown plaid skirt, and the straight long legs are wearing attractive black knee-high socks, forming an absolute field between the skirt and the skirt. The breeze gently blows, the looming touch of skin cannot help but make Wang Hao secretly lost. Is 1.62 meters tall and looks like 15 or 16 years old. If it weren't for the contempt and disdain in the opponent's eyes, he could be said to have been defeated by the opponent's charm. Wang Hao retracted his gaze in embarrassment. Although it was very impolite to look carefully at a girl who had just met, she was really a proud girl. Then a burly old man with white hair walked out of the car. As soon as he got out of the car, Wang Hao was attracted by the momentum of the opponent, his eyes condensed slightly. The old man's white hair did not show the baldness that the old man should be, but instead looked like a fierce tiger. The cut-like scar near his right eye highlighted his majesty. Wearing a traditional samurai uniform, he stepped on wooden clogs. Like a neon warrior in ancient times, there is a terrible aura all over his body. This is the leader of the neon cooking world known as the Devil of Eater, the commander-in-chief of Totsuki Gakuen, Neijiki Senseiman. You are Wang Hao. Nikiri Senseiman looked directly at Wang Hao, with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Yes, please go to the humble house to rest for a while. Can tell his own name in one word. Wang Hao has already confirmed the thoughts in his heart, but he doesn't know why the other party is here. But he still kept calm and said, although the other party's momentum is like a tiger, it won't make him panic. After speaking, he turned around and opened the door. Shina Mashiro followed him nervously, apparently a little afraid of the majestic Nakiri Zenzaman. Nakiri Senseiman silently followed Wang Hao into the room. Even though Najiri Arena was obviously reluctant, he walked in slowly. Walking into the Kiyoshui villa, a calm and quaint atmosphere pounced on her face. The surrounding layout looked antique, and the environment here made her very satisfied. Please sit down. Wang Hao put the things in his hand in the corner of the living room, respectfully saluted the old man, and started to make tea. Najiri Senseiman nodded, and then sat down, and Arena Najiri also sat beside him. Wang Hao's tea-making movements are flowing and flowing, as if in a performance art. The rich tea fragrance permeates the whole space. This handmade tea-making effort made Arena a little contempt in his heart. Just kidding, Wang Hao in this life has been taught to learn various cultures and arts since he was a child. For more than 10 years, he had to make a few cups of tea for Mr. Wang every day. A touch of charm that belongs to me. I'm Najiri Senseiman, this is my granddaughter Najiri Arena. Nakiri Senseiman tasted the hot tea, obviously felt that there seemed to be a breath in the tea, and the appreciation in his eyes became more intense, and he said lightly. Shina Mashiro sat next to Wang Hao, holding the teacup in both hands, and took a sip. His small face was full of bitterness and said, "It's not good, I don't like bitterness." Suddenly, the tense atmosphere in the room disappeared, and a smile appeared on the serious face of Najiri Senseiman. I didn't expect to see Miss Shina here. A few black lines appeared on Wang Hao's forehead. He was misunderstood. He quickly explained, Zhenbai only lives here temporarily, and he just came from England today. There is good tea, how can there be no delicious food? This is not like the royal hospitality. Najiri Senseiman opened the topic, staring at Wang Hao with scorching eyes, saying every word. He just wanted to go to a hotel outside to eat, but Nakiri Senseiman seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, and said in a single language, "Today, I'm here to taste Wang's kids' cuisine." Wang Hao was stunned, and he couldn't make him refuse. He had no choice but to look at Najiri Senseiman and said, "That will disappoint you." It is true that he did not have much exposure to cooking in his previous life, but he has learned some home-cooked dishes in his own life. They are all relatively simple ones. The best one is probably egg fried rice. Wang Hao has already determined in his heart, from the first sentence that Nakiri Senseiman said to him, "You are Wang Hao, you can hear it." It is also the first time that Nakiri Senseiman has seen him, so come here. The reason is very simple, it must be because of Mr. Wang. Since he is the old man's old man, Wang Hao also bowed respectfully and walked towards the kitchen. "Anyway, since you entered the Kiyoshui villa, you are a guest. The guest made a request, and as a host, I really deserve to be entertained. The remaining ingredients in the kitchen are eggs, cold rice, shrimp, ham, and some vegetables and seasonings. I hope I don't make a fool of myself." Wang Hao took a deep breath, picked up the kitchen knife on the chopping board, and started to process the vegetables. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Opened the hot pot on the other side. He felt that in the process of cooking, the qi in his body was always rushing around very actively. Unlike the past, this qi was quietly overflowing from Wang Hao's body. The scent drifted to the living room, and Nakiri Senseiman blinked, sniffed his nose, and closed his eyes again. The faint salty taste of seafood is mixed with the smell of cooking wine, the scent of pepper is almost inaudible, the unique scent of choy sum is mixed in between the two, the fragrance of eggs and rice. Is this making seafood and egg fried rice? The moment Najiri Arena smelled the scent, she immediately began to analyze the ingredients used in the cooking, and she was able to discern it. Najiri Arena, a one-year student of Totsuki Gakuen High School, the granddaughter of the devil of eater Najiri Senseiman. Has a genius taste called God's tongue and can tell where the salt is produced blindfolded. Worked as a supervisor at a famous restaurant when he was young, and a single sentence of evaluation will have an influence on the future of a restaurant. An out-and-out genius girl in the cooking world, was called by Dojimajin as the material of the most masterpiece of Totsuki Gakuen. Graduated as the chief of the middle school, and became the 10th seat of the 10-judge council as the youngest in history and a first-year student of the higher ministry. There is no doubt that she is a genius that ordinary people look up to, and possesses the talent that chefs in the cooking world envy the tongue of God. The noble-born Najiri Arena felt dissatisfaction when he judged the cooking. Wang family is also a 1,000-year-old family anyhow. I didn't expect to be so downhearted now that it was ridiculous to entertain guests with seafood and egg fried rice. P.S. Ask for votes, ask for collection. I hope Minasang will like this book and support the author. Thank you. Greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. Chapter 23, Glowing Cuisine. In the kitchen, when Wang Hao was cooking, his body fit was inexplicably high. He wrestled the pot with his left hand and flipped the fried rice in the wok with the shovel in his right hand, all in one go. Every time he stir-fried, he always subconsciously controlled the heat and strength. Although the fried rice in the pot flickered in the sparks, none of the rice changed color due to the flame. Instead, Wang Hao used the flame to fry the rice until golden. This weird cooking skill, no, it should be said to be almost an instinct, so that he can clearly understand what to do next, especially when the trace of air in his body passed through his mind. Wang Hao suddenly felt his mind clear and his personality, it seems that he has shifted to a calm side, and he can calmly make the best choice at every step. Hey! The moment when the flame was suddenly adjusted to the maximum by Wang Hao, his eyes condensed and his left hand flicked slightly. The golden rice in the pot was flying in the air, and a fire snake danced wildly. It seemed that for a moment, the golden rice was frozen. With the bright firelight, a dazzling golden light burst out. Suddenly, the trace of gas in Wang Hao's body separated a little, and quietly merged into the golden fried rice. He shocked all over his body and poured it into the prepared bowl with lightning speed, and took out one after another. Cover the fried rice with a lid. After doing all this, his calm personality disappeared suddenly, and as a strong sense of prostration poured over his body, a few bean-sized beads of sweat fell on his forehead. Wang Hao's face was a little pale. The whole process took less than 5 minutes, but she seemed to have gone through a big battle, and she had spent most of her energy, and her heart was beating. I hope to satisfy the appetite of the guest. Wang Hao smiled freely. Although he didn't have time to taste it, he was certain that the dishes made in the weird state just now were definitely not much different. Even he himself was secretly surprised as to why it was in such a state. The entire kitchen seemed to be under his control, and his superb cooking skills were even more outstanding. But when I think about my situation carefully, I am completely relieved. Anyway, I am a god, although it is a bit. Shook his head. In his previous life, he only knew a few dishes, such as tomato and persimmon egg soup, green pepper fried pork, and the best egg fried rice. Although he has confidence in his cooking, Wang Hao is still a little uneasy. It seems that this is the first time he has used his own cooking to entertain others. After all, it is rude to entertain guests with egg fried rice, so he will use a lid to cover it a little. Calmed down for a while, he picked up 4 dishes covered with a lid, and walked out of the kitchen slowly. Although it's just fried rice with eggs, it's not a joke. When he entered the living room, Najiri Sentimon's closed eyes suddenly opened, flashing a sharp light, and staring at the food in Wang Hao's hand. Isn't it a common people's cuisine like egg fried rice? Why do you hide it like this? Nakiri Arena squinted Wang Hao contemptuously. He didn't understand why his grandfather came to this place. His expression on his face became colder, and continued, sure enough, it is indeed a down-and-out family, and even the grade has dropped so much, which is really disappointing. Please taste it first. Wang Hao frowned slightly, and politely put the food in front of the two. Najeri Senseiman turned a blind eye to the conversation between the two, only the food hidden by the lid in his eyes. Najeri Senseiman gently opened the lid, and a dazzling light burst out suddenly. Everyone at the scene rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Including Wang Hao, it seemed that the light that had just appeared was just an illusion. Unexpectedly, it was a luminous dish. The sudden burst of light from the cuisine shocked Najeri Senseiman. He knew exactly what the shiny cuisine meant. About 100 years ago, the entire cooking world ushered in a storm. It should be said that it was the Golden Age. At that time, there was a sentence that specifically evaluated the chef's cooking, and food that does not shine is not good. It is a pity that since the god of cooking, the luminous cuisine has completely separated from the entire cooking world, and no one can reproduce it. Najeri Senseiman narrowed his eyes. Is this the beginning of a new golden age? In an apartment, on the spacious living room sofa, there is a charming beauty lying lazily, with her long hair slightly scattered, and she is taking a nap. Suddenly, she woke up from sleep, a gleam of excitement flashed in her eyes, looked out the window thoughtfully, and resumed her lazy sleeping position. Humph! Nakiri Arena snorted coldly, but the color of surprise in the depths of his eyes still did not disappear. The unique seafood smell of shrimp, the mixed aroma of eggs and rice, and the delicate fragrance of the heart of the cabbage are the perfect combination. Eggs evenly wrap each grain of rice, and each grain of rice has a light golden color with distinct layers. The golden yellow rice is dotted with scallions, and the white shrimp is faintly exposed. It is surrounded by diced ham and cabbage heart, making this bowl of egg fried rice like a work of art. Kind of crystal clear texture. From the outside, you can definitely get full marks. The scent alone brought her an unstoppable appetite, and Arina Nakiri looked away proudly, not seeing her heart. There are 3 flavors and flavors. Wang Hao's shrimp golden egg fried rice has already occupied the first 2. The most important flavor is because he didn't come and tasted it personally, so he has no idea about it. www.readaloud.com. But shrimp golden egg fried rice, in terms of smelling the fragrance and observing the color, even if he didn't taste it, he was confident that the taste was absolutely good. Naginari Senseiman slowly picked up the spoon, gently put a spoonful of egg fried rice to his mouth, took a deep breath, and a stronger seafood smell came to his face, making him seem to have the feeling of being in the ocean. Then he put it in his mouth, closed his eyes, and chewed slowly. Boom! The moment when the tip of his tongue touched the deliciousness, it seemed as if an aroma bomb was lit, and the closed eyes of Najeri Senseiman suddenly opened. His head seemed to be empty, and the rich ocean breath took him to another world. The endless deep blue sea, rolling waves, and rolling, the sound of tsunamis is endless. He seems to have become a member of the ocean, holding hands with the shrimp soldiers in the ocean, and patrolling the anomalies in the ocean together. The big fork in his hand is his sharpest weapon, and he will challenge the ferocious sharks with his friends. At the moment when he was fighting, an eagle in the sky leaned over its claws, caught him accurately, and soared in the vast expanse of sky. Nakiri Senseiman has completely ignored the hotness, the first bite, the second bite, the third bite. The taste of seafood is perfectly blended with other materials. The strong umami occupies the entire taste buds, and the body seems to be washed away by a wave. Boom! After tasting the delicious Najeri Senseiman, the samurai on his body suddenly opened in the middle of obedience, exposing a bronze muscle. The skirt is cracked. Nakiri looked at his grandfather in surprise. He didn't expect this to be a dish that could make the skirt of the neon devil of Eater burst. P.S. Your friend Yaoang is online, ask for collection, ask for votes. Chapter 24, Invitation from Tomatsu Academy. The color and fragrance are delicious, the softness and hardness of the rice is just right, the eggs are not too old or too tender, the proportion of seasoning is to the extreme, the oil is mixed with rice, shrimp, vegetable heart, ham, and eggs, and the soft and tender eggs are wrapped. Staying with springy rice, the sudden appearance of shrimp brings the breath of the ocean. This is definitely not the ordinary fried rice with shrimp and egg. Najeri Sentimon's unfurled clothes was put on silently, and his serious expression was restored. He continued to comment, "This plate of fried rice with shrimp and egg has a traditional trinity of color, aroma, and perfect combination of fishy shrimp and other ingredients. Together, there are things that I can't even evaluate. Is that the true meaning of this dish? Boy, can you tell me the real name of this dish? I call it fried rice with shrimp and golden egg." Wang Hao smiled slightly, seeing that his cooking can bring happiness to the guests, and his heart was filled with an inexplicable sense of joy. He expressed his own feelings about this cooking and said, "Actually, I'm not too proficient, I just made it based on my feelings." "Hey, it's a mere local cuisine." Nikari Arena snorted arrogantly, and she was shocked. This bowl of fried rice with shrimp and egg caused Grandpa's clothes to burst, and it was highly praised. "Miss Nikari, the food needs to be eaten hot to taste delicious, let me help you." Wang Hao smiled at Nikari Arena, picked up the spoon and served a spoonful of fried rice with shrimp and egg. Slowly handed it to Najeri Arena, and asked softly, "Hey, don't you open your mouth and taste the food." This Muruo Chunfan's smiling face looked particularly hateful to Najeri Arena, but she found that she could not refuse. A trace of humiliation flashed through the mysterious pupils of violet flowers, closed her eyes and opened her small mouth slightly, letting Wang Hao feed yourself. Ah! When the food entered the mouth, the mixed aroma of shrimp and rice immediately permeated, Najeri Arena's face flushed, the original color of humiliation disappeared, and she involuntarily let out a gasp. Why is this happening? Obviously it's just a mere meal for the common people. Next, without Wang Hao feeding, Najeri Arena grabbed the spoon in his hand and tasted it to his heart's content. In the crystal palace deep in the sea, Arena Najeri came to another secluded world. She sat on a chair made of emerald, underneath a group of little angels with their heads bowed. Suddenly, a group of slimes broke into the palace, and the corrosive slime wiped out her clothes. All the little angels who had been bowing their heads flew towards her. Nikari Arena saw the little angels clearly. His face was exactly the same as Wang Hao's, with a nasty smile on his face. When the little angels touched her white and delicate skin, there was a tingling sensation all over her body. The boneheads were soft and unable to lift their strength, enjoying the beauty of the soul. For a while, Arena Najeri's eyes blurred, her pretty face flushed, her attractive red lips kept exhaling a breath of heat. Her appearance was very seductive. "What? Are you satisfied?" Wang Hao looked at Arena Nikari with a look of enjoyment, cried out a sin in his heart, and said with a smile, "It's not delicious at all, you are so bad." Nikari Arena's eyes gradually recovered, and when she remembered Wang Hao's feeding, she felt ashamed and angry, regardless of her grandfather's presence, and she directly spoke with a vicious tongue. "Really? Really, idiot!" Najeri Arena yelled aggrievedly, a few pearls swirling in his eye sockets. Obviously it was just common people's food. "Calm down, don't cry, it's because my cooking is bad." Seeing the girl start to cry, Wang Hao became a little anxious. Can he eat happily? Who is going to cry? Nikari Arena proudly rolled her head, wiped her eyes without a trace, and snorted harshly. Turned out to be a tsundere lady, she really understands. "Boy, are you interested in coming to Totsuki Academy to go to school?" Najki Senseiman stared at Wang Hao with piercing eyes, as if admiring a piece of jade. "I believe that as long as you enter Totsuki Academy and polish it, it will definitely bloom." With an incomparable light, he took out an enrollment document from the samurai uniform and placed it on the table. Yuanyu Academy, the name Wang Hao is also slightly heard, is a famous cooking school, referred to as Yuanyu Academy. Neon's well-deserved first cooking academy, all young chefs hope to go to the sacred place for further studies and cultivate many famous chefs in the cooking industry. Nikari Senseiman. Isn't this the name of the Commander-in-Chief Totsuki? Wang Hao was taken aback. In the past few days, he had also heard of the name of General Yuan Yu, a leader in the neon cooking world. I am currently studying at Santa Ki Academy, and I have no idea of transferring school yet. Through these few days of understanding, Wang Hao discovered that in this world, I don't know why, chef is a profession that has been deified a lot, and its status in society is quite high. It's a pity that he found friends at Shenki Academy and the ideal of creating a two-dimensional empire, but he didn't have much time to become a chef. Don't be too busy to refuse. You read www.yuyugonshu.com, and then you will find different things appear next to me. This is my business card. Nakiri Senseiman seemed to have expected his answer earlier and took it out again. Put a business card on top of the admission documents, stand up and prepare to leave. Wang Hao accompanied Nakiri Senseiman to the door. After watching him walk into the limousine, Irina Nakiri frowned and gritted her teeth and said, "It is because of this ignorance that the family that has passed on for thousands of years is down." She closed the car door easily, and the limousine began to disappear into Wang Hao's sight. Back in the living room, Wang Hao saw that the lid in front of Shina Masashi was still tightly closed, and curiously asked, "True White, why don't you eat? I like Baumkuchen. Does this have anything to do with eating?" "Because I fill my stomach, I can't eat Baumkuchen." Several black lines appeared on Wang Hao's head. He felt that it was necessary to correct the bad habit of being really white, and said forcefully, "No, you can only taste sweets after eating." Shina Mashiro expressionlessly picked up the spoon, and showed no surprise at the suddenly shining food. After putting a spoonful of fried rice with shrimp and golden egg in his mouth, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Wang Hao, and said, "Ho, I'm finished, can I eat Baumkuchen?" If it hadn't been for the devil of eater who had personally commented on his cooking, Wang Hao would have begun to doubt the deliciousness of fried rice with shrimp and golden eggs. Well, Shina Mashiro is just loving Baumkuchen. P.S. Ask for votes, ask for collection, new books really need these. I hope you can support the author. If you have any better comments, I can post in the book review area, thank you. In addition, the author wants to change the Hyakuji city in the book directly to Tokyo. Chapter 25, The Birth of Station B. Wang Hao thought he was staring at Shina's white eyes with a serious face, but Shina Shiba only looked at him curiously and said, "What's wrong with Hao?" "It's nothing, you have to eat the rice." For Shina of the Sanmue girl, he had no choice but to take a tough approach. He took a spoon and put a spoonful of rice to Zhenbai's mouth, and said with a serious expression, "Open your mouth." "Ah!" Shina Mashiro obediently opened the cherry mouth. Wang Hao put the spoon in, and when he took it out, the rice was no longer in the spoon. 5 minutes later, under Wang Hao's feeding, Shina Mashiro finally got rid of a bowl of egg-fried rice, cleaned up the tableware, and brought Mashiro to the room opposite to his bedroom. "Yesterday, I heard the news that Shina Mashiro was coming." Wang Hao cleaned up the bedroom opposite early. As long as Mashiro came, he could live in at any time. "It's really white, call me something, I'll be there right away." "I understand," unreasonably instructed Shina Zhenbai. After getting the answer, Wang Hao returned to his bedroom and took out all the drawing tools. It was time to do business. Sitting in front of the table, a lot of inexplicable familiarity flashed in his mind, as if he was a professional manga artist who had worked for many years, and he immediately started to draw drawings. In the first time of Dragon Ball, the plot of Bulma and Monkey King came out vividly from his mind. A naughty child appeared on the blank paper, with a long tail and wearing exercise clothes. It was the protagonist, Monkey King. The prototype of the manga can vaguely see a unique style. Wang Hao is also a little surprised. He really portrays Toriyama Akira's style. Comics include single-frame comics, 4-frame comics, comic strips, etc., and the split lens plays the role of an interpreter in the production of comics, which is intended to interpret the events in the comics and edit them into comics. No matter what kind of cartoonist you are, you will inevitably need the skill of storytelling to draw cartoons. He only needs to describe the content in his mind perfectly on white paper, and the pen in his hand begins to outline many lines. Benzo Long Snake, originally a piece of clean white paper, covered with many traces of painting, gradually enriched at a speed visible to the naked eye. When he stopped writing, he had already finished the production of a page of comics. He looked at the time on his watch and was surprised. In his previous life, he also tried to draw comics. The content of a single page of comics is enough for him to spend several hours to complete. But now it only took 5 short minutes. If this speed is taken out, it will definitely shock everyone in the comics industry. Are you going against the sky? Many of the comics in the series in the previous life are weekly updates, because each page of quality comics takes several hours. After a week, it can only be completed by working overtime. There are even cartoonists who have not completed it. Actually, Wang Hao also knows that he can have such a fast speed. In addition to the comic skills brought by the system, there are also reasons for knowing the plot. But this way, he will inevitably feel some guilt, but when he thinks of the decline of the world's secondary culture, the guilt disappears. That's right, if this continues, what else to talk about creating a second-dimension empire? Calculated at this speed, others can only complete a page of comics in a few hours, and he can complete a story in a few hours. As long as Wang Hao is willing, he can do it every day. Is this a plug-in? This skill is still very powerful, it is already at the bug level. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After more than 2 hours, Wang Hao finally painted the first story of Dragon Ball and stretched out comfortably. He planned to submit the manuscript tomorrow, so he decided it was Shueisha. At present, Shueisha is in a decline stage, but Wang Hao is confident that he will return to the leading position because this comic is called Dragon Ball. And the last Dragon Ball was also published in Shueisha, so he also favored Shueisha in his heart. Then he habitually sat next to the computer and typed in the website address of Station B, before he was taken aback. Now there is no Station B in this world. He decisively registered the domain name of Station B in the first time. After the Neon government has filed the record, he is the owner of Station B in this world. Bilibili is the largest youth trend culture and entertainment website in the country in the past Celestial Dynasty. The website was established on June 26, 2009 and is also known as Station B. There are many people with the same sex, the same interests as the goal, and it is also a website that Wang Hao often visited in his previous life. There is no barrage in this world, and Station B with barrage will definitely cause a big storm and greatly spread the two-dimensional culture. Why is B standing in the previous life of the Celestial Dynasty has not been very popular? Because the two-dimensional culture has not been popularized by all the people of the Celestial Dynasty, so the younger generation who only likes the two-dimensional culture are very popular. But Neon is different. Station B was born in this country where the two-dimensional culture is popular, and it will definitely be popular throughout the country, and even because of the first barrage website, it will affect the world. But the current Station B is completely blank, but he has already planned the future in his heart, and he only needs to create it slowly. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, finally taking a small step towards his ideal. The section of the website is roughly divided into a novel area, a video area, a dance area, a music area, a painting area. Station B will become a website with two-dimensional cultural characteristics in the future. Wang Hao has already planned to publish 5 cm per second to Station B, which gradually attracts some popularity. Ding dong! The penguin logged in on the computer suddenly heard a ringing tone. Wang Hao clicked on the flashing avatar, a message sent to him by his friend Xiaoshaizi. Penguin is a well-known communication software in this world. Most people in Neon use Penguin to chat. The person whose net name is Xiaoshaizi is a good friend on the Penguin, and Wang Hao also has a little impression of this netizen. Xiaoshaizi, is Hejun here? Wang Hao thought for a while, he typed a few words quickly, and quickly replied to the message. God Lord, yes, is there anything important? His name on the internet is God Lord. This name makes Wang Hao feel a lot of emotion, and he thinks of the Oriental series. Xiaoshaizi, it's great that Hejun is fine. I haven't seen you online for the past few days. I thought you were in trouble. The care expressed inadvertently made Wang Hao's heart warm. God, I'm really sorry to make Xiaoshaizi worry. I'm not online because of delays these days. How about teacher Xiaoshaizi's novel? Can you tell me the name of the novel? I will definitely support it. Wang Hao remembered that Xiaoshaizi seemed to be writing a novel, so he asked curiously. P.S. It's time to ask for votes every day and collect them again. I hope everyone can support the author. Thank you greater than or equal to less than or equal to. Chapter 26, Life is Good. Xiaoshaizi, thank you Hejun for your support. The name of the novel is Love Metronome. I hope Hejun can point out any shortcomings. Love Metronome? Wang Hao silently remembered this name in his heart. As for why the other party called him Hejun, according to the memory left over, he just told the other party his own name when chatting unintentionally, and then Xiaoshaizi started calling him Hejun, but the other party did not know her. He is from the Celestial Kingdom. God Lord, well, if I find out the shortcomings, I will definitely criticize it severely, so I hope Xiaoshaizi can come on. Because of the influence of Xiaoshaizi, I have also recently started to try to write a novel and started to change myself. At that time, I also hope that teacher Xiaoshaizi can also point out the shortcomings for me. In his impression, this netizen named Xiaoshaizi has always been a very strong girl. Although the two have never met, they can feel it from ordinary chats. When they are confused, they still chase their ideals. The gentleness revealed in the usual conversation must be a literary girl like Yamato Nadeshiko in real life, approachable. Xiaoshaizi, it's great to be able to help Hejun. Can you tell me the name of the novel first? I will definitely support Hejun, smile. God, I've already figured out the name of the novel, it's called 5 cm per second, and it will be released tomorrow. I hope teacher Xiaoshaizi can help me promote it. Xiaoshaizi, well, let's do it together. It's really great to be able to talk to Hejun. My bottlenecks have disappeared. Now I have to use inspiration to code words quickly. Goodbye, smile. Looking at the news from the other party, Wang Hao felt that his mood was much better, and the future was brighter. I got up from the computer chair comfortably and stretched out. Today's things are done. It's time to prepare the dinner materials. After a brief packing, Wang Hao instructed Sheena's white room. Said, it's really white, I'm out shopping for groceries, is there anything I need to bring you? Baumkuchen. Well, it's not that his cooking is not good, but Sheena Mashiro fell in love with Baumkuchen from his heart. After buying all the materials needed for half an hour, Wang Hao still carried a large bag of Baumkuchen that is sold in the supermarket. Although he opposed to eating cakes and not eating, this is what Zhenbei likes after all. Food. Of course, Wang Hao wouldn't give it all to Zhenbei directly, otherwise the other party might not even eat any food. For dinner tonight, he decided to try stir-fried pork with green peppers and tomato and egg soup. Unfortunately, that state did not appear when he was cooking at noon today, so it was still very ordinary cooking, and there was no special effect. When and Zhenbei were sitting at the table for dinner, Wang Hao did not feed this time, but instead used Baumkuchen as bait to let Zhenbei finish the meal obediently. Seeing Sheena really white, Wang Hao suddenly felt like he had a cat. Sighed heavily, obviously he should be living with a young and beautiful girl, but he didn't have the excitement he should have. Although I feel a little helpless for the lack of common sense, it is probably because of this that Wang Hao has the urge to take care of her forever. If Sheena Mashiro suddenly left him one day, Wang Hao might feel very uneasy. Zhenbai is studying in the high school affiliated to Swimei University of Arts. Sheena's true white grandpa sent him detailed information, and Wang Hao asked in order to confirm it again. Well, first grade in high school. Sheena Mashiro stopped tasting the Baumkuchen, raised his head and gently answered Wang Hao's question. There was still no fluctuation in expression on his face, but his clear eyes made Wang Hao somewhat restrained. Shook his head. Wang Hao knew that Sheena really didn't mean that. He had already started to calculate the distance between Santa Key College and the high school affiliated to Swimei University of the Arts. Is already thinking about whether to buy a private car to facilitate transportation to and from school. A luxurious Maybach parked in the garage of the Kiashui villa. It was Mr. Wang's car. After he left, all the family property was inherited to Wang Hao. But because of being injured, Wang Hao has not driven the Maybach. Now his mood is gradually becoming more enlightened. He decides not to escape from reality. In the future, it is really white to drive the car to pick him up and it will be more convenient to go to other places. But is it a bit exaggerated to drive this expensive luxury car out? Now that he has decided to face reality directly, Wang Hao doesn't care so much anymore. He not only wants to create a two-dimensional empire, but also to let the family rise from the downfall and live up to the expectations of the elderly. It's really white, get up early for school tomorrow. To understanding. Why do I have an unknown premonition? Is it because the experience of the past few days is too exhausting? It seems that you have to pay attention to it in the future. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Wang Hao had already got up from bed. The school stipulated that he should arrive at school at 7:30 www.readaloud.com, but classes would not start until 8 o'clock. The reason why I wake up so early is to prepare breakfast and send Zhenbai to the high school affiliated to Swimei University of the Arts. It was 6:20 when he finished his breakfast. Sheena Mashiro still did not get up. Wang Hao had to go upstairs and call Zhenbai personally, so she can't let her be late for the first day of school, saying that she really looks like a standard housewife. It's really white, got up. I'll be late later. Wang Hao, who called a girl to get up for the first time, stretched out his fingers and knocked on the wooden door of the room somewhat restrained, but there was no sound from the room. It must be the wrong way of knocking on the door. Wang Hao tried to slap the door, and the knocking on the door really became louder, but there was still silence. Is something really white? Thinking that the person in the room is Sheena Shiro who lacks common sense, there is indeed a possibility. Wang Hao nervously pulled down the doorknob subconsciously. The room was not locked. Isn't Zhenbai not in the room? The moment he opened the door, the scene in the room was immediately taken aback, and he thought he had gone to the wrong place. He cleaned the room himself, and all the luggage from the moving company was placed. Yesterday, he saw that there was nothing unusual in the room. But it seemed that he had changed the environment, giving him the illusion of coming to the room. In 3 words, it's very messy. All kinds of underwear are thrown everywhere in the room, including other clothes and scattered painting pens, comic books, etc. It is like a tornado in the room, all messed up. P.S. Meow, please allow the author to sell cute, and then quickly take out the ticket and collection of Namen, thank you Minasan. Chapter 27, Start raising cats today. The sheets spread on the bed fell to the ground, the whole bed looked messy, and the most important point is that the true white who was supposed to be lying on the bed is nowhere to go. Wang Hao's first reaction was that Zhenbai was kidnapped because the environment on the scene was too much like the scene described in a detective novel. He picked up a piece of drawing paper on the ground. On it was a perfect-looking man and a beautiful woman. The handsome boy was holding the girl's cheek. It seemed that he was ready to kiss. The beauty of this painting is absolutely good. Finish exploding other comics. Is a magnificent style of painting. It is too illusory. It may only be described by a world-class genius like Shina Masaki. This style of painting makes this work that is supposed to be a manga incompatible with manga at all. But after a cursory glance, Wang Hao knew that this should be a girl cartoon, so he put the original painting on the bed and looked around for traces of true whiteness. Crouched down and glanced at the bottom of the bed. No target was found. When he opened the closet, no one was there. He found that although the room was messy, there were no traces of thief patronizing, which ruled out the possibility of being kidnapped. The door of the room is not locked. The answer is obvious, then there is only one truth. Finally, Wang Hao walked to the suspicious object curled into a ball under the computer desk step by step, stretched out his hand and gently pulled a corner away. A cute sleeping face appeared in his eyes. He was very happy in his sleep, and there was still a gleam in the corner of his mouth. Her saliva curled into a ball in a narrow space, falling asleep like a cat. After confirming that Sheena is really white, the big rock hanging in Wang Hao's heart quietly fell, and he sighed with relief, and it was all right. But he couldn't flatter the look in the room. Is this a British custom? For example, after arriving in a new environment, play a tornado game in your room to familiarize yourself with the environment and other culture. What? How is this possible? The girl clothes scattered around made him feel terrible. He was also a sound high school student anyway, and could anyone really live in this kind of environment? Wang Hao helplessly stretched his hand to support his forehead, wandered to the computer desk, and was about to call Sheena really white when he was sleeping. The right hand accidentally pulled the mouse cable, and the sleeping computer turned on. It was a picture exactly the same as he had just made on paper, but it didn't have the exquisite and extreme feeling on paper, but it was still outstanding. Type. There should be a follow-up plot on the computer, but Wang Hao didn't have the intention to watch it, otherwise he would be late. That. Miss Sheena? It's already morning, I'll be late if I don't get up. Whispered in Sheena Mashiro's ear. The other party only raised his eyebrows, and continued to sleep casually. Moses. Hoo. The only answer to him was the rhythmic breathing and the happy sleeping face. Morning will never come. Please don't say such horrible things at will, otherwise the Baumkuchen in the morning will fly away. Sheena's pure white head moved slightly from the pile of clothes, put his sleepy eyes together and slowly opened, and looked at Wang Hao's direction with a dull expression for a minute before seeing the target clearly, and said in a daze, "Ho, good morning." "Good morning, if you can get up and say this to me, I think I will be happier." Hearing Wang Hao's words, Sheena really white breathed out comfortably, and slowly got up from under the computer desk. Correspondingly, all the clothes and sheets on her body fell off. The sun shines through the window and falls on her body. The blood-spraying curves and the round and full snow-white chest make Wang Hao's blood boil in just such a moment. He slams the door closed and squats with his head at the corridor. How could such a plot happen to me? S stern voice echoed in the corridor, finally awakening Sheena, who was confused in the room. Some troubled voice from the room said, "It's noisy, I've gotten up. Miss Sheena Mashiro. Please get dressed immediately, no matter what you wear. Anyway, please get dressed immediately and don't appear naked." Wang Hao, who was squatting in the corridor, was breathing very disorderly, and he could even hear the beating sound of his heart, as if he was about to jump out quickly. There was a sound of instigation in the room. Wang Hao waited outside for 10 minutes before slowly suppressing the restlessness. He took a deep breath and said with some guilty conscience, "It's really white, I'm here." The light blue academy uniform was worn on Sheena's body. This scene made Wang Hoking relaxed. It seemed that the other party would at least wear clothes. Just then, a refreshing breeze came in from the window, and Sheena's white skirt was lifted up. Tick! Wang Hao felt something dripping from his nose, which happened to fall on his hand. Oh, I stretched out my hand to see, it turned out to be a nosebleed. He turned around silently. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com held his head in pain, and said in a trembling voice, "Why don't you wear underwear?" "I don't know which one to wear, how choose one for me?" Wang Hao was not in the mood to complain about the truth, so he picked up a pair of pure white cotton underwear and threw it over. But these are not cute. He put his head in his hands and begged more tightly with a hint of pleading, please, please wear your underwear. I see, if Hao likes it. God! Please come and save me, an unfortunate mortal. There was another rustling voice behind, and Wang Hao asked blankly, how about this time? Okay. Wang Hao turned around. The clothes were indeed put on, but his hair was still messed up. He sighed helplessly. He didn't dare to let Zhenbai wash his hair by himself. God knows what incredible things will happen. Does it really need me to wash my hair? You can't go to school like this. Ho, help me wash my hair. Sheena looked at Wang Hao blankly, as if thinking of something, and said something that moved Wang Hao, thank you. It seems that Zhenbai is still very sensible, at least she still remembers what she said yesterday. When he arrived at the bathroom on the first floor, Wang Hao directly helped Zhenbai wash her face, brush her teeth, wash her hair, blow her hair, and provide a one-stop service. Although it's easy to make people misunderstand when he brushes his teeth in white, Wang Hao can basically reach the state of peace of mind. He always has a weird feeling. It seems that he has raised a cat from today. P.S. Mina sang, please support the book and the author, vote for recommendations and collections, thank you meow. Chapter 28, Old Driver Mode. Qiushui Villa Garage, Wang Hao looked at the Maybach with a lot of emotion. This is the car of Mr. Wang. He always has a sense of illusion and falsehood. He was still together before he came. Why is fate like this? There is a kind of pain that makes the child want to support and don't wait for the kiss. Only after leaving, I know to cherish it. For a while, his pupils became more determined, and he slowly opened the door of the Maybach and sat in the driving position. The low roar echoed in the garage, and he drove the high-priced luxury car that had been closed for many days to regain the sun. From the moment he got in the car, he was fully awakened. Do people in the world think that the Wang family is completely broken? It's good for me to let him rebirth from the ashes in the ruin and rise in the distress. Is the development of the two-dimensional culture sluggish? I will break this situation and create a two-dimensional empire that attracts the attention of the world. It's really white, let's go to school together. After Wang Hao got out of the car, he gently opened the door for Sheena Shirai, and the confident sunny smile returned to the boy's face. The sunlight reflected on his face was shining with a mouth full of white teeth, and Sheena Shirai could not help but show a different look. Ho's smile is so beautiful, I like it. Thank you, but Ms. Sheena, we are already late. That's right, when I went to Sheena Masashi to freshen up, I wasted a lot of time. Even if I drive now, I will inevitably be late. In order not to be late, there is only one way. I have to take a shortcut and go to drag racing with Zhenbai. On the Tokyo Expressway, a low and high-profile roar resounded through the place it passed, and the black Maybach was as fast as a gust of wind swept past. This expensive and sky-high luxury car finally exerted its powerful performance, as if it were a Sleepy the Beast breaks the cage and the dragon flies into the sky, unstoppable. The driver of Wang Hao awakened the Maybach and got up. The calm state of making shrimp and golden egg fried rice came back again. He slammed on the accelerator and kept turning his hands to control the steering wheel. He leaned on his side with a flexible left drift and easily surpassed the front. The flaming red Ferrari left behind, leaving behind a burst of black car exhaust. Damn it, you look down upon me so much, don't be kidding me. Driving a fiery red Ferrari is a girl wearing sunglasses. She can't see her appearance because she wears sunglasses, but she can dominate many people with her hot curves. She gritted her teeth and stared at the black Maybach in front of her. As a person who knows the car, she recognized the origin of the Maybach at a glance. Maybach Exelero concept car, this car has been sold for 5 million euros, about 53.85 million yuan. A concept car that combines retro and futuristic elements with a twin-turbocharged V12 engine, 0 to 100 km. The acceleration time is 4.4 seconds per hour and the top speed is 351 km per hour. It is also a luxury car sold in limited quantities around the world, with outstanding performance and great collection significance. But the other party is really too arrogant. He actually used a provocative drift to directly overtake the car, relying on the excellent performance of the vehicle so that it is like no one is running on the highway. Do you really think that the high performance of the car can be unscrupulous? Stop kidding, bastard! Today I will let you know what is real technology. Boom! The loud roar sounded like the roar of a fiery red Ferrari, and the car body suddenly accelerated, and the girl instantly adjusted the horsepower to the maximum, chasing the black Maybach. Interesting, let's play with you for a while. Wang Hao observed the abnormality of the Ferrari through the rear-view mirror. A sneer was outlined at the corner of his mouth. Turning his head to look at Sheena really white, the expressionless face, the lines of his face gradually softened. Mildly said, "It's really white, I'll speed up later, tell me when I'm afraid." "I'm fine, don't be late for your school." Wang Hao warmed his heart when he heard the words, slowly slowing down the Maybach, and gradually being overtaken by the fiery red Ferrari behind him, showing a sense of shame. When Ferrari and Maybach drove side by side, the Ferrari windows slowly rolled down, and Wang Hao could see the appearance of the girl in the car, with a pair of large sunglasses on his snow-white face, about 17 or 18 years old. Looks like, but has a hot curve that scorns his peers. Everyone has the love of beauty. Wang Hao couldn't bear to wait to surpass this girl, and suddenly there was a faint ridicule in his ears. "It won't work so soon?" It turned out to be a flowery. In an instant, Wang Hao's anger was full. Can a man be said to be no good? You'll know if you try it later, let you see if it works. Humph! Anyone can talk big words, I hope you don't let me down. Under the snow, Yang Nai let out a cold snort, and suddenly accelerated again, and also opened the distance from the Maybach with a drift, and the vehicle drifted away. It wasn't until Ferrari disappeared from his sight that Wang Hao sneered again and muttered in a low voice, "The game began." Between the electric light and flint, the black Maybach exploded at an unusual speed. Under the control of Wang Hao, it increased the speed time and time again, pulling the distance in just 1 minute. The sudden appearance of Maybach from the rear surprised Yakoshita Yano www.readaloud.com and soon calmed down. "How about catching up? As long as I lock the road ahead, can I still be overtaken?" The flaming red Ferrari immediately changed its strategy. The body rushed to the left and moved right on the driving lane, blocking the direction of Maybach's forward movement, leaving no room for overtaking at all. Are there traffic jams? Interesting. Wang Hao did not overtake from the side road. The black Maybach rushed straight ahead, driving like a road killer who could only step on the accelerator, causing Swexia Yangnei to curse secretly, and said angrily, "Madman." But Yakoshita Yano did not choose to avoid it. At least she didn't believe that people who had just been able to display that kind of technology would be novices. Although she didn't admit defeat, she still reluctantly recognized Wang Hao's technology in her heart. A driver like will never make such a mistake, it should be just a fake action. The next moment, something unexpected happened to her, and she looked at the rear-view mirror dumbfounded. The black Maybach body really turned over, changing from a 4-wheel mode to a 2-wheel drive. The wheels are close to the road surface of the side road, showing the level of the world's top luxury cars. Hit the guardrail or hit Ferrari. A little carelessness will fall off the cliff. Even a driver who participates in the Akina mountain race, dare not try such a crazy move, even she can't even stop, and watched herself be overtaken again. The black Maybach only used a few tenths. This feat was accomplished in seconds, creating a miracle in the history of racing, and returning to the ground. Incredible! How could this happen? P.S. The author has something to do today, so the update is a bit late. I hope Mina-sang will forgive me. By the way, continue to ask for recommended tickets and collections, thank you me. Chapter 29, The Sensation Caused by Enrollment. This kind of technology that goes beyond the limit is simply not something human can do. The driver's nerve, judgment, control, physical strength, etc. are required to the extreme, and the driver in that black Maybach is even qualified to challenge the car of Akina. The only thing Yanoyuki Yukino can do now is to keep the license plate of the black Maybach in his mind and look back and investigate the owner of the vehicle. As a racing biker, she looked at the black Maybach that disappeared from her field of vision. There was a trace of reverence in her eyes, and she suddenly thought of apprenticeship to learn art. At the high school affiliated to Shimei University of Arts, Wang Hao found a parking space. The moment he left the driving position, his calm state quietly disappeared. After the kitchen incident last time, he was no stranger to it. When you are calm, it seems that you have opened up another personality, and you can make the best choice. Wang Hao felt that this state seemed to be triggered unintentionally. It was calm and alarming. There were very few emotional fluctuations. He called it the God mode, and probably only God could achieve this state. But every time the God mode is turned on, the energy and physical strength consumed are huge, and based on his strengthened body, this load is a bit scary. It's really white, let's go. Leading Sheena into the high school affiliated to Shimei University of the Arts, the first scene of the eye gave him a good impression. The green environment on the campus is very good, there is almost no white garbage on the ground, and the building is full of a touch of retro breath. Wang Hao has investigated this academy before, and it can be said that it is the leading art academy in Neon, and the admission requirements are very strict, not to mention the most important art department. Wang Hao is not surprised that Sheena Mashiro can transfer to school after the opening ceremony and enter the key art subject. As Sheena Xian is world-class genius, as long as he is released to apply for the academy, he will surely let the famous schools fight for the break. I'm sorry, can I bother you? After looking around with Zhenbei, Wang Hao still did not find the principal's office, so he had to ask passers-by. The high school affiliated with Shimei University of the Arts was unexpectedly large, with several teaching buildings, and he couldn't even tell his direction. Is there anything I can help you with? The girl who was questioned was a girl with a beautiful face and a single ponytail. Her voice was very magnetic and characteristic, which reminded Wang Hao of the profession of CEO inexplicably. Can you tell me where the principal's office is? The most urgent task is to let Zhenbei enter the school first and get acquainted with the new environment early. If the principal's office, there is another teaching building next to it. Aoyama Nanami observed Wang Hao and Sheena's white dress. Through the questioning just now, she understood that the other party should be the person who came to complete the transfer procedures. With a bright smile on her pure face, she kindly pointed to another building outside the window. Turns out to be in the wrong place, Wang Hao touched his nose awkwardly, and asked how good people were. Thank you very much for your help, goodbye. Thanks to Qing Shan Kikai in gratitude, Wang Hao just turned around and took a few steps before stopping again, as if thinking of something, he shouted, your voice is very good. It should be a CEO, come on. Aoyama Kiai, who was about to return to the classroom, had a pause. For the first time, he was affirmed that his voice was good. The troubles accumulated in his heart over the past few days were also wiped out and his fighting spirit was restored. Aoyama Kikai, it's okay if it's you, because you have worked so hard for so long. Which senior was really a good person just now? Qing Shanqi still silently thanked Wang Hao in her heart. Invisibly issued a good person card. Not long after Wang Hao and Sheena Mashiro entered another teaching building, the people around them gradually increased. Almost all kinds of students whispering stood on both sides of the corridor, casting all kinds of eyes, filled with excitement and admiration. All of Sheena's expressions were concentrated on Sheena's figure. But no one came to say hello, and even when he and Zhenbei approached someone, the people around would subconsciously back off. This gave people the feeling that a grand ceremony was being held. The crowd gave way to the middle, and only Wang Hao and Shina Mashiro were walking on it. Until he and Zhenbei walked into the principal's office, the team that had been neatly arranged like a military parade suddenly dispersed, and a large group of students had heated discussions. The person just now is Ms. Shina Mashiro. Unexpectedly, the rumors are true. Yes, the world's talented painters will come here to go to school, and we are in the same school. It's really like a dream. There have been rumors that the British genius painter Shina Masaki will come to the high school attached to the Swimei University of the Arts, but the art students have an attitude of suspicion. After seeing the real person, the whole art department was completely ignited. This is a real-world genius painter, and it is definitely the goal that everyone present is looking up to. In the principal's office, there is already a man and a woman sitting on the office chairs. When he came in, they all got up from the chairs one after another. Miss Shina can come to my high school affiliated to Swimei University of the Arts. UU reading www.uuganshu.com is really welcome. The middle-aged principal with a warm smile on his face walked over and stretched out his palm to shake hands with Shina. Nice to meet you. Wang Hao took the first step to stretch out his hand in return. The middle-aged principal did not feel any discomfort, and both parties enthusiastically gave a handshake. I hope Zhenbei will not be bullied at school. Wang Hao said lightly in the first sentence after he took the seat. The middle-aged principal was still smiling, and other expressions could not be seen from his face. This kind of thing is impossible. Chihiro on the side sneered disdainfully, and continued, where do you think this is? It seems that you don't understand Shina's reputation. Hearing Chihiro's words, Wang Hao suddenly remembered his true white identity. It seemed that he was overly worried. My cousin, long time no see. Long time no see, Chihiro. How many times have you said that, I want to call my cousin? I see, Chihiro. Wang Hao was a little bit dumbfounded. It seems that Shina really won't be bullied. Aside from the identity of a few days in the world, there is at least one cousin who is a teacher. Ms. Shina, I will be transferred to the second class of the art department from today. I can guarantee that nothing bad will happen to Miss Shina. The middle-aged principal spoke with a touch of majesty and received a double guarantee. Wang Hao just let go of his mind. A girl like Zhenbei who lacks common sense can easily become the target of others' bullying. P.S. Ask for tickets, ask for collections, ask for clicks. Is the author too greedy? Forget it, keep on selling cute. Chapter 30, Second 5 with Dragon Ball. It's really white, I will wait for you at the school gate after school in the afternoon. Don't run around alone. Wang Hao also thought about transferring Shina Mashiro to Seinozaki Academy, but after the other party entered the high school affiliated to Swimei University of the Arts, he showed a slight joy and was caught by him, and he dispelled the idea of another transfer. Although he promised Grandpa Zhenbei to take good care of Zhenbei, it didn't mean that Shina was making all the choices, and he didn't want to do that from the bottom of his heart. Well, I will wait for Hao obediently at the school gate. Shina Mashiro waved his hand in the direction Wang Hao had left, making him feel relieved. My house Mashiro is so cute. Back in the Black Maybach, Wang Hao did not leave in a hurry. Anyway, even if he is possessed by the car god, it is impossible to take him to Shenki Academy with his extraordinary driving skills. Don't ask why, it's already time for class now. I didn't expect to be late just a few days after going to school. Originally, Wang Hao also planned to maintain the 3-year full attendance record in his previous life. It seems that there is no hope of achieving it. In that case, miss a day of class. High school career is not complete without absenteeism, at least Wang Hao thinks so. I found the phone number of the principal of Shenzaki College in my mobile phone. To Wang Hao's surprise, he just dialed and said about the leave today, and the other party directly approved it straightforwardly, without even asking the reason. It's really convenient. Wang Hao laughed at himself, then reopened Station B on his mobile phone, logged into the account named God Lord, and started serializing at Station B at a speed of 5 cm per second. 5 cm/section. The entire book has a total of close to 54,000 words. He has already coded all of them in the past few days, but he does not intend to release the entire book at once. It is better to do it step by step. And his 5 cm per second serialized on Station B is now free to watch. On the other hand, it attracts many people to read. The big waves wash away the sand, and gold always shines. Second 5 can have a place in the world where the two-dimensional culture of the previous life is developed, and it has moved many people with its style of treating depression, and it is naturally unique. After successfully publishing the first chapter of the first chapter, Wang Hao was relieved and finally took a step forward. Exit Station B, open the Penguin app on the phone, and directly send a message to Xiaoshaiza who is offline. God Lord, my novel 5 cm per second has been released. I hope teacher Xiaoshaiza can help me gain some popularity. Smile. His words are half joking and half serious. There are good light novels in Neon. Once they are discovered by Azai, they can basically be passed on from household to household. Not long after the message was sent, Xiaoshaizi, who was clearly offline, responded immediately. Xiaoshaizi, I see, I will definitely watch it later, but if the writing is bad, I will definitely not promote it for you, but will criticize it severely. Please be prepared for Hejun. Wang Hao clearly found another side of Xiaoshaiza from the sidelines, but he was really a gentle person, and he was obviously worried about him. If Xiaoshaiza hadn't read his novel to directly publicize it, and the quality of 5 cm per second was poor, it would definitely provoke a large number of black people and even personally attack the author. Wang Hao is not an idiot. Naturally, he can think of this. Xiaoshaizi encourages him in another unique way. He can feel this feeling and silently say thank you in his heart. Has fixed the speed of 5 cm per second, and it is time to prepare for Dragon Ball. He plans to release Second 5 with Dragon Ball today. Chiyoda District, Tokyo, Wang Hao drove to a tall and majestic building Shueisha. This is Neon's most famous comprehensive publishing house and one of Neon's largest comprehensive publishing houses. It belongs to the Hitsubashi Publishing Group along with Baekwon Club and Xiox Yugwan. Shueisha publishes a variety of comic magazines for teenagers, among which the most famous Shonen Jump weekly comic, is the serialized comic magazine with the highest circulation in Neon. It is located across from the junior high school and is now the ace boss in the comics industry. Wang Hao took the Dragon Ball manuscript and walked into Shueisha. At the sign of the service staff, he sat on the bench in the living room. He found that most of the people sitting here were haggard and unkempt, all waiting listlessly. The atmosphere around was very quiet, and he squinted slightly and closed his eyes to rest. A woman in her 20s walked downstairs. She has short hair and looks heroic. She wears a yellow ribbon and wears a small professional suit. Her figure is very proud and she has a clean and tidy figure. The listless manga artist who had been sitting here raised their spirits and looked expectantly at Ida Ayano who came downstairs. Wang Hao estimated that this should be the manga editor of Shueisha, and he stopped his relaxed expression and made a serious expression. Actually, he didn't need to do this. Ida Ayano noticed Wang Hao when he got downstairs. Among this group of languishing cartoonists, he really seemed very energetic, and it should be said that it was a unique temperament. Most of the cartoonists have a kind of homely atmosphere, which may be due to the fact that they often stay in the studio to draw. Reading www.uuganshu.com, but Wang Hao doesn't have this kind of homely spirit. Has a sunny appearance and a height of 1.82 meters. Even if he came over and said to himself that he was a star who had just debuted, Ayano Ida would believe it. But since the other party is sitting here, she has to believe that this is a cartoonist. If the work is good, with a good appearance, she can indeed become an idol cartoonist. Ida Ayano couldn't help but give birth to a love for talent. Of course, all this can be determined after reading the other party's work. Shueisha has been able to stably occupy the leading position in the comics industry for so many years, relying on excellent quality comics, which are also edited. Many credits. The editor's vicious vision has found a lot of vitality for the development of Shueisha. It can be said that it is not easy to enter Shueisha as an editor. Especially Ida Ayano, who entered Shueisha not long ago, clearly felt the gap between her and the other seniors in the club, so she would come here from time to time to find new people, hoping to increase her performance. Besides, Ida Aya is the editor-in-chief, and he directly seeks out potential newcomer manga artists personally, and he is very kind among this group of manga artists. Unfortunately, until now, she has not found any talented newcomers. One of them is famous in the art world, and the drawing is also very beautiful. Unfortunately, the ability to tell stories is a bit. There will be a meeting on Monday. If it doesn't work, I can only consider the rookie cartoonist. P.S. A book friend asked if this book will become a cultivator. The author can tell Minasang that this is a two-dimensional novel, and there will not be the situation Minasang is worried about. But the author is a little unconfident in his writing. I hope Minasang can forgive me, but the author will come on. Chapter 31, I Found the Treasure. The three of you, come with me to the office. Ida Ayano casually ordered two adult men in their 30s, and after a little hesitation, he nominated Wang Hao. The other newcomer cartoonists who failed the selection all looked disappointed. The two more mature cartoonists were nominated. They can agree, but the other one is obviously a high school student. This world, sure enough, still needs beauty. Although thought so in his heart, everyone did not express their thoughts, so they had to leave with a sigh. Wang Hao and two other cartoonists followed Tian Ayano's footsteps and walked into an office on the second floor. The other two obviously didn't adapt to this environment, and their faces showed respect. Wang Hao sat on the office chair casually. This calm attitude made Ayano Ida a little appreciated. Since the other party holds such a confident attitude, either he is full of confidence in his own manuscript, or he is just a big-headed ghost who has not left the society. Judging from Wang Hao's temperament, she is more inclined to the former, hoping this kid can bring her a little surprise. Show me your manuscript. When it comes to business affairs, Ida Ayano's randomness just disappeared completely, replaced by an aura peculiar to a strong woman in the workplace. Hey! The other two cartoonists, both in their 30s, respectfully agreed, took out their own manuscript from the briefcase, bent over and handed it over. This scene made Wang Hao a little speechless, but he didn't say anything, and took out the manuscript from his bag, placed it at the bottom, and sat in a chair casually. Ida Ayano only frowned slightly when she saw this, and then began to take the original manuscript in her hand and watch it carefully. People who can be the editor-in-chief often have a pair of bright eyes and a more long-term vision, and they can even see the future potential from the beginning of the comic. The basic requirement of being editor-in-chief at Shueisha is that a long-term perspective is essential. Ida Ayano was very careful when reviewing the manuscript, but every time she turned a page, the manga artist under review got a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. After Ida Ayano reviewed his 5-page manuscript, she threw it away. At the desk, his most worried thing happened. Please take your manuscript, there is nothing for you here. Can you tell me the reason? The cartoonist held the manuscript unwillingly, and did not leave in a hurry. After such a long effort was denied by one sentence, how could it be possible to leave so discouraged? How can it be repaired? That's what you want? Ida Ayano smiled slightly. This smile was particularly piercing in his eyes, and then Ida Ayano's evaluation was heard in his ears. You should be a newcomer, right? From the most basic point of view, it is unqualified, and I have no idea what you want to express. Also, the development of the plot has deviated from the theme from the 3rd page, and the 5th page is obviously different. With these, your comics have failed. Ida Ayano's short words made the manga artist feel ashamed, and spit out a thank you with difficulty, and left the office hunchedly. His departure made another cartoonist nervous, waiting for the result with anxiety. After a long time, Ida Ayano put down another manuscript and tapped the table with his left hand lightly. Your storyboarding technique is also not right, it is a little better than the previous one. From the perspective of the protagonist's character shaping, why did he change his personality 3 times in just one word? Maybe you want to produce a different kind of protagonist, but it is because of this that you fail, because you don't have that strong control. The hierarchy of the story is confusing, and why the heroine died on page 3, resurrected on page 17, and died again on page 25. This is not a ghostly thriller comic. Thank you. The cartoonist who said these words seemed to be collapsed, and finally realized the feeling of leaving the person just now, and also left the office with failure. The departure of the two did not affect Wang Hao in the slightest, but the beautiful editor-in-chief looked tough, but he kindly reminded the shortcomings of the two newcomer cartoonists. But these problems won't happen to Dragon Ball at all. This phenomenon-level comic has attracted the expectation of countless people from the beginning, and it is precisely because of this that there will be great ups and downs in the future. A long time ago, in a deep mountain thousands of kilometers away from the city, this unbelievable story began. The opening of Dragon Ball caught the attention of Ayano Ida. What he saw was a young man with a tail rolling on a wooden wheel, carrying a big saw blade, and greeting the surrounding animals. The painting style looks very unique, but it doesn't make people feel uncomfortable. Turn to the second page with curiosity. The young man with a long tail threw a wooden wheel larger than his body into the sky and kicked it suddenly, which made people feel admirable. The teenager was out hunting and caught a big weird fish with his tail in the creek under the cliff. On the way home, he was hit by a car. The hero and the heroine met www.readaloud.com. Something bad happened. Battle. The more I look down, the more surprised Ida Ayano is. The idea of this manga is like a wild horse, combining a strong technological style and retro meaning, as if entering a whole new world. It is said that you can collect 7 dragon and chant a spell. The dragon will appear and can help people realize any wish, but only one wish can be realized at a time. Sudden increase in mythology did not break the original style, but added a lot of charm to this comic. After slowly and carefully savoring Dragon Ball, Ida Ayano couldn't believe that this was the work of a rookie manga artist. Whether it was in the filming technique or other aspects, she couldn't find anything that could be changed. What is the responsibility of the manga editor? It is to find out the shortcomings of the cartoonist's work, and point it out to modify. The content of the story is very interesting. This young man named Monkey King gives people a lively and mischievous feeling. The cartoonist's idea is even more imaginative, and he perfectly controls the combination of several elements. From her point of view, this is definitely a comic with unlimited potential. As long as the following plot does not affect it, it will definitely catch on. The most important thing is that this manga fits Shueisha's requirements too well, plus the recent difficulties. Ida Ayano solemnly packed up the manuscript, and took a deep look at Wang Hao. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would have thought that this 16 or 17-year-old sunshine boy would have such great talents? Before she knew it, Wang Hao's position in her heart suddenly improved. This time she found a treasure. P.S. Thank you Minasan. Because of Mina-sang's support for the book, this book has a chance to sign. The author is incapable of repaying, so he can only update as much as possible. Chapter 32, Serial Meeting. There was a knock on the door, interrupting what Ida Ayano was trying to say. Everyone knows that she has a habit of not being interrupted when reviewing works. Knock on the door at this time, there must be something important, Ida Ayano said to the door, please come in. Senior Ida, it's almost time for the meeting. The waiter Wang Hao saw just now came in. Hearing what she said, Ida Ayano woke up, picked up Wang Hao's manuscript, and left the office quickly, leaving only a lingering sound. Please wait for me here first. Don't be late, why did you almost forget that today is Monday, and the president has to come to the meeting in person? I didn't expect this editor-in-chief like a strong woman to have such a reckless side that he almost forgot the time for the meeting. It was really interesting. Weekly Boy Jump Conference Office. When Ida Ayano entered, everyone else was already in place. Although it was not time for the meeting, she was embarrassed to be late. Since everyone is here, let's start the serial meeting of this issue. Shueisha Co., Limited, one of the largest publishing houses of Neon, the current president Maru Horiuchi sat in the middle and spoke lightly. There were only a dozen people in the entire conference room. They looked serious and knew the importance of this conference. Including the editor-in-chief, deputy editor-in-chief, and many senior editors, the president Maru Horiuchi personally presided over the meeting. This meeting will decide which comics will be cut in the future, as well as the serialization of new works. The cut works are determined based on the rankings of readers' surveys. All they have to do is to find new works, find potential new comic artists, and inject new blood into Shueisha. This is very important. One carelessness will affect the reputation of Weekly Shonen Jump. Therefore, this meeting concerns everyone present, there must be no mistakes, and it must be taken seriously. It's been a long time since I saw you all. As the president of Horiuchi Maruhan, although his hair is a bit grey, he undoubtedly possesses high prestige in Shueisha, and everyone present stands up and bows when he speaks. President Horiuchi. Sit down, everyone, the meeting will officially start next. As he spoke, other talents slowly took their seats. Horiuchi Maru turned on the computer, and the projector behind it released a set of data. He continued heavily, after reading these data, I believe everyone understands the current situation of Shueisha. If this continues, our position will change. Horiuchi Maru stood up, pointed out a set of data with his finger, and said loudly, yes, the sales of Weekly Shonen Jump have been declining recently, while the other two have been steadily rising. The editors who were present felt wrong from the beginning, because every Monday meeting was held by Maru Horiuchi for others to report, but this meeting was actually let the president personally investigate, and we can see the seriousness of the situation. Everyone knows that it is not easy for us to have Shueisha today. When we became independent from Shogakukan, we received a lot of blows, but through the continuous efforts of many predecessors, we have achieved where we are today. His falcon-like eyes looked at everyone present, and all the people he watched straightened up immediately, and Horiuchi Maru's prestige came into play at this time. So I don't want the crystallization of the predecessors to be destroyed in my hands, and I believe you don't want this to happen. This meeting is like a personal speech by Horiuchi Maru. At the moment when Shueisha's life and death mattered, no one came out to refute him, and they all thought seriously. I said this to let you understand the status quo. Next, I hope you can take the meeting seriously and report on the situation last week. The other editors all understand the meaning of what Horiuchi Maru said just now, in order to put more pressure on them and find a good new comic artist. The reason why they are so anxious is not unreasonable, because the impact of Reaper on Shueisha is too great, so what they need now is not ordinary comics, but the same phenomenon-level comics as Reaper, even beyond the comics of Reaper. According to the current level of Shueisha as a cartoonist, it is difficult to have such a work, so I can only divert attention to find newcomers. They did not complain that Kubo took the person to Reaper, because the other party had already made a lot of contributions to Shueisha and established the leading position of the manga industry. Moreover, Kubo Tai also clearly stated that new works will be serialized in Shueisha, but they may not have the potential to become a phenomenon-level manga. The Kubo era in the manga world is over, so Shueisha had to face a dilemma. Through the words of Maru Horiuchi just now, other editors knew that this issue obviously had to cut a few more manga. Because the other two series of Inuyasha and Fairy Tail are gradually beginning to become popular, Shueisha, which does not have Reaper, has obviously begun to decline. It's still much lower than when it was serialized in Reaper. If you continue to eat jujube pills like this, you will have to hand in hand if you occupy the leading position of the global comics industry. This is undoubtedly a great shame. Matsumoto's editor-in-chief turned on his computer, replaced the content on the projector, and displayed 6 comics. These 6 are the comics that are determined to be cut in half. They are finally decided after the supervision of various departments. Looking at the comics on the projector, the atmosphere in the conference room became a little heavier. The results of 1 or 2 books on it are not bad. Since it is determined to be cut in half, it should be the wishes of the cartoonist himself. Who are the rookie cartoonists worth training? The most critical question of this meeting finally came. All the editors looked at each other. You look at me, I look at you, and then they all turned their eyes to the most junior Ida Ayano. There are indeed 2 newcomer cartoonists worth training, but I am not sure about one of them. Ida Ayano bit her scalp and said that she was the only one who took the pressure off at this time. She took out a manuscript from her body and handed it to Maru Horiuchi, then turned on her computer and passed the manuscript to the projector. On. When all the editors saw the content on the projector, they were shocked by the majestic style of painting. How could such a perfect thing be a comic? Is really perfect, there is no flaw in the details, the exquisite characters are almost indifferent, and the style is absolutely outstanding, and people can't fault it. The editors who have worked in the comics industry for many years are completely shocked. They have never seen a comic style that can reach such a point. P.S. Ask for tickets, ask for clicks, ask for collections. Chapter 33, Dragon Ball Era. The perfect painting style attracts everyone's attention, and the method of splitting is very interesting. It uses a special way of expression to slowly open the content on the next page. After reading the storyline, it can be said that everyone is disappointed, including Horiuchi Maru. The cartoonist's drawing skills are overwhelming, no matter how you appreciate it, it's perfect, but the story is too boring. Is so boring that people think that the author is joking, like drinking a glass of boiled water. To put it simply, it is a girl manga, and the plot of the story is also very simple, so simple and boring to the point of surprise. A girl inexplicably fell in love with an unknown boy. It seems to be a love story, but from the second page onwards she has a direct relationship, or there is no plot at all. Is this the author skipping the middle plot directly? Or is it to leave room for readers to imagine? No matter which point it is, it will make people look crazy. Then there appeared a perfect male love rival and a cute pet dog, and then the inexplicable weirdness disappeared without even a word of explanation, and the most basic details were not paid attention to. It is impossible for a reader to like this kind of manga. Maru Horiuchi frowned and turned off the projector, staring at Ayano Ida, and said faintly, "Can you tell me about this newcomer?" As the president of Horiuchi Maru, I believe that no one of Shueisha's members will tease him, let alone make jokes in solemn meetings. Actually, this work was painted by Ms. Shina Mashiro. Ida Ayano was also a little bit dumbfounded, but he never thought that Shina Mashiro would come to contribute. British genius painter Shina really white. Horiuchi Maru was relieved at once. This style of painting can only be described by a world-class genius. Yes, the president. Ugh. Horiuchi Maru sighed helplessly. As long as the manga is not badly painted, it is enough for readers to understand the story told by the author. Even if the style is poor and the storyline is strong, there will still be a large number of readers. This can be seen from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Is the style of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure bad? Of course it's bad. It can even be said to be very bad. However, Hirohiko Araki unfolded his unconstrained imagination and created a bizarre JoJo world. The novel storyline has gathered many fans. The weird and bitter style of painting, the suffocating plot, have almost never been tiresome for so many years. The must-see works of boy manga, and Shina's works are two extremes. Actually, Horiuchi Maru is very optimistic about Shina from his heart. This is a real-world genius. If she is announced to the outside world that her work will be serialized on Weekly Shonen Jump, it will undoubtedly generate huge popularity. In all aspects, it is profitable and harmless. Unfortunately, the ability to tell stories is so poor that people can't help but feel a lack of common sense. Although the current Shueisha is beginning to go downhill, if Shina's works are serialized in this issue, it will indeed attract a lot of people to buy, but this has also caused the reputation of Weekly Shonen Jump to decline. Juvenile Jump can get to the point where it is today, completely relying on strength to achieve. Ida, take a good look at Shina's storytelling ability. Horiuchi hesitated for a while, and decided to focus on training Shina Shinahira. As long as the other party's plot can come up, he can become an idol manga artist with his own identity and style of painting. Now Shueisha can only do that. The other newcomer is your favorite, right? I have to wait and see. Anyway, with the world-class genius to contribute, Horiuchi depression in his heart is relaxed a lot, and he let go of the manuscript with some expectation. Several well-qualified editors couldn't help but take a look at it. Horiuchi didn't blame it when he saw it, and spread it out for everyone's appreciation. After watching the Dragon Ball quietly, everyone's expressions were a bit strange, and finally Horiuchi looked solemnly at Ida Ayano, and said, "Ida, are you sure this is not an old man to contribute? Although the painting looks a bit rough, the storyline is very attractive, it combines multiple elements, and the method of storyboarding is not like a newcomer at all." The editor-in-chief Matsumoto expressed his thoughts, and other editors began to speak. This kind of novel worldview is very rare, and it is different from the current comic works. Indeed, most of today's comics, light novels and the like are inevitably full of routines. Even the phenomenon-level comic Reaper is the same in the later stage. Because of routines, it was cut in half. It can be said that most people's aesthetics are tired. It seems that there are still several types of works, lacking innovation. I feel, this manga called Dragon Ball may surpass. Kitahara's deputy editor-in-chief sent it out of feeling that there are few works that can make people feel that it will be a big hit from the beginning. Dragon Ball has given them hope. What can surpass? Of course there is hope to surpass the of death. Although did not say this sentence, it attracted the approval of many editors, and was full of expectations for this cartoon named Dragon Ball. Moreover, the theme of the manga is very in line with Shueisha's requirements. www.readaloud.com Is this to witness the birth of a new star? President, it is indeed a young man of 16 or 17 years old who came to contribute. Ayano Ida heard the compliments from other editors, and then relieved himself and answered Horiuchi question respectfully. Hearing this, Horiuchi closed his eyes, and the surrounding area became silent. When he opened his eyes, there was a warm blood on his body. What do you think? Please tell me your answers. I agree that Dragon Ball will go directly to the Boy Jump. Matsumoto's editor-in-chief was the first to speak, with a sonorous voice. I also support Dragon Ball. The deputy editor-in-chief of Kitahara spoke immediately. The big three in the conference room spoke up, and other editors expressed their support. Such a trivial meeting will never appear before, but Shueisha is now facing a huge crisis, and it can only take a gamble. I lost, but it's a new start. If I win, we are still the leader of the comics industry. This is Shueisha. Although it has lost Reaper, it still occupies the leading position in the comics industry. Ayano-chan, that genius cartoonist can do it for you, don't be poached by others. Horiuchi who had been serious at the meeting, looked at Ayano Ida with a smile at this time. The hope of Shueisha now rests on the young manga artist. I see, President. Ida Ayano promised loudly that although other editors were a bit jealous as the author of the Dragon Ball, they would not fight each other at this time, and after all, Ida Ayano was a newcomer dug up. P.S. Today is 2 more changes, the author can ask for tickets and collections, meow meow. Chapter 34, Your Friend is Online. This time the serial meeting was over. Ayano Ida hurried back to his office in a hurry, only to find that Wang Hao was still sitting in a chair and he was relieved. I didn't ask the other party for contact information just now, so if I got impatient, I just left. After all, most young people are a bit anxious. My name is Ida Ayano, can you tell me your name? Ida Ayano put Wang Hao in the same position, and asked in a slightly respectful tone. Wang Hao, the pen name is God Lord, please give me more advice. Wang Hao smiled and nodded. It seems that he passed the review, but is this speed a bit too fast? Teacher God, first of all congratulations to your Dragon Ball for passing the serialization meeting, and you will be able to officially serialize Weekly Shonen Jump next week. Really passed so soon? Wang Hao still knows a little bit about the serialization of comics, and it needs to go through rigorous review from many parties and finally make a decision through a meeting. As Neon's largest comic magazine Weekly Shonen Jump, it is even more difficult to serialize comics on it, and there are only 20 comics serialized in each issue of Shonen Jump. You can imagine the difficulty of serializing newcomers' works. Well, is the master teacher free tomorrow? Ida Ayano suddenly remembered an important thing, because Wang Hao suddenly contributed to Shueisha, and she did not prepare the contract in advance. Who would have thought that this young rookie cartoonist could actually create such a powerful work? I will be free tomorrow. Is it about signing a contract? Seeing Ida Ayano hesitating, Wang Hao understood that the other party hadn't prepared the contract yet. Hi! Ida Ayano, who was seen through by the other party, confessed boldly that this kind of calmness made Wang Hao very appreciated, and the goodwill of this beautiful editor increased a bit. Then he exchanged phone calls with Ida Ayano, as well as penguins, mailboxes, etc., before he left Shueisha. Driving the black Maybach, Wang Hao didn't know where to go for a while, and finally took a day off. It was so boring to go back to school so soon. A comic internet cafe at the corner attracted Wang Hao's attention. Why not go online? As soon as he had this idea, he parked the car in the parking space in front of the internet cafe, got out of the car, and slowly walked into the comic internet cafe. How long does it take for the guest? Only before arriving at the front desk, a clerk asked enthusiastically. Wang Hao glanced at the time on his watch. It was 11 o'clock, so he would be online for 2 hours. 2 hours will do. Choose a single room. Please go to the 12th single room. There are many bookcases full of comics in this comic internet cafe. The scale is not small. The drinks in the beverage machine can be refilled at will. The overall environment is still good. Wang Hao walked along the number of the single room, and quickly found the number 12 single room, opened the wooden door and sat in. The single rooms are a bit cramped, and they are furnished in style, giving people the feeling of a snail dwelling. Turn on the computer, and there is a game called Legendary Age on the desktop. Because he has an impression of this game, his predecessor seems to have played this game. Double-click the mouse to open it, and after inputting the account password, the login is successful. Neon, like the island country in the previous life, is also a restricted area for online games, which he originally thought. After landing in Legendary Age, he discovered that he was wrong. Neon's online games are actually very developed, but players from other countries have limited the definition of online games. Neon's online games are not limited to PCs. Their home consoles can be used to play games via the internet, so they are used to many interesting games, such as the Nintendo series. Because its PC online game market is relatively small, it creates the illusion that Neon online games are not strong. This game belongs to the role-playing genre, and its production is not much worse than that of other countries. It can be said to be a work of conscience and has many players. The original Wang Hao's life pressure is too great, he has to accept various studies every day, and only games can relax. Exquisite 2D painting style, a golden player appeared on the street, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. World Channel Yin Li Feier, a superb genius appeared in the small town of Flanders, and a superb costume flashed my two 4K titanium alloy dog eyes. World Channel a kiss, the same upstairs +1, the picture is too beautiful, I don't dare to appreciate it, is this the power of Krypton Gold? Wang Hao controlled the characters of the game and quickly left the small town of Flanders. There are too many players here. Guild Channel, the President God Lord is online. Not long after logging into the game, various emails and news followed. Guild Channel True Eye of the Evil King, President, you are finally here. Guild Channel Mori Summer, if you don't go online, the guild will be dissolved. Guild Channel Dark Flame Envoy, are you still in the mood to chat? Please come and support the guild battle. Guild Channel God Lord, I see, please wait a moment. Although he doesn't know the status quo, Wang Hao also knows that he seems to be the chairman here. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com and the guild is in a guild war. Boom. When he rushed to the location of his guild, there were already many players attacking the city, and a huge golden fireball fell from the sky. What? What's up? Is this definitely a skill? Not a penalty for system downgrade. Impossible. The golden fireball suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and the strong golden light special effects infected the entire battlefield, instantly destroying the members of the Array Cat who were sieging the city and plundering the ground. Guild Battle Channel April, are you finally online? Then accept my sanction. Guild Battle Channel God Lord, then take a decisive battle outside the city to see who is stronger. In an instant, two players flew out of the two camps, their bodies bursting with dazzling light, and they went straight to the center of the battlefield. World Channel Churjet, shocking. The legendary two great gods finally ripped apart once again. Who is the one to kill this time? World Channel Fars, didn't the God Lord retreat? World Channel Black Predator, who knows? But I warmly welcome Shen Hao to return to the legendary era, please take my knees. Guild Battle Channel God Lord, April, you are still the same, let me see how much you have grown, Krypton Gold. Guild Battle Channel Apple Song, I will let you see my Krypton power today, but I have prepared a lot of props for you. Then the two rays of light collided fiercely, and everyone below carefully avoided the battlefield for fear of being caught. There is no way, just the battle wave that they spread out can deduct a lot of players' HP. Chapter 35, The Power of Krypton Gold. For you, I have specially strengthened, Krypton Gold, this staff, but its power has increased a lot. Apulago gently shook the short purple hair, and the staff with cyan light in his hand began to gather. A red fireball came out with terrifying heat. Come and try my firepower for yourself. A limited amount of Krypton Gold, fire attribute magic liquid is added to it. Rumble. A huge red fireball swept over, instantly engulfing Wang Hao in the sea of flames, burning blazingly. President. The few remaining members of the Guangming Guild exclaimed and looked anxiously at the Divine Lord who disappeared into the sea of flames. Guild Battle Channel Shivan, if there is no god, let this uncle clean up the remaining miscellaneous fish. The blood volume of Guangming City gradually decreased under the attack of the Array Cat Guild, and the few remaining members of the Guangming Guild also rushed out of the city to fight. Evil King True Eyes, you and the Dark Flame Envoy quickly cast their combined skills, your consumption will be answered by me, hurry up. Mori Summer used the Holy Light technique to rescue, and the other side began to restore blood to Guangming City. Blast it, reality! Smash it, spirit! The Evil King's True Eyes opened the black umbrella in his hand, and a dark light appeared from his left eye. The void leads the way to the end. Blackwing Jack's prototype 2. A six-pointed star array appeared at his feet, the dark flames made painful covering his right hand, and he knelt on one knee, as if there was something to be released. His face grimly said, I will be swallowed up by the dark flames. You two are the second guys. When are you not going back on defense? A few black lines appeared on Mori Summer's head, who couldn't stand it. He stretched out the staff in his hand and knocked them on the head. Vicious mage, the true eyes of the evil king will not succumb. Not good. Bright City's health is about to be broken if there is 5% left. The dark flames recovered from the second state, and the array cat's attack became stronger and stronger. He jumped and swept down the city to fight. The true eyes of the evil king followed closely. "AKO, come and help too," Mori Summer said to another female priest wearing a pink dress. The other party recovered and quickly joined the rescue on the battlefield. The flames in the sky slowly disappeared, and Apulago smiled slightly, and when he gradually saw the figure inside, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Is it okay? It is indeed a customized superb limited edition costume, then try all my inventory." Apulago waved his hand, and many magic props appeared out of thin air, all blasting in the direction of the god. "Let you see what is the real, Krypton gold, power." Wang Hao's eyes were cold, the golden armor burst out with dazzling special effects, his body was slightly bent, and he slammed forward suddenly, causing the sky to tremble, and the damage exploded instantly. Game over. Including Aplige, all the members of the array cat were directly killed by a punch, and the whole army was wiped out. "Since you have the guts to attack the Guild of Light, then give me a good sense of consciousness and disband me immediately within 10 minutes. Directly used a full-service speaker worth 999 days, and he could see the top of the screen, and what he said appeared directly in text. Most of the array cat members who had just been resurrected left the guild directly. In desperation, although April was gritted with anger, he still did not choose to disband the guild, although there are still a few players left here. "Guild Channel God Lord, please wait for the remaining members of the Guangming Guild to gather at the main city tavern. I have important things to announce." After speaking, he left the battlefield and slowly marched towards the main city. "I said, you two don't want to dissolve the guild, so why are you still following me?" Wang Hao looked at the two 2D male characters behind with a headache. These are the only two remaining members of the array cat. They have been following him since entering the main city. "Humph! Who will follow you?" The handsome blonde Shubian snorted and followed Wang Hao on his own. "Brother, it's a coincidence." There was a sunny smile on April's face, not at all discouraged as he had just failed. "Whatever you like." Typed a few words on the keyboard, and a green dialog box popped up on his head. Wang Hao just walked into the tavern in the main city and sat in the first private room. Shivine and Aprigo followed, and found two places to sit down, and Tai Ruo sat naturally. "Guild Channel God Lord, I am waiting for everyone in the number 1 private room of the main city tavern." After sitting quietly for 3 minutes, all the remaining players from the Guangming Guild arrived, including Wang Hao, a total of 5 people. Of course, I didn't count the 2 members of the array cat next to me. Seeing that the small private room on the screen was full of people, Wang Hao gave a wry smile. It was time to make a break. "God Lord, I went online today to tell everyone that I decided to quit the game, and this account will also be given to the Guild of Light." He just typed this sentence, and immediately attracted a reply. "Yako, why? Is it because of my fault? I still have an impression of this player named Yazi Wang Hao. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com seems to have proposed to him in the game last week. Although he refused a few times, he finally reluctantly agreed. To put it simply, the two are a partnership in the game." Yazi sat beside him as soon as he came in, and never looked up, making Wang Hao wonder why he felt a little distressed. "Calm down, be sure to calm down. Don't look at the other person who is exactly the same as the literary girl in reality, but in case it is a character manipulated by a male player in reality, don't be confused. Aplige, it really deserves to be the legendary number 1 Chen Hao, you have at least tens of millions of yen on this account, just say it and give it away. Mori Summer, is there really nothing to miss in this game? We are obviously." Her words aroused the silence of everyone, including the 2 members of Array Cat. They are almost the first generation players from the legend, and they have all done missions in a novice village. Shivan, the Guangming guild without a will soon be defeated by our array of cats. Then Wang Hao said a word, making Shivine and Apogee almost choked to death. God Lord, did you forget that I would leave my account to the Illuminati Guild? I am certainly not afraid of your attacks. Stupid. Shibian's direct speech, a crisp female voice came through the earphone, and Wang Hao had a pain in his ears. I didn't expect that there were girls in there, but he thought that everyone here was all men. Then Wang Hao received a few secret chat messages, which were sent by Yazi, who had his head down. P.S. Next, the author wrote according to his own outline, hoping to end it soon. Chapter 36, Below the Line Foundation. Secret chat channel Yazi, it is because of me that Hejun is unwilling to stay in the legend anymore? Wang Hao couldn't help being a little speechless after listening to the other party's name. Why did his predecessor like to tell others his name on the internet? Told the friend Xia Shizi on the Penguin, and then told the wife on the legendary era game. Secret chat channel Yazi, as long as Hejun does not leave, Yazi is willing to do anything, even if he divorces Hejun. Wang Hao was almost moved by Yazi's words. His concentration is still not enough. Don't be moved because the other party is a beautiful woman online, in case a man says these things to yourself. Secret chat channel God Lord, sorry, I have something very important in reality that I haven't finished yet. This is indeed true. There are still many things waiting for him to complete. The online gameplay is also a whim. Immediately switched to the chat channel, and Wang Hao quickly typed on the keyboard and said, because a lot of things have happened to me recently, this time I went online to say goodbye to everyone. Was another silence. After a while, the name is called the Dark Flame Envoy and replied, it turns out to be a reality, and the chairman is really hard. True Eye of the Evil King, it's really great for the members of the Guangming Guild to meet the president. Even if the president leaves, I believe everyone will meet one day. Wait, what did you just say, can you repeat it? A green dialogue popped up from Maury Summers' head and got up from his chair excitedly. It's great to meet the chairman. The Evil King was really at a loss, and he continued to say what he had just said. No, it's the next sentence. Maury Summer replied quickly, seeming to have caught something just now. I believe everyone will meet one day. That's it. Everyone can meet by attending an offline party together. Maury Summer finally caught the problem ZTE. We have known each other in the game for more than a year and finally became partners. I believe that after meeting in reality, they will definitely become good friends. I agree. Me too. Great. Evil King True Eyes and the Dark Flame Envoy agreed to this proposal, and Yazi, who had been bowing his head since entering the door, also raised his head in agreement. We have to go to X2. Apogee and Shivine also raised their hands in agreement. That, you don't seem to ask my opinion. Wang Hao spoke weakly, but as the chairman, he was directly ignored. Everyone give me your contact information, and the location is set at the Maid Cafe in Akihabara, this Saturday morning. As soon as Maury Summers' words were spoken, she received contact information from other people, including the only two members of the Array Cat. She looked at Wang Hao with a smile and said, President, you are the only one left. Can I choose not to participate? No way, X6. I know. It's really a headache. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing in the last game. Is this the face base? After handing over his contact information to Maury Summer, Wang Hao was already prepared in his heart. On Saturday, a few big men met together at the Maid Cafe. No, Shivine seems to be a girl. It should be an offline gathering of 6 men and 1 woman. Then I will go offline first, see you on Saturday morning. Sent a parting message. Wang Hao retired from the legendary era. Why did he want to play that game cheaply? When I went to the front desk to check out, he was shocked. The internet fee was too expensive. It cost 1,000 yen for 2 hours, which is more than 62 yuan in RMB. Think about the internet cafes in the Celestial Dynasty. Generally, it costs 4 or 5 yuan an hour. The difference is really big in comparison. Jade Home, a girl in pink casual home clothes, came out of the room, walked down the stairs happily, and hummed as he walked, How Jun I will meet soon. AKO, are you going to meet the husband in that game? Mrs. Tamaki, who was cooking in the kitchen, was slightly startled. She was still very clear about her daughter's situation, so she asked curiously. Well, I'm going to meet Hokun this Saturday at the maid cafe in Akihabara. Yuzuki Ako looked happily took a circle in the living room, and said cutely toward the kitchen, Mom, I'm hungry, is the meal ready? Ako, wait a moment, it will be done soon. Mrs. Yuji frowned her eyebrows tightly, with a worried expression on her face, obviously worried that her daughter would meet a bad person. Alas, it would be nice if I had a neighbor's daughter half sensible. Yup. You can ask the daughter of the neighbor next door to accompany Yazi. Mrs. Yuji clapped her hands and immediately dialed a phone call in the living room. This is Kazuma Jayaka house, who do you look for? Is it Xiuzhang? I am the mother of Yuji Ako. I hope Xiuzhang can come here later, Auntie, I have important things to ask you. I know. Thank you. Put down the landline in her hand. www.readaloud.com. Mrs. Yuji was relieved. The child of Zayas Hikiyoshiu is really sensible. It would be fine if her daughter has half the other. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Mrs. Yuji put on her apron and hurriedly went to open the door. Excuse me. Outside the door is a tall literary girl, Zayas Hikiyoshiu, who exudes a sorrowful temperament. Shi Yujiang, come in, Auntie has something to ask you, and Yazi is in it. Mrs. Yuji enthusiastically held Kazujayaka Shiu's little hand, and the other party did not feel any discomfort, and went straight to the living room. Shiu-sauce, are you here? Yazi was sitting on the sofa. When she saw the person behind her mother, her face was slightly taken aback, and then she wrapped around happily. As the only friend in reality, in the heart of Yazi Yuji, Shiu Kazuma Jayaka is a very important existence. Since childhood, only the other party is willing to communicate with himself. At this time, the opponent can come, making Ako Tamaki feel inexplicably happy. I haven't seen Yazi for a long time. It's been about 2 months. Zayas Hikiyoshiu knows this best friend who has been playing together since she was a child. Since she was in contact with online games, she has been obsessed with it. I have thought of many methods, but unfortunately they all returned without success. In the 3rd grade of junior high school, Yazi took a semester off for games. At that time, Shiu Kazuma Jayaka exhausted his brains before letting the other party go to school for a few days. As for a few days later, I returned to the snail house life again. The smart Kazuma Jayaka Shiu has already understood Mrs. Yuji's request. Perhaps only Yazi is the only thing that can cause headaches for this virtuous and capable aunt. P.S. Welcome to join the book friend group, group number 977855049. Chapter 37, Xinping Hotel. Today, Zayas Hikiyoshiu was a little uncomfortable. She specially asked for leave from school. She was lying in bed and was resting. A call came from home. Her parents happened to be out, so she had to get up and connect by herself. Aunt Yuji is talking about Yazi. Shiu Zayas Hikiyoshiu was sitting on the back end of the sofa. From the outside, she looked pale, but she couldn't see any other problems. She was as elegant as a Yamato Nadeshiko. The tone is full of etiquette. Actually, Yazi, I'm going to meet friends in the game this Saturday morning. Auntie is afraid that Yazi will have an accident alone. I hope Shiba-chan can go with Na Yazi. The location is at the maid cafe in Akihabara. Mrs. Tamaki patted her majestic breast with concern. If there are men present, she will definitely feast on her eyes. Unfortunately, All the people present are women, and they all belong to the prosperous career category. Mom. Yuji Ako grumbled dissatisfiedly. Before she could finish her words, there was a Kyunkyu hand on her little head who was touching her. Xiaohiki Hoshiu's face changed, or because of physical discomfort, she changed to a pear blossom with rain. Her face was slightly pale. Chu Chu looked at Yuji Yazi pitifully, and whispered, Yazi, as if you are a friend in the game, don't you want to be friends with me? No. Shi Yu-chan is an important friend of Ako. Then I want to go to the offline party with Yazi, can't I? I see. Tamaki Ako had a tangled expression, with his hands gently crossed and knotted, looking cute and cute. Great, what smell is this? There seemed to be a burnt smell in the air. Xiaohiki Hoshiu's Kyung nose sniffed lightly, as if it was coming from the kitchen, and kindly reminded Mrs. Yuji, who was in peace of mind, and said, Aunt Yuji, is there something in the kitchen? Ah! It's awful! My cooking! Mrs. Yuji exclaimed, and then she suddenly remembered the cooking in the kitchen. When she left just now, she forgot to turn off the fire and quickly turned and went into the kitchen. Xiaohiki Hoshiu smiled slightly. Mrs. Yuji in such a confused state is rare, so she took out her mobile phone and left a message to the friend God Lord on Penguin. Kazumi Shiko, this Saturday, I will accompany my friends to the maid cafe in Akihabara for offline parties, hoping not to run into weird people. Wang Hao came out of the comic internet cafe. After counting the time, there were still 2 hours before Zhenbei left school. He drove around in a boring car to pass the time. After driving halfway, his stomach protested. He slowed down the driving speed subconsciously. He hadn't eaten since the early morning, so he got up so early to make breakfast. As for Shina Mashiro, Wang Hao carefully prepared a lunch box for her, but he was still hungry now. There are still 2 hours, but I can fill my stomach before picking up the real white. People are iron, and rice is steel, so I panic if I don't eat a meal. Parked the car, his eyes were caught by a restaurant on the street. The number of people in line really scared him. There were a long queue of dozens of people. Can let so many people line up willingly, presumably there should be excellent cuisine. Wang Hao also aroused curiosity. Excuse me, is there anything special about this restaurant? After Wang Hao lined up, he asked the middle-aged uncle in front of him. The middle-aged uncle was taken aback when he was asked, and he watched Wang Hao carefully and repeatedly for a while, confirming that the other party was not teasing him, and said enthusiastically, "This is the first time this little brother has come to Xingping Hotel, right? But wait! After you taste the food of this restaurant, you will definitely be impressed, because it is so delicious, it is definitely a paradise for food." The middle-aged uncle seemed to think of something beautiful. A gleam of saliva flowed out of the corner of his mouth inadvertently, and then he sighed in a low voice. However, the owner of this shop seems to be closing for a while recently, which is really regrettable. Gourmet heaven? Hearing that, Wang Hao squinted his eyes slightly. Although there was an exaggeration in it, the enthusiasm for free publicity by customers was enough to show the charm of this store. After standing in line for nearly 5 minutes, it was Wang Hao's turn. He raised his head and glanced at the menu on the wall of the shop. His eyes quickly swept, and finally locked on the fried rice. He pondered for a moment, and said, "Thank you for a golden egg. Fried rice, thank you. Please wait a moment." The head of the kitchen is a teenager about the same size as Wang Hao. He has fiery red hair full of enthusiasm. He wears a long white towel on his head and has cut scars on his left eyebrow. His height is about 1.7 meters. The red-haired boy cooks very fast, fast enough to serve dozens of customers at the same time. In the process of cooking, there was no confusion at all, and his expression was easy to do. The arm strength of the pot should not be underestimated. At the same time, it takes care of the production of the 2 dishes. Yukanshu.com's solid sword skills are eye-catching. Is fast, accurate and ruthless in all three aspects, which is in line with the basic requirements of popular restaurants. From these three aspects, it can be judged that he has at least more than 10 years of cooking experience. This red-haired boy looks about 15 years old, but he has more than 10 years of cooking experience. He has been specialized in cooking at a few years old, and he has been in the kitchen for more than 10 years before he can have this solid basic skills. Leads to the appearance that he is only 15 years old, but when cooking, it makes people feel old-fashioned. At this age, the cooking skills he showed are enough to make most chefs ashamed. He should be said to be a cooking genius, but there is always a sense of ordinariness surrounding the red-haired boy. Wang Hao found an empty spot at random, and just over 2 minutes after sitting in it, the golden egg fried rice he ordered was brought up, and the red-haired boy Xin Ping Chuangzhen continued to return to the kitchen to get busy. From the appearance of this golden egg fried rice, compared with the egg fried rice in other ordinary restaurants, it is indeed more crystal clear and smooth. The rice is treated with distinct grains, and the aroma floats to the nose. When you inhale it gently, it has a delicious fragrance. It will make people intoxicated. Picking up the dinner spoon and taking a sip, Wang Hao's eyes flashed. When the fragrance filled his mouth, there was no extra odor. The rice in the mouth seemed to touch the winter snow of the spring sun, and it melted silently. A unique warm current flows into the heart and flows through the meridians throughout the body. There was a touch of warmth deep in his heart. Something surrounded him tightly, and saw a round of golden warm sun hanging in the air, casting a gentle sun shining on the earth, dispelling the endless darkness. He closed his eyes and vaguely saw two figures who had never met before, but inexplicably gave him the feeling that he had met before, just like where he met. Chapter 38, Let me teach you how to administer medicine. Before the two figures slowly approached him, and when they were about to see the face of the other side clearly, Wang Hao suddenly opened his eyes and faintly said in the direction of the red-haired boy, "Boss, check out." The bowl of golden egg fried rice on the table, he only tasted a bite from start to finish, but there was no reason to continue eating, and his stomach was not so hungry. "This guest, you haven't finished tasting your dishes. Could it be that the dishes I made do not meet your tastes? I hope I can advise you on the shortcomings." Xin Ping Chuang really looked at the golden egg fried rice on the table. The most unbearable thing for a chef is that his cooking is completely denied by others. Yuping Chuangzhen, who has been learning cooking since he was a child, is actually very proud of his cooking skills. Even if he loses to his father nearly 500 times in a row, he still hasn't shaken his cooking spirit. Often picky eaters come to the door, but he gagged with his own cooking. In the opinion of Xin Ping Chuangzhen, Wang Hao just came to taste his golden egg fried rice, which completely negated his own cooking, and obviously underestimated him. In other words, it challenged a chef in another way. "Your cooking is okay, and it's excellent, but I don't like it very much." When Wang Hao tasted Xin Ping Chuangzhen's cooking, he met those two people deep in his heart and accidentally turned on the God mode. At this time, he also answered Xin Ping Chuangzhen's question in a cold voice. The voice was cold like a cold wind, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Seeing the interested look on the other's face, Wang Hao smiled bitterly in his heart and was misunderstood again, but he couldn't explain it. Although he knew that this was the result of disrespecting the chef, he didn't want to taste the second lipstick-haired boy's cuisine, and wanted to apologize in his heart, but the meaning from his mouth completely changed. Once this God's mode is turned on, in addition to being almost cold-blooded, the firepower to pull hatred and pretense is also full. "Can I borrow the kitchen temporarily? Please feel free to use it." When Xin Ping Chuangzhen told Wang Hao that he would borrow the kitchen, he had already determined that this guest was here to kick the restaurant. Since the establishment of the Xinping Hotel, I don't know how many people who have come to kick the restaurant have been taught. Not convinced? Then use cooking to decide the victory. Wang Hao nodded slightly, since he has been misunderstood, then forget it. I glanced at the ingredients in the kitchen. There are many kinds of ingredients. There are many ingredients in the refrigerator. There are all kinds of kitchen utensils. There are many kinds of condiments. You can also find fast foods sold in supermarkets. There are many ingredients, but Wang Hao can only cook 3 dishes: tomato and egg soup, green pepper fried meat, egg fried rice. At present, I still make the best egg fried rice. I pick out the ingredients I need and clean it carefully. Then I pick up a sharp kitchen knife. There is an edible chicken weighing about 5 kilograms lying on the kitchen chopping board. There are many ways to make egg fried rice. This time he decided to make chicken golden egg fried rice. He had several experiences in his previous life and was familiar with the general process. Before everyone knew what Wang Hao was going to do, they saw that the kitchen knife in his hand, which was slightly larger than the knife, suddenly flashed with a bright silver knife, and the 2 chicken legs had been neatly separated from the main body. Once again raised the knife in his hand and fell into the room, glowing with cold light, and kept patting on the chicken legs. His movements were dazzling, and he gradually couldn't see where he should drop the knife next. Fortunately, Xin Ping Chuangzhen's eyes condensed. This kind of almost Taoist swordsmanship is really terrifying. He has only seen it in the hands of his father, Kahijou Ichiro, and now it is displayed in the hands of a peer. How incredible! The black-haired boy who is brandishing a knife, at most 1 or 2 years older than himself, is it because he has been practicing knife skills since his mother's womb? Although he was a little reluctant to admit it, the black-haired boy had completely surpassed him in terms of knife skills, and was already on par with his dad, Kahijou Ichiro. Fortunately, Ping Chuangzhen was absent for an instant, and his pupils gradually rekindled their scorching fighting spirit. Don't the opponents just have to be the stronger the better? Since he was young, he has lost 489 times to his father in a row. How could he willingly give in, and the other party is still the same age as him? Secretly distracted and observed that Xin Ping Chuangzhen was abnormal, Wang Hao's eyes flashed with appreciation, but he knew the terrible aspects of the God mode after it was turned on, forming a domain of absolute suppression, and people who could be overwhelmed were breathless. The red-haired boy was only slightly absent-minded for a while, and then not only recovered his mind, but a stronger fighting spirit emerged. What a tough and terrifying mentality! But, what about this? You can lose other dishes, but you can only meet those 2 people's dishes. You can never lose. It must be crushed severely anyway. Is not for anything else, just for the pitiful self-esteem deep in my heart. The speed of the knife quietly increased, as if it was protected by the power of divine assistance. When he stopped the knife in his hand, he gently pulled the bone in his right hand, and he actually pulled it out. Under the bright light, it can be seen that there is no sticky meat on the surface of the crystal clear chicken bones. www.readaloud.com. All of them have been stripped off by the black-haired boy, and the Baoding Jinyu that has been circulating so far is probably nothing more than this. The chicken thigh meat is cut into thin slices, which look white and translucent. There is a reason for this. The chicken used in ordinary chicken egg fried rice is cooked chicken, and the meat on the chicken thigh is not requested. Relying on the intuition of the God's mode, he used superb knife skills to slice and peel off the chicken thighs. I believe that using this part of the chicken can increase the umami taste in the ingredients. Wang Hao patted the rice, took out 5 eggs from the refrigerator, beat them, and turned on the heat to a low to medium level to melt the butter. The white rice and the golden egg liquid were blended together, and a small amount of black pepper powder was added. Took out his hand to chop an onion with a knife, and then began to process other vegetables. The chicken and egg fried rice he made has undergone self-improvement, which is different from what ordinary people do, and it is carried out in an orderly manner as expected. The process of cooking was turbulent, and a group of violent flames suddenly rose in the pot, as meek as a little sheep in front of Wang Hao, which caused the diners in the small shop to exclaim. What an amazing knife craftsman! The fire control skills are also top-notch. That boy, wouldn't he be the elite of UNU Academy, right? It should be a student of UNU, How can ordinary people have this kind of cooking skills? The diners talked a lot. Xingping Chuangzhen looked at Wang Hao and his heart was shocked. Is the black-haired boy really from Yuanyu Academy? I didn't expect that among my peers, there is such an existence that is close to a monster. It seems that Dad is right. It's time for me to go out and see, otherwise it's hard to grow in cooking. P.S. The author is still a student, so it's difficult to make frequent outbreaks, but at least it will be updated every day, and I will try to code as many words as possible during the holidays. I hope Minasang can forgive me. Chapter 39, Mu and Number 039, S Concert. Everything in the outside world can no longer affect Wang Hao, who is in the God mode state. He doesn't hear things outside the window, and his mind is focused on gradually forming dishes, and he walks flexibly in the small kitchen. The left hand grabbed the handle of the pan and flicked it. The chicken and egg fried rice floated into the air, and the grains glowed with incredible light. It lasted only a moment and a half before being slapped into the prepared bowl by a shovel coming from the sky. The lid appeared abruptly, covering the whole picture of the cooking. After finishing all this, Wang Hao put the kitchen utensils in place, and after a brief cleaning, he picked up the plate like an aristocrat, and elegantly sent it to Xingping Chuangzhen, and said faintly, "Please use it slowly." Left the Xingping restaurant slowly. When his back figure drifted away, until he disappeared completely, everyone had green eyes and greedily looked at the dishes covered by the lid on the table. Guru. I don't know who made the sound. The black-haired teenager who left just now has no doubt that the cooking skills he showed are absolutely superb, so this dish must be a rare and delicious dish. Yuping Chuangzhen took a deep breath, stretched out his hand and slowly lifted the lid. A surprising moment happened. The dazzling light was fleeting, it was as illusory as looking at flowers in the fog, but it left an indelible impression on everyone. It's incredible that cooking can shine. Bathed in the various gazes of everyone, Xingping Chuangzhen choked his throat with difficulty. The light he saw just now was by no means illusory, although it seemed like a flash in the pan, making it difficult to distinguish between true and false. Took a spoonful of fried rice with his own hands. When he touched his mouth, his mind immediately became blank, forgetting everything. He seems to be in an endless blue sky, entering a new world, breathing fresh natural air, and white clouds surround him. Vaguely, there seemed to be a small black spot rushing towards him in the distance, and everything he passed was turned into a sea of fire, and the entire sky was stained red. Howl! The huge black shadow uttered a clear cry. After it gradually approached, Xingping Chuangzhen discovered that the black shadow's true face turned out to be the legendary fantasy species phoenix. Before Xingping Chuangzhen recovered from his surprise, the sacred and majestic phoenix's pupils became cold, slightly opened his mouth and spit out a group of colorful flames, swallowing him in a flash, and placed him in the sea of flames. It's hot. What is going on? The intense heat that melted steel and burned his fragile body ruthlessly. Xingping Chuangzhen's sweat was dripping from his forehead, his clothes drenched with sweat. Domineering, the taste is too domineering. Despite this, Kopi Chuangzhen was conquered. He quickly waved the spoon in his hand and kept tasting the remaining chicken and egg fried rice bite after bite. The senses became different. If it is said that going down the first bite is to give birth to a sea of fire, then the next second and third bite are rebirth in the flames of nirvana, the whole body is purified, and the distracting thoughts are burned out by the flames. Net, the soul is sublimated to the utmost. After tasting this bowl of chicken and egg fried rice, his clothes sprang up quietly. Fortunately, Chuangzhen, his clothes are broken. I lost. My golden fried rice really lost to this bowl of chicken and egg fried rice. Both are ordinary popular dishes, but the black-haired boy interprets a more exciting story in it. The overbearing taste is long-lasting. What he can't figure out lies in the source of the spicy sensation, how to perfectly retain the umami taste without destroying it, and to bring out the original taste incisively and vividly. Not right. Xingping Chuangzhen frowned, and suddenly remembered the undetectable astringency just now. That is the case, the other party should have put the chili powder before frying the soft onions. Although the onions are covered, they still retain the original spiciness. The black pepper powder that is almost mixed with the rice seems to be just for seasoning, but it collides with the red pepper powder, forming a spicy taste, and the slight astringency is produced. Interesting, it turns out that there is such a strong person outside, and the other person is in the same age group as himself, so he is a monster in the culinary world. Tomotsuki Gakuen? Yuping Chuangzhen looked at the world outside the shop. For the first time, I felt that the outside became more exciting. I will definitely reach the apex of the far moon, and then challenge the black-haired boy just now to let him see his true strength. Dad, I'm sorry. I failed to keep the agreement with you, but I will definitely find the place back. Cuckoo. 10 minutes after leaving the Xingping Hotel, Wang Hao's stomach uttered a strong protest. He gave a bitter smile and had to walk in the direction of the vending machine and buy some drinks to satisfy his hunger. Please advise. After returning from the vending machine and passing by the entrance of an academy, Wang Hao suddenly felt that someone had handed him something similar to a leaflet. He raised his head slightly and found the girl who worked as a maid in Akihabara yesterday. Miss Maid, can you tell me what this is? Glanced at the flyer in his hand, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com seemed to be holding a MUS concert on Friday afternoon, but Wang Hao didn't follow the stars so much, not to mention that he didn't even know who held the concert. Hush! My name is Nankin Li, I can also call me Nan Zionio, please don't call my maid lady outside, please. Nan Zionio looked around nervously, with big watery eyes begging. Staring at Wang Hao, he seemed to cry as soon as he refused. Then I will call you Zionio, my name is Wang Hao, and Zionio can also call me Hejun, so please advise. Everyone has their own secrets. Maybe Nan Zionio doesn't want others around him to know about it, and Wang Hao won't say it openly. Ho! June, thank you. After yelling the two words Hejun, Nan Zionio was slightly shy on her face, and soon burst into a cute smile, and said happily, MUS is the name of our group. This Friday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I will meet Hiwei and Hui Neguo. Held the first MUS concert in the school auditorium, and I hope Hao Jun can come to participate. After speaking, Nan Zionio looked nervously at Wang Hao's expression. He collected the flyers in his hand and smiled slightly, if I have time, I will definitely come to enjoy MUS concert. I hope you can put the best of it. Show it out. It's great. Everyone at MUS will definitely cheer, because they have worked hard for so long. Nan Zionio jumped up in cheers, full of joy, like a lively and lovely lark. Come on at the concert, I will definitely come to participate. Is really a strange child. This week at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday, he has no other arrangements. The time on the watch is also too early. Wang Hao and Nan Zionai said hello, ready to pick Zhenbei home. Chapter 40, Unreliable Zero Stone Zero Search. It has been nearly half an hour after arriving at the high school affiliated to Shuming University of the Arts. The school bell rang, and it didn't take long for groups of students to walk out of it. Wang Hao was a little worried about Sheena, and hoped that Sheena would not forget the time of school. Then he thought of her being able to fly over from the UK alone, so she shouldn't worry too much. A beautiful figure appeared at the school gate. Wang Hao realized that his worries were really unnecessary, pushed the car door and walked down, waving his hand in Sheena's direction. I miss you so white. Wang Hao made a humorous joke, but Sheena tilted his head really white, pondered for a moment, and said seriously, yes, I was thinking about how when I was in art class. Silence, the surroundings seemed to be quiet, Wang Hao touched his little really white head in embarrassment. At that moment, he was really moved. It's a pity that Zhenbei missed him in class. It must be because of the first day of enrollment and some unsuitability to the environment that he would think of himself. Is there anything you want to eat? Wang Hao witty changed the subject, and as expected he took away his true white attention, and blurted out without thinking, I want to eat Baumkuchen. In the morning, didn't you take 2 Baumkuchens? But I didn't eat at noon. I see, let's go to the vegetable market together. It seems that in the future, if you want to be really obedient, Baumkuchen is an indispensable and important prop. How can it be a little like coaxing a child? Coming out of a nearby vegetable market, Wang Hao carried a few large bags of things in his hand. In addition to the ingredients, he also bought some fruits. As for the price of the fruits, he was going to talk about it. Except for bananas, the prices of other fruits are so expensive that they break the sky. In the case of apples, they are sold almost by number. Each apple costs 200 yen, which is about 13 yuan in Chinese currency. The 200 yen apples are fair compared to the ones sold by other vendors. However, considering Sheena's love for Baumkuchen, eating fruits every day can supplement the body with essential nutrients and various vitamins. It is not bad to use it as a snack. On the way back, Wang Hao thought of another question. The reason why he was able to pick up Sheena Zhenbei on time after school this afternoon was because he had asked for leave. After that, I waited until school was over every day, and it would take more than 20 minutes to drive from Santa Key College to the high school attached to Swimei University of the Arts. In this way, Sheena will inevitably have some accidents, just like the last time he let Zhenbei stay in place for a while. When he came back, Zhenbei didn't know where to go. Ugh! I sighed with a headache. It would be nice if I had an acquaintance who I knew at the high school affiliated to Swimei University of the Arts. And many more. It seems that there are real acquaintances. Wang Hao took out a business card from his right pocket. It was the one Chihiro gave him today. The female teacher and Zhenbei are relatives. It should be okay to ask the other party? Dialed out according to the phone number on the business card, and it was quickly connected, and there was an impatient voice from the other end. Is there a problem? Chihiro walked slowly down the corridor of the school, glanced at the strange number displayed on the phone, without the slightest impression in his mind. Hello, Ms. Kyunchi, this is Wang Hao, can I ask the teacher about the true white matter? Let's talk about it first, forget about the troublesome things. It seems that the true white cousin is a little unreliable. Although she wants to complain, but now she still asks her, Wang Hao still politely said, I hope that teacher Kyunchi can send Zhenbei home after school in the afternoon. That child's I believe that Mr. Kyunchi knows his personality, because my time after school is the same as Zhenbei, and there is no way to pick Zhenbei home on time. I don't worry about her alone. Only halfway through his words, he was interrupted impatiently by Chihiro on the other side of the phone. I see. Anyway, you need someone who can send Zhenbei home on time after school, right? It's okay for Ms. Senshi to find a trustworthy person. I will pay for it. The corner of Wang Hao's mouth twitched. It is impossible to expect Chihiro to send Zhenbei home every day. He only asked the other party to find a reliable person. The next moment, his forehead wrinkled a few black lines. That student, that means you, the teacher has something to look for you, are you interested in doing a part-time job? Without concealing the voice of the phone, Wang Hao seemed to see Chihiro find a student at random, and then completed his commission. Anyway, you are also an adult, and you are also a teacher of educating students. Can you not do things so casually? Aoyama Kiai, who was suddenly called to a halt, walked to Chihiro with small fragments, and asked with doubts, Teacher Kaishi, can you tell me what kind of part-time job it is? The rent has risen again recently. Qingshan Kiai has been in arrears with rent once a month. If he can't pay it on time at the end of this month, I'm afraid he will be driven out by the landlord. Since she went to high school and became independent, she hasn't asked her parents in Osaka for a penny, and she survives entirely on her part-time jobs every day. But these are far from enough. The reason is that she has to pay the tuition of the CEU's school. Qing Shan Qi's dream is to become a CEO. In addition to the CEO tuition, there are also living expenses and tuition for the high school affiliated to Shuming University of the Arts. Although life is under great pressure, this strong girl still earns tuition through part-time work when she is not in class for the dream deep in her heart. Because of this, Qing Shan Qi was forced to live in poverty. At the end of the month, I'm so poor that I can't even eat lunch. Work is to take a girl home every day. That girl is from the school. If you are paid, tell this guy yourself. Chihiro curled his lips and handed the phone to Kikai Aoyama. If you still encounter such a trouble after get off work, you can bear it for the sake of your cute cousin. Hello, I am Aoyama Kikai. Aoyama Nanamai, who took the call, was slightly restrained, and said respectfully. The voice seemed a bit familiar. Wang Hao felt like he had heard it somewhere, but he still couldn't remember it. What made him feel a little relieved was that the other party was a female student. In this regard, she could take care of Zhenbai better. Girls are generally more careful. Ms. Qunqi should have told you about it. See you at the school gate at 7:30 in the morning, and talk about the general situation in detail. I see. Is there anything else I need to do? Let's talk about the details tomorrow morning. I am driving the car now, bye-bye. See you tomorrow, sir. Aoyama Nanamai wrote down Wang Hao's number on the palm of his hand, looked at Chihiro gratefully, bowed deeply, and said, Teacher Chinishi, I really appreciate the teacher for introducing me to this part-time job. PS1, welcome Minasan to join the book friend group number 977855049. If you have any better comments, you can tell the author in the group. PS2, the author once again asks everyone for collections, clicks and votes. I hope Minasang can support this book more. Thank you very much. Chapter 41, You Want to Go to My NG. Found the person responsible for picking up Sheena Zhenbei, Wang Hao was lightly relieved. It would be too difficult to let Zhenbei go home by tram alone. It is different from Sheena Mashiro flying over from the UK. After all, there are professional service personnel on the plane, and there is no such good treatment on the tram, because the flow of people is very large, and the potential factors are a little more. One thing that is very likely to happen, Zhenbai will probably sit to the end. I'm afraid I don't know where to get off. But someone specially sent Zhenbei home. There is no need to worry about this problem, and that person is still a girl. Of course he has to be more careful than boys. You must pay attention to the order in everything. He believes that as long as time passes, Sheena Masashi will gradually become familiar with these common senses. Back at Kiyoshui Villa, the time has reached 4 o'clock. He is used to cooking at 6 o'clock, so there are 2 hours left before dinner. Wang Hao intends to prepare for the Dragon Ball manuscripts. First, save as many manuscripts as possible. If you have a manga assistant around you, the work of manga drawing will be much easier, and you can squeeze more time to do other things. The number of words in the second 5 has been completed, so don't worry about light novels for the time being. After the 5 cm per second is over, it is more appropriate to launch other light novels. The construction of the B station is also being gradually improved, but there is a lack of technical personnel to manage the website, so at present he has only roughly divided 3 areas, the novel area, the video area and the picture area. Except for the novel area with a speed of 5 cm per second, the other areas of Station B are empty. Even the background of the web page is blank, and there is no illustration. There are so many things he has to do. Although he knows he can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, he is still worried that he will not be able to keep up with the progress, and there is not much time left. Since even the pen name of the master is available, it is only a matter of time before the Oriental series emerge. Wang Hao originally planned to make a certain part of the Oriental series before the winter manga show, and make a blockbuster at the manga show, and then continue to develop other series of games. Building Station B, drawing comics, creating light novels. There are really too many things. He is a little too busy now. With a few months left, it is impossible to complete the Oriental series before the winter manga exhibition. Game. One person can't make it to the progress, and it is simply done together with others. Wang Hao is already considering recruiting a group of members and forming a studio first. Drew more than 10 pages of Dragon Ball manuscripts, and he was not in the mood to continue painting. Just thinking about a lot of unfinished things, he was already suffocating. Want to create a two-dimensional empire is not as simple as he originally thought. There are too many things to do, which makes Wang Hao's heart gradually heavier. When Wang Hao was irritable in his previous life, he often found a quiet place to read novels to ease his irritability. Because reading a novel is like entering another world, the troubles of reality will gradually disappear without knowing it. Probably this is also one of the charms of the novel. Clicking on the browser, Wang Hao suddenly found that he didn't know what novels to search for. After all, most of the excellent works in the past did not exist in this world. Secretly smiled bitterly, they have been here for more than a week, and they have not really adapted to the current environment. Love Metronome is a novel published by his netizen Xia Shizi. Yesterday, Wang Hao promised that he would go and read it. Of course, he could not say nothing. Now that he has free time, he can just go and read it. After entering these 5 words in the browser box, a lot of related information immediately popped up, and I clicked into a search, and only a short volume of content was displayed. However, the popularity is unexpectedly high. The reading volume has exceeded hundreds of thousands, and the book review area shows mostly good reviews. You must know that Love Metronome is the first light novel written by Xia Shizi, and it has already been popular here. It's so impressive. Without looking at other people's evaluations of the Love Metronome, Wang Hao has developed a habit of reading books. At the beginning, he would not pay attention to other people's opinions on the book. He would only refer to other people's opinions after he finished reading it himself. Opinion, see how it differs from your own opinion. Another important reason is that most book reviews will inevitably spoil some content, so that new readers who are new to this book will lose a lot of fun. Of course, this is just his personal opinion, everyone has different ideas. Reading the Love Metronome carefully from the beginning, the plot at the beginning is very good. The characters of each character are vividly portrayed. The flaw is that the plot of this light novel develops too fast, and the relationship between the hero and the hero is too smooth, and has not been experienced. How many twists and turns! In addition, the author seems to have deliberately avoided routines, which does attract a lot of readers, but the development of the novel is obviously unstable. www.readwoon.com. Too many plot routines will inevitably make people tired, but it does not mean that readers are not. I like to watch routines, even if it is a novel that created Xinhe, it is inevitable to add some routines. For example, The Hero Saves the Beauty is a typical example. It has almost become the mainstream of most works, and it still won't make most readers aesthetically tired. After reading the first volume of Love Metronome, he roughly understands the situation of the book. No wonder Xia Shizi told him about his troubles and unsatisfactory writing last time. With a judgment in his mind, Wang Hao logged into Penguin and just wanted to send his comment on the Love Metronome to Xia Shizi, and immediately received an offline message from the other party. Kazumi Shiko, this Saturday, I will accompany my friends to the maid cafe in Akihabara for offline parties, hoping not to run into weird people. What's the matter with this strong sense of sight? It should not be so coincidental. Temporarily put aside the evaluation of the Love Metronome, Wang Hao decided to reply Xia Shizi's words seriously, always feeling that the fate is really amazing. God Lord, what a coincidence! I will also go to an offline party on Saturday. The time and place are the same as Xia Shizi, maybe I can meet again, happy. However, Wang Hao did not connect Xia Shizi with the people of his own face. First of all, in terms of identity, Xia Shizi, as a highly anticipated genius writer, is basically worried about writing. Take time to play games. And Xia Shizi also made it clear that she was only accompanying her friends to offline parties, which is also a common thing in Neon. Just 1 minute after the message was sent, Xia Shizi, who was offline, quickly replied to him. Kazumi Shiko, then this Saturday, I will look for Hokun at the maid cafe in Akihabara. Maybe I can meet him. Chapter 42, Gentle Xia Shizi. Meet Xia Shizi? From the usual chats of Xia Shizi, Wang Hao can already judge that the other party must be a character like Yamato Nadeshiko in reality. Is not only gentle to others, she must also be a goddess who exudes a literary girlish air. Suddenly wanted to meet such a girl, he didn't know how to respond for a while. This should be true, right? Kazumi Shiko is different from Shina Shinero. The former was originally a genius writer, and what he said was rationally thought. Although the latter is a world-class genius, his brain's thinking is also different from ordinary people. It should be said to be innocent and straightforward, or without scheming. What? But suddenly I got an appointment or something, which really caught people off guard. Indeed, the two sides have known each other online for a while. Just because the other party's short sentence is enough to make him think about it. Poor Wang Hao has normal attributes in other aspects, only the emotional aspect can compete with Zhen Bai, or even surpass it a bit. He dared to pack his votes. He was single for 18 years in his previous life, and he has been single for 16 years after being reborn in this world. Together, he has been single for 34 years, and he has been single for 34 years. Can be regarded as sad for those who hear it, tears for those who see it. Xia Shizi, what's wrong? Doesn't Hejun don't want to meet me? Sad. What a joke. How is it possible not to make an appointment? Even Wang Hao, who was not emotionally slow, found that the opportunity to get out of the order was right in front of him, and there was only one thing to do. Make an appointment, make an appointment. God Lord, nothing like that, but suddenly I want to meet Xia Shizi, and I am a little overwhelmed with joy. I don't know how to face Xia Shizi, because I'm a person. In the end, Wang Hao's hidden inferiority complex slowly emerged. He was always a cool person in his previous life, but he was actually very lonely. After unable to make friends, he gradually began to feel inferiority. Even when I came here to recognize all kinds of people, I still couldn't eliminate the inferiority complex. Xia Shizi, so what about this? I don't hate Hejun's place, because I have also experienced it. Upon seeing this text, Wang Hao was suddenly touched, and at the same time he felt a sense of guilt. God, I'm sorry, but reminds you of bad memories. Unexpectedly, Xia Shizi, who had always been considerate, had such a lonely past. He began to regret why he had to say more. Xia Shizi, I am very happy to learn more about Hejun. And compared to this, now I still think of a secret sign to meet. God, do you still need a password when you meet? Wang Hao knew that Xia Shizi deliberately broke the topic, and he didn't want to continue talking about those heavy past events. He was already embarrassed enough just now, and he must have left a bad impression on the other party. Xia Shizi, of course, don't you think there is a demeanor of an agent? I hope Hejun can think of a handsome signal. Let me think about it. Many clips flashed in his mind. He remembered the secret codes used by the agents in the movie to communicate. They were indeed mysterious and handsome. Is it the same for ordinary offline parties? Wang Hao has never participated in an offline party, so naturally he is not clear. The code should be used to prevent the embarrassment of the wrong person, but I always feel something is wrong, it feels weird. He could think of a lot of the secret codes, and one of the most impressive classic secret codes was even more unforgettable. He subconsciously typed and sent it with both hands. God Lord, when we met, we used the king to cover the earth tiger, the river demon in the pagoda town as the code. You said the first sentence, how about the last sentence? Wait for him to come back to his senses, only to notice the full of the second-year aura of this sentence, and cover his face with a headache with his left hand. Wouldn't he be regarded as a second-year boy? Unfortunately, there is no withdrawal function, so I can only watch the messages sent in the past. Xiaoshaizi, Hejun is really very literary. I have read the novel called 5 centimeters per second. Although it is only a short chapter, the kind of writing makes me involuntarily immersed in it, and I look forward to it more and more. The plot behind. Why did you forget the business? Wang Hao was startled slightly. The reason why he logged into Penguin was to tell Xiaoshaizi what he thought of the love metronome. Calmed down for a while, and objectively posted his evaluation of the love metronome. God Lord, no, teacher Xiaoshaizi is amazing. I also went to read the love metronome today. It gave me a great feeling, but I felt that I lacked important things. Xiaoshaizi, really? I hope Hejun can tell me the truest opinion. Divine Master, simply put, you lack routines in the novel. By the end of the first volume, the plot development is obviously beginning to be unstable. Because the relationship between the hero and the protagonist develops too smoothly, it will be difficult for the readers to be moved next. After all, what you wrote it is a love novel. These views are entirely his own. In his previous life, Wang Hao had also been a writer for many years. Although he was still on the street, he still had this vision. Xiaoshaizi, then I should add some routines to the novel? But I don't know what to do. If other writers tell him that he can't make routines, Wang Hao will definitely spit it out. If Xiaoshaizi says, he chooses to believe it. There are two reasons. One is because the other party has just come into contact with writing. www.readaloud.com. The writing style is still in finalization, and he did not choose another path to follow suit. The second reason is, do you need any reason to believe in your friends? Can't do routines? It's okay, let me teach you step by step. For Wang Hao, this kind of thing is pretty commonplace. God Lord, according to the type of novel you write, I think we should add an enduring routine, although it looks very old, but it does not hinder the reader's love, that is, the hero saves the beauty. The lack of twists and turns of love is too plain. The male protagonist should go through various tests, and finally defeat the boss and the female protagonist together, which increases the reader's interest in reading. Xiaoshaizi, so that's it, it did stabilize the plot development and create more exciting stories, thank you. The addition of routines was something she had never thought of before, perhaps because most of the works are now full of the same routines, and Xiaoshaizi rejects these instinctively. Love Metronome is precisely because of this. With the first volume, it attracted many readers. It is considered a clear stream in the light novel world, but it is a love light novel in the final analysis. Heroes to Save the United States seems to be a very old routine, but most of the successful light novels in love are basically used. The key lies in how the author perfectly integrates into the routine. Although it is the first time for Xiaoshaizi to write a novel, she was reminded by Wang Hao and is confident to create a better story for everyone. P.S. Thanks to the book friend Lone Pity Yubanyu for the 200 rewards. I gave the first reward in this book, which gave the author a feeling of recognition. Because of school, it may be updated late today. But the author will definitely complete the 2 more in return. I also want to thank other book friends for their support to the author. It's really nice to meet you. Chapter 43, Enchanting. Now that he accepted Wang Hao's opinion, Xiaoshaizi decided to start overhauling the second volume, and all the saved manuscripts completed in advance were invalidated. God, come on writing, I will support teacher Xiaoshaizi's work, now I have to download it in advance, bye bye. Xiaoshaizi, well, Hejun also come on, goodbye. After chatting with Xiaoshaizi for a while, Wang Hao's mood unknowingly relaxes. He is really a gentle person. He can't continue to be lazy. He dreams of creating a two-dimensional empire. There is still a long way to achieve this goal distance. Let's start with the blank station B. There is a series of 5 cm per second, but there is not even a single illustration. It looks particularly bleak and lonely. He decided to get a background image of 5 cm per second, but Wang Hao didn't have the idea of doing it himself. With his painting level, it's difficult to draw moving works. Besides, Mian Mu itself is a highly contagious work. There can be no sloppy work in the background pictures. The exquisite pictures must be exquisite, and the whole picture must express a dreamlike unreality. With this level of painter, I'm afraid I can count both hands. Therefore, a painter who can show the charm of second 5 in the form of pictures requires a natural style of painting in addition to his extremely high level. Obviously, Wang Hao cannot do these points. Painting can't be done overnight, it also requires natural talents. Even if he has a deep manga skill now, he can't make a picture that can infect the audience at a glance, but he knows that one person can. That's right, it's Shina Mashiro who lives next door. Wang Hao has never seen Shina Masai's art paintings, but he saw Masai's manga with his own eyes, and it is still unforgettable when he thinks of it now. The perfect painting style does not contain a trace of dirt, as if it came from other time and space. In terms of painting ability alone, Shina Mashiro is already a veritable world painter. Therefore, Wang Hao simply let Zhenbei complete the second 5 background image. I believe that after it is made, the majestic style of painting can instantly amaze everyone. It's really white, are you there? I have something to ask you. Wang Hao knocked on the door lightly. With the experience of the morning, he would not go in without a reply from Zhenbei. Who knows what unexpected situation will happen inside after suddenly entering. As the saying goes, after eating a pad and gaining wisdom, you will follow the script in the future. Please come in. The answer was too fast, so I refused to come in. Please open the door after you have dressed up and do it within the specified 3 minutes. The reward is a Baumkuchen. Well. There was a sound of instigation in the room. Wang Hao helped his forehead helplessly. Thanks to his wit, otherwise he would be embarrassed again. At the same time, he started to be jealous of the Baumkuchen in his heart. It was just a piece of Baumkuchen. Do it this way. Waited outside the door for 2 minutes and 50 seconds, the door of the room opened slightly, and Wang Hao walked in with a smile on his face. The wide white shirt is over the real white petite figure, exposing a large area of snow-white skin, and the waist is very slender, setting off the hidden double peaks. It's worth mentioning that none of the buttons on the white shirt are buttoned. Although the 2 most important points are hidden from the top, the pink color can still be seen vaguely. The small belly button on the abdomen looks like a work of art, small and cute. Because of the failure to fasten the buttons, the pure white cotton below were exposed to Wang Hao's eyes. The skin was smooth and delicate, and it was fairer than the white marble. I still didn't have any conscience of emptiness. Compared with the spring light in the morning, there has been a significant improvement, but Wang Hao still turned his head silently, and a warm liquid dripped from his nose. Why don't you button up your clothes? Because it is troublesome. It seems to have heard this sentence somewhere. He thought of the conversation with Chihiro in the afternoon. In a way, are Shina Mashiro and Chihiro really relatives? This won't work. If the buttons are really white, a piece of Baumkuchen will be added after dinner. I know. When he turned his head, there was still a touch of whiteness on the chest of true white. It may be that the buttons there could not be closed, and the buttons in other places were properly buttoned. If you want to do it, you can still do it. Why are you so unconscious? Can Zhenbei draw a picture for me? After everything returned to normal, Wang Hao looked at Shina Zhenbei, his body bends forward slightly, and sincerely asked. Yes. Accepted. Shina Mashiro's quick answer made him a little surprised. To tell the truth, Wang Hao first came to Zhenbei with a just-in-case mentality, because the other party is a world-class painter after all, and it is normal not to paint for himself. Can you tell me the reason? Because Hiroji is the owner of the true white. Shina Masashi looked at Wang Hao calmly, and said naturally. Well, the owner is right, wait. What's the matter with the owner? That, when did I become your owner? This matter related to his own reputation must be clarified. He can tell the truth, and he is definitely a 5 good young man in the new era. Isn't Hao going to take care of me next? I heard Rita said that the cat needs to be fed and taken care of by the owner, so I am like a cat now. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com will be responsible for raising me in the future, so how is a true white owner? Is the thinking of geniuses so different? It's rare to hear so many words from Zhen Bai's mouth, but Wang Hao was thundered, and suddenly found that Zhen Bai's words made sense. He couldn't refute it, and he almost believed it. How can he fix it? Hey, then it's really troublesome to help me draw pictures. Keep going around like this, I'm afraid Wang Hao's worldview will collapse. Roughly explained the requirements of the drawing to Zhen Bai, and the other party began to paint. Wang Hao saw this, and did not stay and continue to hinder Zhen Bai's work. It was time for dinner and it was time to prepare dinner. Sunset west, the sky gradually darkened at dusk. Watching the sunset through the kitchen glass window, Wang Hao suddenly became uneasy, and it seemed that something dangerous was approaching Qiushui Villa. The setting sun reflected on the street, and a figure was gradually stretched, and the thin air was stained with a layer of cyan paint, surrounding the person, forming a cyan space. Where the man walked, countless flying dust floated, and finally turned into a light blue brilliance. Wang Hao, who hadn't even made his way out of the kitchen, saw this picture incredible. It was incredible. The next moment, the Xingyi man in the picture walked out of thin air, and the surrounding air suddenly became silent, as if it had frozen. Wang Hao was dumbfounded, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and found that this was not his illusion, and a huge wave was up in his heart. Do you want this? How could you run into a monster before it was night? P.S. I'm tired, and finally completed the promised update. Ask for a wave of clicks, recommendation tickets, and collections. If there is a reward or something, it would be better. Chapter 44, Coach, I want to learn cooking. The man in Xingyi appeared in front of him strangely. Wang Hao also saw clearly the face of the man in Xingyi. There was only a single eye. It should be said that he is a one-eyed monk with a blue body. He is tall, at least 2 meters high, and has a pair of big feet. Maybe because of walking too much, he has become flat feet. A few drops of cold sweat fell on Wang Hao's forehead. It seemed that he had seen records related to the one-eyed monk in Xingyi in front of him in a book. Various materials flashed in his mind, but he just couldn't remember. Satisfy me. You only have 3 chances. The one-eyed monk in Xingyi looked down at Wang Hao with a frowning expression. He couldn't find any other expressions, and looked unsmiling. Wang Hao didn't understand what he said at all, or said he didn't understand what was going on. Calm, I'm also a anyway, and it's not uncommon to meet monsters. At present, however, the method of peaceful communication is adopted first, and if you can do it without hands, now Wang Hao doesn't know how to slay demons in the novel, and the possibility that physical attacks will work on monsters is very small. Rashly, the chance of winning is less than 1%, it will only give away a wave of experience for nothing. All in all, let's first ask what the purpose of this uninvited Mr. Yokai really is. That. Mr. Yokai, can you tell me what's going on? I have said so clearly just now, you still don't understand what I came from. What a stupid human being. Listen carefully to me. The one-eyed monk in Xingyi put his hands together and cast a glance at Wang Hao with disdain. Haha, the ghost knows what you said just now, although it is very tempting to complain, but it is better than others, so let's adopt a soft policy for the time being. First point, I haven't eaten for a long time. Second point, I want to eat delicious food. Just say you want to eat. Is it funny to jump out suddenly? Bastard, Don't you know that you will be scared to death by encountering monsters in broad daylight? The big stone hanging in Wang Hao's heart slowly fell. It is still acceptable if you just come for a meal. It is important to hurry up and send the other party away. But you only have 3 chances, if you fail to cook my meal. Speaking of this, the one-eyed monk in Xingyi paused, spit out his tongue, licked his dry lips, pulled out a grinning smile, and slowly said, "A drop of your blood will be sucked dry by me and become mine." Dinner. Hello. Don't say such horrible remarks casually. You just said you want to treat me for dinner, right? The stone that has fallen to the ground suddenly hangs in the air. I thought you were just a fake monster who came to eat and drink for nothing. I didn't expect it to be so bad. Wang Hao's heart is infinite, but he is not worried. He can definitely cook dishes that satisfy monk Xingyi. Although he is not proficient in cooking, once he turned on the God mode and looked up at the 5 words floating in the sky at a 45-degree angle, that was nothing. Took a deep breath, Wang Hao closed his eyes tightly, and focused his breath together. Vaguely he could hear his heart beating regularly. God mode, open. Opened his eyes suddenly, and the expected thing did not happen, which was embarrassing. He suddenly remembered something. The God mode seemed to be triggered unintentionally. In other words, it is not under the control of oneself. How to do? How to do? Continue to eat jujube pills like this. He doesn't want to be sucked up by monsters. There is more and more sweat on his forehead. Wang Hao is anxious, and there is no God's mode to support the game. With his 3-legged cat cooking skills, he is doomed to game over. When are you going to do it? Wait until there is no delicious food. I can't guarantee what I will make. After 3 minutes, the one-eyed monk in Xingyi looked at Wang Hao, who was still standing there. His tone started to be bad. Does he want to fool him like this? Now I only have to try my best to give full play to my strength, and the rest is a miracle. Thinking of this, the pressure on Wang Hao suddenly disappeared, and he held the kitchen knife on the chopping board again, and his temperament became cold, causing the one-eyed monk Xingyi to condensed, and the somewhat surprised boy's changes immediately calmed down. Regardless of his changes, the food that satisfies him is the focus. From the moment Wang Hao took the knife, the God mode was turned on again, and his heart had become completely free of distractions. The only thing he thought about was to cook well. Took a cursory glance at the ingredients: green peppers, pork tenderloin, garlic. The combination of these can form what he knows: fried pork with green peppers. Wang Hao Guang glanced at the monk in Xingyi, a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Don't you want to taste delicious dishes? Later, let you see the real cooking. Give me an honest surrender, regardless of whether you are a human or a demon. I took 2 green peppers in my left hand and started to clean. The fingertips were like dancing. The green peppers were tossed in turn, gently torn into small petals. The right hand held the kitchen knife and quickly chopped the pork tenderloin, sliced into thin slices, and left. Pat the rotten garlic with a knife face to cut it. There is no such thing as a traditional chef, and he cooks like performing arts. www.readaloud.com. Wang Hao's expression is slightly relaxed, and he is still able to manipulate various matters for a while. He didn't use medium heat, and chose to turn the pot to high heat. Soybean oil was bubbling with small bubbles, and even a few of them splashed out and squeaked. When the oil calmed down, he copied the pieces of meat on the cutting board on the surface of the knife. When entering the pot, a fierce fire snake sprang up. He picked up the spatula to disperse the pieces of meat. When the color changed a little, he took the opportunity to add minced garlic, tempting garlic. The smell of meat filled the kitchen. Generally, this dish is made with medium heat, which is convenient for the chef to judge the heat. Stir-fry pork slices with high fire. All you need is not to have the slightest sloppy fire control skills. At the moment when the fragrance floated, Wang Hao immediately added bell peppers to taste. The fire remained unabated. It was not until he poured in the soy sauce and stir-fried a few times before it gradually turned from strong to weak. The several dishes that Wang Hao mastered are ordinary popular dishes, and popular dishes are generally completed quickly. But this kind of speed is beyond the imagination of monk Xingyi. It took 4 minutes to make a green pepper fried meat and it was already in front of him. The appearance is glowing with oil, green peppers and meat slices are intermingled with each other, which looks no different from ordinary green pepper fried pork. But it constantly exudes an attractive aroma. The monk Xingyi swallowed hard, picked up the chopsticks in his right hand, gently clamped a piece of meat, and slowly sent it to his mouth. Boom! The robes worn by the monk and Xingyi blossomed from the center, revealing the bronzed skin, which made people feel full of strength. The bulging muscles were sharp and angular, as hard as a rock. The skirt is ripped apart. P.S. Thank you for the 600 rewards of Kuraba Sakura Ning. Thank you very much for your support. In addition, please continue to ask for recommendations and collections for rewards. Thank you. Chapter 45, On the Importance of Cooking. Good to eat. The teeth bite the pieces of meat lightly, and the delicious gravy immediately splashed into the whole mouth. The pork is not only as soft and tender as thin slices, but also has a toughness, and it is very chewy. The meat slices are mixed with the smell of green pepper, and the original smell is completely eliminated. Obviously he looked at Wang Hao's practice like other chefs, but how this irresistible delicacy was born. Wang Hao's hung put a bowl of white rice on the table. After all, it is impossible to just eat vegetables. Only with rice can he really fill the stomach of this special guest. Xingyi monk only has one thought left in his mind: eat, eat, eat. Picked up the rice on the table, and quickly picked up the dishes on the plate with his right hand. Even his most annoying green peppers ate with the rice. Unconsciously, monk Xingyi seemed to have come to an unknown world. A flock of birds flew over the azure blue sky, leisurely white clouds wandering in the wind. The vast green grassland was like a giant blanket, and the intersection of the sky and grassland gradually merged. The cool breeze was blowing on his face, and he seemed to have returned to the past. His long black hair was dangled, and the clothes on his body were fluttering. Looking at the sunset in the distance, that was my lost youth. Please have another bowl. 1 minute later, the small bowl held by the monk Xingyi became clean. Wang Hao did not pick it up when he saw it. He took out a serving bowl for vegetables from the cupboard, filled it with rice and gave it to the monk Xingyi. This young man has a future. Monk Xingyi flashed a glimmer of appreciation, unceremoniously holding the bowl and continuing to eat. The frowning expression on his face quietly disappeared, replaced by a sigh of nostalgia. From beginning to end, in addition to serving him rice, Wang Hao stood quietly and watched monk Xingyi. It took 3 minutes to mix green pepper fried meat with 3 bowls of white rice and disappear, and he touched it with satisfaction. Belly. Slowly stood up from the chair, looked at Wang Hao with a pleasant look, and said, "Xiaonan Lang, I am very satisfied with your cooking. This is my reward for you." There is a yellow leaf on the table out of thin air, which looks like a dead leaf falling from a certain tree. Haha, he is really a generous guest, and he is so generous in his shots that Wang Hao doesn't know where to complain. This is clearly the kind of leaves on the street. Xingyi monk's figure has disappeared, leaving only a faint echo. I will come again in a month or 2, and I will bring you more guests at that time. I hope you can make even better dishes, Shonen Lang. There is a sentence in my heart for a long time, I must say it today, MMP. Do you want to be so pitted? Don't worry if you come as a monster. What kind of restaurant is this really? Do you think there will be discounts next time you organize a group? Wang Hao suddenly lost his ideals for the future. Just now, he started the god mode entirely by luck. Who knows what will happen next time, but it may not be so lucky today, and the monster will have to form a group next time. At this moment, he finally understands the real meaning of the words Najiri Senseiman said yesterday. Next you will find different things appearing around you. How can it be repaired? If you know there are monsters, tell them earlier. The old man Nagakai Senseiman must have expected everything, but he didn't say it. Obviously he had premeditated, dug a hole and waited for him to jump in. Took out his mobile phone and ordered 2 Western-style set meals. Today's dinner can only be ordered for takeout first, and the rest of the time he has something to find Nagari Sentiman. The business card and enrollment documents he gave last time were put in the drawer of the room by Wang Hao, and they came in handy only a day later. Naraki Sentiman's business card is very simple to make, only the name and a series of phone numbers. Wang Hao dialed out according to the number above, with a slight expectation. "Good evening, Commander, I am Wang Hao." Held Yuanyu's admission documents tightly, his heart struggled repeatedly and began to shake. "I didn't expect to receive your call so quickly. It's really surprising. I think you know it too." There was a vicissitudes of life and a deep voice on the other end of the phone. Nagari Sentiman's tone was flat, and he had obviously expected everything a long time ago. "I hope the Commander-in-Chief can teach me cooking, please. Are you willing to join Yuanyu Academy? Go or not?" Entering Yuanyu, he will be able to learn a good cooking skill, and he won't have to worry about other monsters coming home in the future. But this means leaving Shenki Academy. The struggling color on Wang Hao's face flashed, and he recovered his calm, saying, "No, I want to study cooking at Shenki Academy because I found important friends here. I hope the Commander-in-Chief can agree." 1 minute has passed, and there is still silence on the other side of the phone. Wang Hao's heart gradually sinks. Is it really impossible? From the time he dialed this call, he knew that his ideas would be rejected out of 10. Yuanyu, as a Neon's leading culinary school, also enjoys an international reputation. People who dream of becoming top chefs are eager to go to the holy place to learn. They can learn cooking skills without entering Yuanyu to go to school. They are really whimsical. Self-deprecating smile silently www.readaloud.com. He was about to apologize to Nagari Senseiman, and the voice of vicissitudes came out again. "Boy, I promised your request. From tomorrow on, Irina will help you learn how to cook." "Thank you so much." Wang Hao was surprised, and then said gratefully, "Thinking of the blonde girl I just met yesterday, it should be Irina. To be precise, it is Nagari Irina, the granddaughter of Nagari Senseiman, whose cooking skills must be very superb, at least much better than his own 3-legged cat Kung Fu. Irina pleases you, I hope you can help each other. Didn't you let Naraki Irina teach yourself cooking?" Although he didn't understand the meaning of Nagari Senseiman, Wang Hao gave a positive reply, "If I can help Ms. Nagari, I will definitely do my best." Did not enter Totsuki to study, Nagari Senseiman agreed to let him teach him cooking. He was mentally prepared, as long as the Tsundere lady's request was not excessive, he would try to satisfy her. "Then let's talk about it first, I still have business affairs to deal with." Putting away the phone, Wang Hao sighed inwardly. For the first time, he understood the importance of cooking. Tomorrow, he must learn how to cook. Ding dong! A doorbell rang outside, and Wang Hao hurried out, probably because the order had arrived, but the speed was really fast. He only placed an order for more than 10 minutes. Standing outside the door was a courier guy in a suit and leather shoes, and with a smile on his face, he handed the 2 boxes he was holding to Wang Hao. A total of 30,000 yen was paid at the checkout. Considering the good service of this restaurant and the reason that he was in a good mood, Wang Hao gave an extra 1,000 yen tip. "P.S. Please recommend and collect, and ask for a reward, thank you." Chapter 46, Second 5 Popularity. However, 2 Western-style set meals of 30,000 yen are relatively cheap compared to other restaurants. In Neon, a Western-style set meal takes about 40,000 to 50,000 days. Wang Hao guessed that this restaurant should be discounting today. Originally, he wanted to cook some home-cooked dishes by himself, so that Genbei slowly blended into the Neon environment. Who knew that a monster came out and caused a lot of things, so he had to order takeaway. Why order an expensive Western set meal? Sheena Mashiro has been living in the UK since he was a child, and may have been accustomed to Western flavors. It is not unreasonable to like Baumkuchen. Considering this reason, Wang Hao was a little bit painful and ordered 2 of them, hoping to match the taste of Mashiro. Put 2 Western dishes on the table, and Wang Hao went upstairs to order Zhenbei to eat. By the way, see how well the background picture of second 5 is completed. It's really white. Supper is ready. Called out softly, and there was no response in the room. Wang Hao looked in through the crack of the door. The girl was seriously lowering her head to paint, which aroused his curiosity. Wang Hao saw a really white work this morning. Although it is only a comic that is not very artistic, it still amazes him, just like a work of art. Opened the door quietly, and Wang Hao walked slowly behind Sheena Mashiro. When his eyes touched the painting that was being created, his whole body was fixed, and he stood motionless. The breeze blew gently, and there were 2 people standing under a huge cherry tree. It should be said that they could only be vaguely distinguished as a man and a woman. They could not see their faces because only the sides of the 2 were drawn on the paper. Mild sunlight refracted in through the gaps, faint shadows reflected on the trail ahead, and the cherry blossom petals flew down, moving forward at a slow speed. Everything seemed so illusory. The little girl in the painting raised her right hand and looked at the boy while holding the falling cherry blossom petals. Without saying a word, the whole scene was very beautiful and touching. Whoever sees this painting for the first time can understand that the 2 in the painting are childhood sweethearts who have a very good relationship. There is no love between adults, and some are just innocent and pure friendship. They just stand there, where they exist is just a small world in the painting. The beautiful cherry blossoms are the best background. There is nothing other than that, but I don't know when they have been integrated into Wang Hao's heart. Is too perfect, it will definitely shock people who see this painting for the first time and witness a beautiful picture. He recalled that unforgettable classic conversation. May I add a few words on it? Okay. Wang Hao, who was affirmed, picked up a painting pen from the side and gently added a few dialogues to the childhood sweetheart in the painting. Then, do you know that it is 5 centimeters per second? What? At least you should think about it yourself, Gishu. I do not know. It's the speed at which the cherry blossoms fall, 5 centimeters per second. The newly added words did not destroy the original beauty, but added a warm breath. Ho is really amazing. Seeing the new changes, Sheena Masashi made a flat sigh, making Wang Hao touch his nose embarrassedly. Ma Shi is the one who has completed such a great work by himself, I just added a few words. It's just icing on the cake. No, because it's Hiroshi, that's why it's great. Sheena stared at him puzzledly, still showing no expression. But this way of thinking is really amazing. Sure enough, the genius thinking is different. Wang Hao didn't know what to say, and said embarrassedly, compared to this, I'd better hurry up and eat. Today I specially ordered Western style cooking. I only want Baumkuchen. If you don't eat dinner well, today's Baumkuchen will be gone. This time, Zhenbai did not need to feed himself like yesterday. He took the tableware and ate by himself, moving slowly and sips elegantly. From this point of view, Wang Hao knew that Zhenbai must have started to learn these etiquettes when he was a child, and his every move was full of aristocratic demeanor. That being the case, why is the lack of common sense to a surprising degree? Even the deep-bowed lady shouldn't be like this. For the first time, Wang Hao became interested in the Rita that Zhenbai had said. How did the person named Rita protect him to make Zhenbai what she is now, so innocent and innocent to the heart to hurt? That guy may be considered a good person, but he has used his kindness in the wrong place, which is a bit extreme. It took more than 10 minutes to finish a meal, and it was 7 o'clock in the evening. When Wang Hao sent Zhenbai back to the room, he took away the background image of second 5. By the way, Sheena Zhenbai should sleep well and not turn the room upside down. Uploaded the background picture of the real white painting at a speed of 5 cm per second and finally got a new cover. It was still a painting he was very satisfied with. Wang Hao just wanted to withdraw from Station B, and the number of comments below suddenly attracted him. Click to open the book review area, and there are thousands of reviews in it. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is simply incredible. He has not done any publicity himself, and the B station itself has just been created not long ago. Second 5 was released this morning. Under such circumstances, it is hard to imagine that it will attract so many people. Then who helped propagandize my Anwu? After thinking for a moment, Wang Hao quickly knew the answer. The person who helped him promote was Xia Shizi. The first point, he told Xia Shizi the release time of the second 5, and the other party also watched it, and it is very likely to help him promote it. The second point is that Xia Shizi is a popular newcomer writer. If you help Miaohua propaganda, it can indeed attract a large number of people to watch. Thinking of this, Wang Hao felt warmth in his heart. He was really a gentle and good person. Turned on the phone again and found the file that stored the second 5. He added some more words at the end of the second chapter. The content is exactly for the advertisement of the Love Metronome, and then immediately uploaded the contents of the second chapter. Don't underestimate this short sentence. It's true that the popularity of second 5 is low now, but Wang Hao believes that it will become popular, and it will be very famous by then. Probably, so it is. He doesn't know much about the current situation in the literary world, but he has heard from the Dead House of Anulun that the development of light novels and comics have a fight. Let's take a look at other readers' comments on second 5. There are a lot of comments, and Wang Hao casually read a few comments with more likes. Cyan Sky, although this 5 cm per second is only published in a short chapter. It makes me feel depressed inexplicably, as if I have seen myself before. Every sentence in it is ordinary and extraordinary. I watched it carefully from the beginning again and again. I found a different place, the writing is also clean and tidy, and the words are beautiful and fresh. Teacher God, come on, this light novel will be my spiritual food in the future, I hope I can update it soon. Chapter 47, Ho, help me take a bath. Hearing this tone, it is estimated that he is also a reader with a story. Wang Hao thought for a while, wanted to use his ID master to reply to this comment, and then put his hand down. There are thousands of comments, and it is not realistic to reply one by one. It is better to post a post after reading all the comments. 5 cm per second is different from most light novels today. It tells things that are common in real life, but expressing it through words makes it extraordinary and powerful. I believe that every reader will have a different point of view after reading it, but they will inevitably be infected by second 5, thinking more or less of what has happened to them, their emotions are gradually depressed, and there is a feeling of depression in their hearts. According to each person's ability to withstand an experience, there is a big difference in second 5, but Wang Hao glanced at the comments on the screen, which counted as rave reviews. More importantly, almost all the people who came to watch the comments were girls, and he was not very surprised. Girls are very emotional, and most of the books they like are related to romance novels. The complete love-making works like My Anwu should be the type that girls like to read. But it's really surprising. Wang Hao sighed to himself and continued to browse other comments. Autumn moon leaf color, memories are beautiful and cruel at the same time. The master teacher only uploaded a short chapter, but these thousands of words made me depressed and became unfamiliar with life. Everything around it seemed to be curious. My grades are not very good. I have been doing this since elementary school, so I can't think of a good comment on the work of the master teacher, because I can't express it in beautiful language, but 1,000 words have formed a sentence in my heart. God master teacher, come on. From today I will be your loyal fan. Wang Hao silently said thank you in his heart. He was really happy. He never thought of how wonderful it is to be recognized. Anyway, the beginning of second 5 represents his first step. He is no longer standing in place, and slowly moving towards the distant goal. Rain's cry: if there is no recommendation from teacher Xiaoshiza today, I think I will miss a classic work. The falling speed of cherry blossoms is 5 centimeters per second, so how do you measure the speed of life? Thinking back to myself when I was a child, there used to be a childhood sweetheart by my side, always reaching out to me when I was confused. If I caught the handkerchief at that time, would I move forward at the speed of centimeters per second? The first sentence at the beginning is very plain, but it really evokes the feelings that I have always buried in my heart. The figure that has become blurred in my memory gradually becomes clear. The memories of the past remind me of him now. Someone brought him to him. Is happiness coming? Wouldn't it be the same dull and stupid loss as before? Is obviously a very warm beginning. Why did it become like this? Although this novel is only a few thousand words now, I will keep chasing it down. Thank you, the teacher of God, for your touch. Most of the other comments have the same meaning, but Wang Hao read it patiently. Unfortunately, few male comments were found. Exhaled slowly, he had already brewed a sentence in his heart, reopened a post, and put it on top. God Lord, I am very grateful for your support. I didn't expect so many people to support me. Thank you very much. At the same time, I also want to apologize to everyone. Maybe second 5 reminds many people of the past that they don't want to recall, but the reality is like this. If you don't take the initiative to reach out to touch it, it will only make the distance between the two parties farther and farther. I hope everyone will be able to be more active and don't leave things you regret. Even if you know you will fail, you have tried hard, haven't you? Let us move towards the future together, there must be the colors of the rainbow. Published this post, Wang Hao also retired from Station B, he has to work hard, and he will never leave any regrets in this life. It's too early, and his throat is inexplicably dry. Wang Hao got up and walked out of the room, ready to go downstairs to have a drink to quench his thirst, because he didn't prepare a drink or anything in his room. There was still light in the bathroom, and there was a sound of water running. Wang Hao didn't care. It should be really white in the bath. Even if you lack common sense, you can't even take a bath. So, probably, don't worry. Just when he drank a glass of boiled water and turned around to go back to the room, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Tick, tick. The figure coming out of the bathroom was soaking wet. Wang Hao was startled suddenly, staring blankly at Sheena's true whiteness. The other person's gaze was also cast over, and he flicked his light yellow long hair like a cat, splashing water drops on his face. Sheena's white and amber pupils looked at Wang Hao, and said cutely, "Ho, can you take a bath for me? I knew it would be like this, after all, this is really white, and that 3no girl Sheena who lacks common sense is really white. Is drenched all over, no different from a cat falling into the water, and these are not the important points. Have you ever seen anyone who wears clothes and takes a bath? Wang Hao saw it today. There is no dry place on Sheena Mashiro's body, and water drops dripping from her body to the ground from time to time, making a tick-tick sound. The white shirt is completely wet, and you can clearly see the inside. A pair of round and plump oppas are wrapped in a small pink hood. Water droplets flowed down the skin. Wang Hao was a little worried that the water droplets would be jumped out by the elasticity of the real white skin. The shirt tightly clung to the white and delicate skin. If he hadn't seen the small hood and inside, he had reason to believe it. Really white did not wear anything, because the transparency is too high. Looking down with his eyes, a pair of slender, big white legs impacted Wang Hao's mind. Although it is covered by a skirt, this short skirt made of white gauze is better than nothing. After being wet, it is completely transparent. Added a kind of temptation to wet the body. The graceful and round slender jade legs are exposed on the outside of the skirt, showing soft curves, soft jade arms like snow lotus root, slender waist, full and spectacular European pie, with skin like white silk and exquisite clavicle. Wang Hao said that this kind of whiteness is too foul, and compared with nothing, the lethality is directly improved by several grades. Great God! I just came to just drink some water, why did I encounter this kind of thing again? Ho, help me take a bath, it's so uncomfortable. Sheena crooked her little head, staring at Wang Hao with a puzzled face, and droplets of water flowed down, forming a small puddle on the ground. P.S. Ask for recommendations and collections. It would be better if you come for some rewards. In addition, I hope that friends who raise books can click on it every day and vote again by the way. This will benefit everyone's physical and mental health, and the author will be more motivated, thank you. Chapter 48, Just a Simple Bath. It was late at night, and only Wang Hao and Zhen Bai were left in the Chu Shui villa in Niudai. The lonely man and the widow were in the same room, and the ambiguous light dissipated the darkness. Sheena Mashiro did not show the shyness of being seen by ordinary girls, but just looked at him with innocent eyes, and didn't care about the appearance of being emptied at all. Both eyes stared at Wang Hao for a while, and his restless heart gradually settled down. His breathing was still heavy, but only the remaining reason began to struggle with the maneuver of desire. Calm down. Calm down quickly. Zhen Bai is not ashamed of himself. He is so excited by himself. Isn't this really a pervert? She is just a cat. The cat who accidentally stumbled and fell into the river just came ashore. The heart is icy, and the sky falls without surprise. My heart is like iron, indestructible. Kept silently suggesting himself in his mind, and various formulas flashed in his mind. He felt that the rising hormones slowly disappeared magically, although there was still a little restlessness somewhere in the body. Miss True White, did you just come out of the shower? Wang Hao squinted at the stairway on the right, trying not to look at the whiteness, fearing that he would continue to admire it, he might not turn into a wolf, and the possibility was as high as 99%. Now only the remaining 1% rationality has temporarily suppressed desire. Anyway, I am a male high school student in adolescence, a healthy man. Had it not been clear that Zhen Bai's brain circuit was different from ordinary people, and his thinking was on the other end of the scale, he would definitely think 100% that this was the temptation to be fair and honest, which made him embark on a path of no return. Although Sheena Mashiro is a natural girl, she is indeed an out-and-out beautiful girl. Her exquisite looks can completely blow most girls, and her body curve can be comparable to models in magazines. The most amazing thing is the temperament on her body, as if she is natural, without a trace of innocence. Such a beautiful girl suddenly appeared wet. Wang Hao felt that no one could resist the charm of True White. Unlike unilaterally, True White is a kind of male-female killing. Well, but without Rita by her side, it's cold to take a bath alone. His small head was really white and he pulled the corners of his clothes, his legs were closed tightly, his tone was not as natural as usual, and he was slightly trembling. Wang Hao frowned, and it was obvious that Sheena was really white, speaking with a trembling voice, and his body was shaking slightly. What's the matter? Anxiously stretched out his hand, and just touched the soft jade arm like snow lotus root, unexpected warmth, touched a faint icy feeling. Wang Hao sighed helplessly, all the distracting thoughts in his heart dissipated, and the situation in front of him gave him a very headache. Taking a cold shower at night, people with better physical fitness should bear it, but if a weak girl like Zhen Bai continues to let it go, I am afraid that she will catch a bad cold the next day. He also wanted to call a girl over to help Zhen Bai take a bath. The sad facts lay before his eyes. So far, he has no contact information for other girls. It's getting colder and colder, how? A fluttering sentence came into his ears, and Wang Hao's hesitation was immediately shattered, his eyes gradually strengthened, and he would become a sinner if he continued like this. Zhen Bai is just a cat now, and he will help the cat bath next, just simply bathing. Holding Sheena's little hand, the two went into the bathroom one after another. Wang Hao sat on the small bench solemnly, saying every word, only this time. In the future, Zhenbei will learn to take a bath alone. Why? Because boys generally can't bathe girls, such things can only be done by close parties, such as couples. How is the owner of True White? Rita used to bathe me. Don't how like True White? Wang Hao's face turned dark, and he said that it was good to take a bath. Why did he go to other areas? He still patiently said, no, because Rita is a girl, it's okay to help Zhenbei take a bath. Ho's answer is really strange, I don't understand. Was really silent for a while, and said this sentence in confusion. In any case, teach Zhenbei you how to take a bath first, and watch my next instructions carefully. Wang Hao gritted his teeth. Since he decided to help Zhenbei learn to take a bath, he shouldn't be shy about what to do next. First take off your clothes. Wait, why are you taking off your clothes? Ho just said to take off his clothes. Sheena Zhenbei's expression was indifferent, and the action of stopped. Wang Hao didn't know what she was thinking. I'm here to explain to you, not to let you really take off your clothes. Wait for you to take a bath alone as I told you, do you understand? I understand. The answer made Wang Hao a little worried, but now he can only teach it carefully from the beginning, believing that True White will be no problem. www.readaloud.com. After taking off your clothes, you can choose 2 ways to take a bath: soak in the bath, or take a shower. If you take a bath, I will help you put the hot water in advance. You only need to go in and soak. The one on the other side is a shower. Turn the switch below, and hot water will come in after a while. This is a shower gel. Before using it, get the body wet, then apply it on the surface of the body and take a bath. The same is true for the other bottle of shampoo. After the hair is wet, squeeze a little and rub it slowly. Whether you use shower gel or shampoo, you must rinse off with hot water when there is foam on your body, and finally dry your whole body with a towel. Wear carefully prepared clothes, even if you have finished the shower. You understand what I said? Wang Hao finished speaking in one breath, still a little worried that he didn't understand it. Okay. Sheena Mashiro nodded obediently, with a calm expression that I already understood everything, so I don't have to worry about it. I'll say it again next, and then Zhenbei will take a bath by herself. If you want to let Zhenbei learn to take a bath again, from Wang Hao's knowledge of her, although the other party said it's okay, the problem is actually very big. He can't let him really help Sheena Zhenbei take a bath, he can do it. Only believe in True White. The above is about the way to take a bath. Call me if you are in trouble. I will wait for you in the living room. No problem. After recounted, Wang Hao got up and stood at the door of the bathroom, gently closing the door with his backhand. After talking for so long, his throat became a little dry again. He drank a glass of boiled water again, and sat quietly on the sofa in the living room with his eyes closed. P.S. Ask for recommendation and collection for reward. Thank you. Mina-sang. Chapter 49, Aoyama 7c. There are so many facts that have happened recently, and I can finally take a breather and rest at night, but I did not expect to teach Zhenbei to take a bath in the middle of the night. Is this the punishment for skipping class today? But I obviously took time off from the teacher. Wang Hao quietly leaned on the sofa, his tight nerves relaxed, and he gradually felt a little sleepy. Ho, the water can't stop. Suddenly, there was a weak shout from the bathroom. If it weren't for Wang Hao's hearing improvement, I'm afraid the really white voice would be covered by the sound of crashing. Wang Hao stood up from the sofa tired, and I knew that my family couldn't be so powerful all at once. He stood outside the bathroom door stupidly. Instead of rushing in recklessly, he stood outside and asked, "Really White, have you put on your clothes? It's ready to be worn." "Then I'm here. Put on the clothes and it's okay." Wang Hao lightly breathed a sigh of relief, and opened the bathroom door with his right hand. Wow! Suddenly, the warm water pounced on his face and poured down his head. It didn't take long for him to wet his whole body, and the sleepiness that had just risen quietly disappeared. What? This world is over. The bathroom was densely covered with mist, but Wang Hao still noticed Sheena's figure at a glance. The clothes were indeed put on. It was a set of clean clothes he prepared for Zhenbai, but now it's wet again. There is no need to ask Zhenbai what is going on. Wang Hao already knows what is going on. She should be changing clothes while the shower is on. Well, I lost. Wang Hao raised his head blankly and looked up at the ceiling, letting the warm water wet his whole body, feeling like his whole body was hollowed out, and let out a long sigh. Went to the shower and turned the switch on, the lazing water stopped. He felt that he had made it clear enough to teach Zhenbai how to take a bath, so all this was the world's fault. Ho, aren't you happy? Without the impact of the shower, Sheena Masashi slightly raised his head, with doubts in his amber pupils, and his little hand tugged at the corner of Wang Hao's clothes. Yes, you know I'm not happy, too. Wang Hao didn't make a mistake with Zhenbai. If he could be happy in this way, he would really become a saint. I am sorry. Sheena Mashiro released his little hand, and his emotions were obviously depressed. He couldn't bear to continue to complain on Mashiro, because the other party didn't intend to do this deliberately. There is nothing wrong with it, it is the world that is wrong, don't ask why. Wang Hao stretched out his palm and rubbed his really white head, and said this sentence earnestly. Sure enough, Sheena Shiro didn't ask anything. Although she was curious, she just squinted her eyes slightly, feeling the warmth from Wang Hao's palm, with an expression of enjoyment on her face. Anyway, even he gets wet, and he doesn't want to think about too many things, so he wears clothes and teaches him to take a bath first. It's really white, then I will teach you how to take a shower again. Wait, you don't need to really take off your clothes. As soon as Wang Hao was halfway through his words, Zhenbai began to take off his clothes again, so scared that he quickly stopped the opponent's movements. Ke Hao said that he should take off his clothes in the bath. So. Now I teach you how to take a bath while wearing clothes, but you have to take off your clothes and wash when you are alone. Sheena nodded obediently. Wang Hao carefully discovered that her hair was obviously messed up, so let's start with shampooing. First of all, let's start with shampooing, and we should do it together for real white. Wet the hair first, then squeeze a little shampoo and rub. The hair of the two of them was already wet, so Wang Hao directly squeezed a little shampoo and gently rubbed the hair. He did not forget to glance at the real white, and found that the other party was also washing his hair seriously, and then went on teaching. Was speechless all night. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Wang Hao had already woke up and was lying in bed tiredly. I personally taught Zhenbai how to take a bath last night for half an hour, and finally let the other party learn it. It was really tiring. Although Wang Hao had not been on the battlefield, he was definitely more tiring than fighting a battle. But it gave him a sense of accomplishment, and finally taught Zhenbai to take a bath. According to this sign, he will continue to develop, and he is confident that Zhenbai will understand common sense. Okay, but the most basic common sense is no problem. Dragged his tired body out of bed, and started to prepare breakfast and white bento in the kitchen. Instead of making his own share, he just bought a piece of bread to fill his stomach at noon. After he finished, Zhenbai had already come out of the room alone, dressed well, sitting at the dining table. Was making him think that his careful teaching had progressed, and at the critical moment that he could not be touched, a word shattered his touch. The smell of the Baumkuchen, I really miss. Well, it's good to be able to get up early, why bother so much, ha ha ha. After breakfast, Wang Hao cleaned up Zhenbai and drove to the high school affiliated to Shuiming University of the Arts. He did not forget to meet the person in charge of picking up Zhenbai this morning www.readaloud.com around 7 o'clock. Wang Hao arrived at the destination and found a parking space outside the school at random. Just when he took Zhenbei to the gate of the high school affiliated to Shuming University of Arts, he found a somewhat familiar figure standing there waiting. When I got closer, I finally saw the girl's face. The neat ponytail and the pure and beautiful face made people feel that she was a very strong girl, who was the one who showed Wang Hao yesterday. Girls? What a coincidence, are you Miss Aoyama Ki? Wang Hao took Jinbai over and smiled and said hello. It might not have been so coincidental. A random person Chihiro had just helped him yesterday. Ha yi! I am Aoyama Ki, is this Mr. Wang Hao? Aoyama Ki, who was thinking about the problem, was startled. When she turned around, she found the two people she met yesterday. She probably didn't tell them their names. Then she thought of yesterday's commission. Well, I'm Wang Hao, this is Shina Mashiro, who needs to be responsible for picking up. Wang Hao briefly introduced each other, and immediately went on to say, Miss Aoyama, I am relieved. I only need to pick up and drop off to school every day. The remuneration is 2,000 yen. I will cover the round-trip fare. What are the problems? Although he and Kikai Aoyama didn't know much about it, and it was only a simple meeting yesterday, but he still left a faint feeling in his heart. Wang Hao believed that Kikai Aoyama could do the job well, so he paid 2,000 yen. 2,000 yen a day, 1 month is 60,000 yen, which is close to 4,000 yuan in Chinese currency, which is a good part-time job. P.S. Ask for collection and recommendation tickets. Anyway, it's free. Please vote for the author, thank you. Chapter 50, Love Letter. No. Qingshan Qi waved his hand in a panic, causing Wang Hao to frown. He thought that the remuneration given was considered acceptable, even if the neon price is high, but this job only needs to be responsible for picking up the real white every day. The above is more relaxed. And it doesn't take long. You can easily get 2,000 yen in an hour or so. Other part-time jobs are paid by the hour, and the better ones are only around 1,000 yen, but the work to be done far exceeds the commission given by yourself. I am afraid that many college students who have just entered the society may not be able to find such an easy and simple one. Jobs. Neon's current social working environment is also more complicated. Most of the jobs are occupied by middle-aged and elderly people. This is why there are so many night people doing nothing. Good jobs are too hard to find. Does Ms. Qingshan have any more requests? Wang Hao asked patiently again, but his tone gradually became colder. He was very grateful to Aoyama Kikai for his help yesterday, and he would only give 2,000 yen in remuneration considering many aspects. If the other party continued to speak loudly, Wang Hao had to find someone else. No. Mr. Wang's remuneration is too high. I'm very satisfied with 1,000 yen a day. Aoyama Kikai finally finished speaking in one breath, with panic on his pure face, but it made him what he just said. I want to feel a little guilty. I think 2,000 yen is right, and Aoyama-san will understand later. Wang Hao smiled again and said, Aoyama-nanam, I just didn't know Shina really white. After thinking about it carefully, then he said, Zhenbei's personality is a little confused, so I hope Miss Qingshan can be more careful. I understand, please don't worry, Mr. Wang, Miss Zhenbei will not be a little sloppy in matters. Qingshan Qi is not a hypocritical person. After all, the recent life pressure is indeed a bit heavy. If you can't pay the rent on time, I'm afraid you will sleep on the street. Wang Hao's goodwill in Qingshan Qi's heart rose a lot for those who helped him at such a downfall, and bowed deeply to him and said sincerely, I really appreciate the gift Mr. Wang gave me. At work, I will do my best to let Miss Zhenbei go home safely every day. Because Qingshan Qi was bent over, Wang Hao couldn't see her facial expression clearly at this time, but from this determined tone, he understood the other party's determination. Miss Qingshan, if you don't mind, you can just call my name directly in the future. Don't you think Mr. Wang sounds a bit mature? Although it doesn't matter if he is symmetrical, the title of Mr. Wang sounds a bit weird. He is just a male high school student. A blush flashed across Qing Shan Qi's face, which soon disappeared, and he took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, and said, "How, Sang? Well, I will go to school next. Zhenbei also asks you to take care of it as much as possible in school, King Shanshan." Wang Hao glanced at the time on his watch. Although it was only about 7:30, it was not too much. "It's early, and I have to rush to Shenqi Academy from here." "Which? Hasang, you haven't told me where Miss Zhenbei lives." Seeing that Wang Hao was about to leave, Qing Shan Qi suddenly shouted out in a hurry, letting him go forward. "Sorry, I didn't explain it." Wang Hao turned around embarrassedly. Indeed, he didn't even state the address. He touched the back of his head embarrassedly, and continued, "The approximate location is in Setagaya area. The terrain may be a bit complicated. This afternoon, I will take the Qing Shan sauce to recognize the way. I hope you can wait for me with Zhenbei at the school gate." "Thank you." "No, I just want to say sorry." Aoyama Kakai's politeness made him even more embarrassed. It was obviously the reason for his carelessness, and she was really a tolerant girl. Zhenbei should be obedient at school. Don't mess with others. If you don't understand, you can find King Shanjiang. She will help you well. You must get along happily. Before he left, Wang Hao stretched out his hand and rubbed Zhenbei's little head. There was still some worry in his heart, but Zhenbai had a responsible person like Qing Shan Qi by his side, so he shouldn't need to worry too much. "Ho, goodbye." Shina Mashiro waved to him dumbly. Aoyama Kakai stood aside and watched quietly. Hasang and Mashiro-san are indeed good-matched people. Should they be a romantic relationship? A trace of loss that she hadn't noticed flashed deep in her heart, but Aoyama Kakai was only thinking about when someone as gentle as Wang Hao appeared by her side. She suddenly a little envious of Shina Masaki standing aside. When Wang Hao arrived at Shenqi Academy, it was exactly 8:05, and there was half an hour left. Slowly walked in, and after passing through the corridor, came to the shoe cabinet to put on indoor shoes. Most neon people have the habit of sitting on the ground, so the college facilities are paved with floors, so that the ground is required to be kept clean. Shenqi Academy is no exception. According to tradition, students are required to wear indoor shoes, and they are specially customized shoes. The reason why UURead www.uuganshu.com requires students to wear the same school uniforms and shoes is to make everyone equal in the school. It's not bad in this respect. At the same time, the shoe cabinet of the Neon School has even become a symbol of student youth. In many Japanese comics, you can see a classic scene. After opening the shoe cabinet, you suddenly find an extra love letter or a small note. This situation doesn't just happen in Rimen. In real life, it's normal to put small notes and love letters in the shoe cabinet. Of course, the premise is that you have to be popular or be liked by someone. When Wang Hao just opened the shoe cabinet and was about to change into indoor shoes, a pink letter came into view. Boom! Closed the shoe cabinet again with his backhand, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He carefully stared at the number on it and read it 3 times to confirm that it was his shoe cabinet. Then why does it appear in your shoe cabinet? Calm. Open it again, maybe it was just an illusion. With a complicated mood, he opened the shoe cabinet again, and the pink envelope lay quietly on the indoor shoes, exuding a strong youthful breath. Suddenly, he was suddenly immersed in the romantic feelings of the girl, and his passionate heartbeat became a regular accompaniment. God finally opened his eyes. I have been single for 34 years in my previous life and this life. The long night is always awake by myself. I didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. Wang Hao looked around with a guilty conscience, and after confirming that there was no one, he hurriedly stuffed the letter that seemed to be a love letter into his arms, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Youth, hello. Do you want to develop in the current direction? P.S. Ask for recommendation tickets and collections. Recommendation tickets are free for everyone every day, so I hope everyone can vote for the author, thank you. Chapter 51, Impossible. Wang Hao walked into the school. He found a very strange thing. Along the way, many students pointed at him, bowed their heads and talked. It's strange, this atmosphere is different from usual. Is it true that I am going further and further in the direction of the current charge? Subconsciously touched the envelope hidden in his clothes. The slightly hard paper texture made him feel a little relieved. What is happening to him right now is not a dream, but is developing in the direction of a youthful love comedy. In short, my youth is staged an impossible love comedy. It is a fight with the plot in the dog blood drama at 8 o'clock in the evening, but will it proceed smoothly according to the script? The answer is unknown, but pursuing the truth is what he should do. Wang Hao decided to wait for the next person to study the pink envelope. Wang Hao, in a state of cranky thought, gradually became more comfortable in his heart, and he became indifferent to the secret discussions of the students around him. "Ah Hao, good morning." Suddenly, there was an extra hand behind him, and he patted his shoulder lightly, awakening Wang Hao, who was thinking, and when he turned around, he saw a beautiful man with a smile on his face. "Excuse me, are you?" Wang Hao asked suspiciously. It seemed that the person in front of him seemed to have seen him somewhere, but he just couldn't react and couldn't remember who it was, but he remembered the other student next to him. It was last week. He compared to the nobody that he tried. How is it possible? I am on to Yokoyama. I didn't expect to be separated from Ahao for a few days, and I didn't even know me. Yokoyama Anta looked lost, full of incredible expressions, and what he said surprised him. Are you Mrs. Wen? My classmate Mr. Yokoyama. Stop joking, how could you be the Mrs. Wen I know, who changed a lot after only 3 days? Did you go to have a plastic surgery? The beautiful boy in front of him is about the same height as the Yokoyama Anta he knows. The only difference is that he did not wear black-rimmed glasses and changed his hairstyle. A closer look reveals many similarities, but this change is also too great. Got it. To put it simply, let him put on women's clothing and stand in front of him. Wang Hao has 100,000 reasons to believe that this beautiful boy is a female. There is no other reason, so beautiful must be a girl. Hey, no one else recognizes me except Noi-kun, you think Ahao is the same? As he talked, the thing that caused Wang Hao's headache reappeared. There were tears in Yokoyama Wenta's eyes, and he also believed that the beautiful boy in front of him was undoubtedly Yokoyama Anta. Is there a problem? Wang Hao didn't want to continue to talk about this matter anymore, keenly spotted Nobijing on the side, and asked casually, the other party should have come to him for something. I'm so sorry for what happened that day. To his surprise, Nobi lost the arrogance of the last time he met, stepped forward, and sincerely apologized to Wang Hao. What happened? Nobi-kun is actually a good person. I saw him feed many stray cats himself. Idiot! What are you talking about? Before Yokoyama Anta could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the blushing face of Nobi, as if he had been exposed. Since Wen Tu forgave you, then it's okay. Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Judging from the performance just now, Yokoyama Anta seemed to have become friends with Nobi, and he liked to hear about it. Obviously Yokoyama Atsuda is working in the direction he hopes. Wang Hao will not interfere, only silently support from the other side. Thank you. Compared with this, let's go back to the classroom and talk about it. It's not too early. Although understanding belongs to understanding, Wang Hao is still very uncomfortable with this atmosphere. How should I say, I always feel too dazzling, and the envelope on his body has also become heavy. Ah, so annoying. Wang Hao just walked into the classroom, and not long after he returned to his position, a Nulun, who was panting, also rushed over, every time like stepping on a dot on time. An Yulun, who had bowed his head and panted, also raised his head slightly, and found Wang Hao at a glance. He ran over excitedly with his eyes as he had witnessed the new world. Why did He Jun ask for leave yesterday? Is it true that the rumors are true? You deliberately took care of Xia's Haiqiu all day, will you two be lovers? An Yulun also just returned to her position, and couldn't wait to say something that made Wang Hao look dazed. How is it possible? Yesterday I only asked for leave because of something important. It has nothing to do with Kazhu Majayaka. Please don't get me wrong. Is that so? That's great. I thought He Jun was going to become a current charger, and sure enough, the second dimension is the best. An Yulun breathed a sigh of relief. He almost believed the rumor yesterday. If his friend really fell in love with Xiu Zia's Haiqiu, he would gradually embark on the path of becoming a real person, and even become an adult. As a good friend, even though he was disappointed in his heart, he would still bless the two of them. Ha! This person has been saved, completely immersed in the second dimension and can't extricate himself. Well, unlike himself, An Yulun also belongs to the kind of dead house that ordinary people can't imagine. www.readaloud.com. He still remembers the last time he went to An Yulun's house and claimed that he would marry Xiaoban in the future. The two-dimensional beautiful girl is what he loves, and he even has to work part-time multiple times every day, just to buy various figures, comics, gal game, and so on. Wang Hao still admires An Yulun from his heart. This is a true love for the second element. He is a well-known blogger himself, but he has never used his fame to make money. Instead, he chooses various part-time jobs to get enough money to buy the second element products. Last time, in order to let himself know more about the beauty of the two-dimensional culture, he also gave him a free sister series of Eros Gal game, whose name seems to be Lian Kong. Because An Yulun's enthusiasm is so enthusiastic, Wang Hao can say a word of rejection, and he can think of more than 10 reasons to respond. But Wang Hao didn't really want it. He just stated that he would borrow it temporarily and would return it after playing. There is a strong sense of copyright in this world, especially in Neon. You can't even find any pirated copies, so the price of each game is very expensive. Wang Hao once privately checked the game of Lian Kong, and it has sold more than 50,000 yuan. JPY. An Yulun is also a young man who eats soil, and his economy is not very rich. But for the sake of spreading the beauty of the second dimension to more people, Wang Hao's generosity makes Wang Hao a little speechless. Has Hao Jun already played Love in the Sky? That is a rare classic masterpiece. Wait. Lun Yekun, let's talk about this topic in private from now on. Wang Hao turned his face away with a headache. There were already a lot of sights projected from the class. Fortunately, the place next to him was still empty. P.S. Ask for recommendation tickets, ask for collection, ask for clicks, thank you. Chapter 52, Kazumi no Oka, a daily poisonous tongue. I'm sorry, we were discussing it in private. An Yulun was also reminded by Wang Hao, and then he noticed the sight of the surroundings, and many classmates stared in this direction intentionally or unintentionally. Indeed, discussing such sensitive topics in the lobby is not good, and Yulunan also took out the Chinese studies textbook from the drawer and read it. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He had a bad impression of his classmates and even other students. Except for Xia's Haiqiu Xiu's mark of abnormal on him, a large part of the reason was because of An Yulun. It's not that Wang Hao hates him, but An Yulun will talk to herself about the two-dimensional culture regardless of occasion when he has time. This is nothing, but in the end, why does it get involved in ergonomics? Over time, everyone in the class gradually regarded him as a real gentleman. Besides, he was clearly an innocent young man of the 5 goods, who did nothing at all. Isn't this a big mistake? As a friend, An Yulun is also very good in other aspects. Wang Hao also knows that the other party did not deliberately want to bring the topic to the ergonomics aspect. The reason for this is probably because of obsession. After all, last week, a new loan also lent him a gal game, and his reputation is also very big. Although many students in the class have not played it, most of them have heard of the name Love in the Sky. What kind of game? Therefore, Wang Hao decided to go back and study the ergonomic game of the Sister Control series when he has time, and answer all the questions raised by an Yulun to satisfy his ideal of spreading the two-dimensional culture in his heart. Otherwise, every morning, someone would be dragged to discuss ergonomics in the classroom. I am afraid that I would really be regarded as a gentleman, and I would not be able to clean up after jumping into the Yellow River. The first class in the morning was Kuoxu. Wang Hao took out a copy of Kuoxu textbook from the drawer and placed it on the desk. Just flipping through a few pages, he inexplicably thought of Xia's Haikyushiu. Glanced at the empty position next to him. I wonder if Kazujayakashiu is okay, right? Well, although the other party is an incurable poisonous tongue and belly at the same table, in the final analysis, she is still a weak girl, she is still very attractive when she laughs. Suddenly, a fresh scent came, and Wang Hao saw the long legs wrapped in black silk at first sight, which shocked his mind very temptingly. Good morning, is your body okay? Wang Hao looked back without changing his face, and continued to flip through the textbook. He didn't expect to say CAO, and CAO would arrive. I heard Yokoyama Anta say in the morning that Shiuzaya's Haikyuu was sick yesterday and asked for leave. As a result, he ran to school the next day. As a classmate and the same table, Wang Hao still gave a caring greeting. Tisk, good morning to the perverted gentleman, but it's really surprising. It's the first time that the perverted gentleman greeted me or something. Isn't it the first time that the perverted gentleman can't hide the desire in my heart, and want to expose my own nature? Sure enough, I didn't. You are wrong, you are a real pervert. Xia's Haikyushiu gently sat back to her position, with her long black silk legs crossed and cocked, her right arm resting on her head, her burgundy pupils gleaming intriguing light. She looked at Wang Hao with a smile and began to do daily routines. Poisonous tongue link. I really don't know how the other party's brain circuit is formed. If he can launch a poisonous tongue attack on himself, Wang Hao has determined that Xia's Haikyushiu is in a state of full blood, but he said 3 consecutive abnormalities in one breath. The lethality is too great, right? Is tolerable, which is unbearable. Today, I must regain my sovereignty and correct the abnormal things. I'm going to reason with her and try to convince others with morals. Student Kazumajayaka, your name like this will cause misunderstandings, and how can a 5 good young man like me in the new era be a pervert? It can be regarded as your savior for the time being, so how about asking you to change the name? But you just peeked at my leg again, is this really okay? Perverted gentleman. Wang Hao opened his mouth to say something, and found that he was speechless. How can it be repaired? Why is even looking at your legs considered a pervert? In that case, be perverted, what's wrong with men perverted? Besides, I thought that the perverted gentleman was just a simple pervert, but I didn't expect to use a life-saving grace to threaten me. Is the dark side hidden deep in my heart finally reaching out for a beauty like me? At this moment, Wang Hao knew the gap between the two sides. It was as if a rookie who had just left the novice village suddenly encountered the hidden final boss. It was not a good level at all. Take back the emotions from before. This is completely a hateful high school girl with a black belly and a poisonous tongue. It's all my fault. I hope Miss Kazumajayaka can speak up, please. Judging from the previous plot, if I continue to insist on ignoring Shiuzaya's Haikyuu, I am afraid that the opponent will abruptly talk about his collapse. Really boring. Xia's Haikyushiu put down his right arm, and took out a carton of milk and a bread from his school bag www.readaloud.com and ate breakfast tastelessly. Wang Hao cast a glance, frowned slightly, still did not say anything, and continued to read the book. Not long after, the Chinese teacher Xia Kangli walked into the classroom and started the class. Wang Hao was a little dull, because he basically knew what the teacher said. Another important reason was the pink envelope. Letter. If you open it up right in the classroom, it will definitely attract a lot of people to watch. He doesn't want to see this situation, so he should wait for a person to go to the men's bathroom to watch it quietly after class. So this Chinese class is a bit difficult for him. There is nothing to do. The speed of 5 centimeters per second is all finished. The light novel can be put off for a while. Looked at the cherry blossom tree outside the window blankly, one after another cherry blossom petals falling with the wind, perhaps at a speed of 5 centimeters per second, only fame is lacking now. Jingle bell. The long-lost bell for the end of get out of class is like a spring breeze, which gently blows out a trace of heat in Wang Hao's heart. After bowing to the teacher, he walks out of the classroom quickly, a little impatient to know the content of the letter. When he arrived in the men's toilet, Wang Hao glanced at the surrounding environment. Because of the reason that the get out of class had just ended, there was no one but him in the toilet at this time, so he safely took out the pink envelope and gently pulled out the mixed paper. Xiaomei's fonts greeted the eyes. Can you come to the sports warehouse at noon? I have something important to tell you, I hope you can come on time, thank you. A short paragraph of text made Wang Hao's heart beat. The name at the bottom is Dudeo Tsuko. It's a nice name. I don't know what kind of girl it is. P.S. Ask for recommendation, collection, click and reward, thank you. Chapter 53, Poison Island? Yao/A. The typeface can often tell a person's character. The characters written by enthusiastic people are generally majestic, and the characters written by introverts are mostly dignified and beautiful. The so-called literate people are almost the same thing. Wang Hao looked at the words on the envelope, and was already judging what kind of person is the poisonous island who wrote this letter. He thought about it carefully in his mind, but still couldn't find the relevant information. The number of Shenzaki Academy is about 1,000, and it is impossible for Wang Hao to know everyone. The only ones I know at school are probably his classmates. Put the letter back in his pocket again. To be honest, he didn't know what kind of mood it was. For a moment, he even thought of ignoring the letter as if he hadn't seen it. But it's too late to say anything. Now that I have read the letter with my own eyes, I took time to visit the sports warehouse at noon to check the situation. I just got out of the toilet, and I ran into a Nulun at the top of the stairs. The other party ran over with excitement and said, "Sure enough, Hejun and Zaya's Haikyuu are not lovers. It's great that Hejun and Zaya's Haikyuu are not lovers. Hehe, why would I want to be a live charger? It's not realistic at all." Wang Hao smiled reluctantly, his right hand in his pocket was sweaty. What do you think of that Love in the Sky Hejun? Although it has a little H element, it is definitely a masterpiece. Yes, he thought An Yulun would continue to talk about it. He didn't expect to turn around and talked about the topic of games, so he was really worried. Sorry, Lun yet, I haven't played the game you lent me, but I will take the time to play it. Wang Hao thought for a while and felt that there was no need to hide it. Yulun is also better. Really? That's really a shame. Love in the Sky is a rare conscience work in the act world. I hope Hejun can experience it in person soon and will definitely find its charm. An Yulun also said with a slightly disappointed expression. He stretched out his fingers to support the black-framed glasses, his temperament suddenly became calm. Seeing him like this, Wang Hao already understood what would happen next, and quickly interrupted what An Yulun was about to say, and said, "Lun, the next class is that of Yueshan. It would be bad if you are late. Did you forget what she said to you last time?" An Yulun also stiffened his glasses slightly. Since last week, because of part-time work, there have been many cases of being late. Nangong visited him several times in private that month and asked him if he had any difficulties. How could An Yulun tell the head teacher that he worked part-time to buy a variety of two-dimensional products, so he could only guarantee that he would never be the next time late. Although Nangang smiled and forgiven him that month, An Yulun still smelled the horror behind the smile, and only one meaning was revealed. Next time you are late, you will be good looking. It's definitely not just talk about it. Well, the Yuetian lesson is really important. An Yulun also nodded cautiously. If he is late for class in Nangang that month, even for a short period of time, he will be punished unexpectedly. He was still very bored during class, and Wang Hao was even so bored that he stared at Xia's Haiqiu who was sleeping on the table, staring in a daze. This guy, when he calms down, he looks very beautiful when he takes a closer look. If only he can restrain his poisonous tongue. Shook his head, going to school is really a boring thing, taking the teacher's class as a leisurely daily life, I am really hopeless, and then I should think more about future plans. It would be too extravagant to continue to waste time like this. Wang Hao focused slightly, his gaze withdrew from Xia's Haiqiu's sleeping face, and changed to look at the blue sky in the distance. To make a gal game, you need a lot of things such as the corresponding script, program, CV, CG, and BGM. To put it simply, you first need someone who writes scripts, an excellent painter, and someone who understands music. In addition, you also need voice actors and voice actors who are responsible for the production process. Only with this aspect can we proceed to the next step. It is impossible to do it by himself. In terms of the script, he can take on most of the script, and he can accept a little work in painting, but there is nothing else he can do. There is no candidate for CEO for the time being. Although the script itself can follow, each parallel line is too complicated to split, and it may not be completed by the prescribed time. After all, I have to do some painting work. After frowning and thinking for a long time, Wang Hao gave a wry smile. After thinking about it for a long time, it was a vain thought. Now that there is no member around him, he can't take action at all. There is still some time before the winter show, but if you don't hurry to find someone, the time left will only get less and less. In the near future, first try to find relevant personnel and form a society to complete it. It is really not enough to hire a professional team. Wang Hao, who had made the decision, felt that his whole body was relieved immediately. He quietly took out his mobile phone and placed it under the desk, and released a new chapter at a speed of 5 cm per second. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. I haven't come yet and I went to read the comments below. The school bell rang hurriedly, and when he recovered, there were not many students left in the class. Touched the envelope in his pocket, Wang Hao slowly walked out of the classroom, starting in the direction of a sports warehouse, and it was time to make a break. When he got off the teaching building and was about to approach the sports warehouse, he saw a girl with purple hair standing quietly under the huge cherry tree from a distance. It is clear that there is still a distance of tens of meters between each other, and the purple-haired girl seems to have a feeling in her heart, turned around gently, and smiled at Wang Hao's seemingly glamorous face bloomed with dazzling brilliance at this moment, as beautiful as the cherry blossoms in April. He could see the girl's proud figure from a distance, and even felt a breath of mature beauty. Wang Hao moved, and walked towards the mature beauty step by step, and stopped when he was only 3 meters away from the other side. At this time, he was not simply appreciating the beauty. Instead, a few faces flashed in his mind. In addition to Sheena's expressionless and cute look, there was also Kazumajayaka Shiba with a faint smile. Meet me for the first time, I am Wang Hao in Class A of the first year, are you a Drug Island Suko? Wang Hao greeted the girl in front of him nervously, even though he had confirmed the identity of the other party from his heart, he subconsciously asked the question politely. I'm Toxic Island in Class C of the second year. I'm very sorry to ask you out suddenly, but I have something very important to tell you. Poison Island Kanzilian moved lightly. During the process, Tuapei shook slightly. Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh inwardly that his development was really perfect, from various perspectives. P.S. Ask for recommendation, collection, reward, click, thank you. Chapter 54, The current charge will explode. The second grade Class C, I did not expect that a mature senior who asked him out, the accurate name should be the royal sister, is nearly 1.75 meters tall, which is considered a tall figure among girls. If an ordinary girl is so tall, it may be difficult to control. But the toxic island Mako can completely control her, full of heroic spirit, her smooth hair falls vertically, looks very handsome, inexplicably makes people feel safe, majestic. Originally, Wang Hao thought that Xia's Haikyushihu did not develop like a high school student at all. After seeing the Poison Island Maiden, he began to doubt his worldview. Could it be that the recent female high school students have developed very well? It's true that the development of the white is not bad, and the hidden surprise is deep. It's not right, how come I think it's really white again? Is it really because of spring? Although we met for the first time, I have heard a lot about you. Dudeo Meza looked directly at Wang Hao, her face calm and expressionless as true white. Coming. It was finally at the critical moment. Wang Hao could already hear his heartbeat clearly. He was anxiously looking forward to the words of Dudeo Meza. He rolled his throat nervously and said, "Me too. I didn't expect Dudeo's senior sister to be such an outstanding person, really shocked me. Then you should understand my purpose." Dudeo Meza narrowed her eyes, and finally a smile appeared on her expressionless face, revealing an elusive meaning. "If Dudeo-senpai doesn't mind me, I will be fine. It is reasonable to say that everyone has reached this point. Shouldn't the person who should write the love letter take the initiative to confess? Could it be that this seemingly mature senior is actually introverted, and maybe she is very shy now? Going out, the girls are all talking about it. Wang Hao is not a Muyu head. He suppressed the strong shyness in his heart, and tried his best to actively say this sentence, with the burning feeling still remaining on his face. Yes, as long as you take this small step, from now on, you will get rid of the tragic fate of being single for 34 years in your previous life and this life. If you don't seize the opportunity, you will definitely be living alone. Moreover, the other party turned out to be this mature and beautiful senior Poison Island. As a couple, it should be a very happy thing. Sorry, Lunya-kun. I may not be able to keep an agreement with you, to embark on a vulgar and dazzling path of real life. Then use kendo to decide the victory or defeat here. Well, it's really going to be a showdown. Wait. What did she just say to make a showdown? It seems to be kendo. Why is it related to kendo? Wang Hao's head suddenly couldn't turn around. When he came back to his senses, the two wooden swords that the Poison Island girl had taken out from somewhere, threw one in his direction, and Wang Hao subconsciously caught it. Wooden sword. Tokushima-senpai asked me out, is it to compete in kendo? Have you forgotten what happened to the kendo club last week? Although it was our fault, there should also be the kendo club to punish this matter. After all, as the head of the kendo club, I cannot ignore such things. Poison Island Mako held the wooden sword tightly in both hands, his eyes were calm and scary, and he explained the reason in a light manner. A trace of excitement flashed through his eyes, and continued, and I am also very interested in your strength. Youth is a lie full of hypocrisy, it just keeps deceiving the innocent heart. In the most dazzling love planet in the night sky called youth, even though it is sprinkled with incomparably beautiful starlight, all of this is a fake after all, allowing people around or things have lost the ability to judge. The real thing is the real thing, and the fake is the fake thing. No matter what language is used to cover up, it is always true. Youth, goodbye. To sum up, Wang Hao has only one conclusion. It is true that the love stories of youth are all lies, and the current charge will explode. Haha. Yeah, that's how it is. Wang Hao took the wooden sword with one hand, and it had already yielded before it bloomed. He looked like an idiot. Since it is a competition, Senior Sister Dudeo will briefly explain the rules. The rules are very simple. Use the upright kendo to decide the victory or defeat. Whoever leaves the sword first will lose the game. The game now officially begins. The Poison Island maid held the wooden sword tightly, took a step forward with his right foot, seemingly arrogantly swung the sword straight at Wang Hao. He quickly set up his sword to block the Poison Island maid's attack, took advantage of the opportunity to back a few steps, and pulled away some distance. Although he didn't have frequent fighting experience in his previous life, his predecessor was quite proficient in martial arts, and he gradually became familiar with Wang Hao, and his movements were a little rusty, but his reaction nerves were definitely beyond ordinary people's imagination. Wang Hao didn't mobilize that little qi in his body, so it would be unfair, and he used swordsmanship to decide the outcome. The next thing is the main show. The Poison Island maiden suddenly retreated, from holding a sword in both hands to holding a sword in one hand, and stepped on the cherry blossom tree behind with his right foot. The cherry blossoms fell in bursts. With this impact, they leaped and flashed, and the wooden sword roared with the sound of the wind. Come! The speed is too fast. Even if Wang Hao's reaction nerves are very strong, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com will not be able to leave the place instantly without using the qi in his body. Boom! The offensive above Jiao with both hands crossed the sword. Wang Hao's mouth was numb, and his feet fell slightly to the earthy ground. It is hard to imagine that this powerful force is possessed by a girl. Is worthy of being the head of the Kendo Club. His strength is unexpectedly strong. You must not let up just because the other party is a girl, or you must lose. The strength is good, but if you stay passive like this, sooner or later you will lose. The speed of the sword of the Poison Island maiden is getting faster and faster, and it seems that there are afterimages flashing back and forth around, and 3 combos have been completed in an instant. One sword is more powerful than one, and Wang Hao's forehead has a few drops. Disu Khan stood in place and kept blocking sword moves. Just as the Poison Island maiden said, he is already in a passive state, and he also wants to distance himself from the opponent, but the Poison Island maiden's sword is airtight, blocking all corners, and whenever he wants to break through will be blocked. How can it be repaired? It's a pity that Wang Hao can only rely on his instincts to predict where the Poison Island boy will be stabbed in the next moment. In addition to his unexpected strength, his sword skills are also very sophisticated, and a lot of counter shock has been removed. The situation is getting worse right now. He has no time to breathe, and the stormy sword force gradually solidified, and the attack did not stop for a moment. After 3 minutes, Wang Hao gradually understood the play style of Dudeo Meizi and began to make some counterattacks. Now he is not in a hurry to break through, but instead raises the 12 points spirit to search for flaws. P.S. Ask for recommendation tickets, collections, clicks, and rewards. I also hope that friends who raise books can spare some time every day to support this book. Thank you. Chapter 55, Youth is still going on. Are you here? Wang Hao leaned slightly, with eyes on his back. He dodged a sword stabbed by the Poison Island Tongzi dangerously, and took advantage of this gap to dodge sideways and finally kept a distance. Interesting, there are indeed 2 things, but evading defenses will only exacerbate failure. Next, I will show my true ability, and the time to decide the outcome is not far away. I don't know if it is Wang Hao's illusion. At this moment, the facial expression of the Dudeo Meizi is no longer calm, but a smile that resembles that of Jiao Jiao, full of high fighting spirit, in a state of excitement and joy. Did she always release water before? Wang Hao smiled bitterly. He was really underestimated. Although he was still passive until now, no matter whether the Poison Island maiden releases the water or not, he has figured out the opponent's style of play, and it is time to counterattack. Drug Island Meizi didn't take it seriously, so why didn't he quietly retain his strength? That's right, it's my turn next, let me be enlightened. Bang, bang. Wang Hao changed his previous style of play, moving fast and swinging his sword, the wooden sword made a burst of air bursts, and collided with the poison island. Relying on the strategy of unchanging and responding to the ever-changing, although able to calmly judge the overall situation and find out the flaws of the opponent, it is almost impossible to defeat the poison island. During the battle, Wang Hao noticed a small flaw. Every time the poison island boy made a combo, there would be a 0.3 second pause, and the hand holding the sword trembled undetectably. For ordinary people, this is not much time at all, but the duel between masters, even if it is a 1/10 of a second, is a huge flaw, not to mention the fact that the poison island maiden is still weak in the future. Therefore, he must use his own way to treat his own body. Toxic Island Mako had taken a fierce offensive from the very beginning and replaced others. I am afraid that after that bombardment, she would have been defeated long ago by her sword, but she unfortunately met Wang Hao. From the moment Wang Hao obtained the colorful god, his body has been completely reborn. He has undergone the legendary washing of muscles and marrow. His physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary people, and his strong resilience is even more surprising. In just a few minutes of the battle, I believe that the Poison Island Maiden has consumed most of his stamina, and it is difficult to recover for a while, so Wang Hao only needs to adopt the opponent's initial tactics and turn defense to offense to win. At most it is only a matter of time. It's now. Wang Hao's eyes condensed, and just after the combo, he grasped the fleeting flaws, slammed the sword in his backhand, and effortlessly shot down the sword in the hands of the Poison Island Maiden. He smiled and said, "Accept. Up. I lost, but I won't give up. I will definitely not lose next time." The Dudeo Meiza was a little bit incredulous. She never thought that she would lose from the beginning, but the facts lay before her eyes. It really failed. Regarding this failure, she did not feel annoyed or frustrated, but was more excited, lowered her head slightly, her face was blushing abnormally, and her eyes flashed with a faint blurry color. Senior Poison Island is really amazing. If I didn't get lucky with a sword, maybe it was me who failed. Maybe I won't be so lucky next time. Wang Hao thought that the opponent was down because of the failure, and he hesitated. In an instant, he couldn't bear to say a word, put down the wooden sword in his hand and left here. The footsteps gradually became quieter. After his figure disappeared completely in this area, the Dudeo Meizi raised his head and stared blankly at the direction Wang Hao was leaving, with a completely blurred and happy expression on his face. "Lo!" The voice murmured to himself, "It's so wonderful." After Wang Hao left the sports warehouse, he turned and set off in the direction of the cafeteria. When he arrived, there were still many students in line. By the way, the dining hall at Seinozaki Academy is very good, with good quality and low prices. Many students and teachers will choose to eat here. It can be said that it is loved by everyone, and the chef's skill level is very high. He also personally came here to eat in the cafeteria several times. The taste is really good, the nutrition is also very good, and there is a reason for its popularity. Although the food in the cafeteria is outstanding, Wang Hao still rarely interacts. After all, he has to wait in line for nearly 10 minutes every time he comes. It is not as convenient to buy bread or sandwiches directly. Sighed helplessly, Wang Hao also hurriedly joined the lineup, lined up for 8 minutes, ordered 2 set lunches and packed them away. Neon people mostly choose places with few people to eat, such as eating bento in parks or rooftops. This kind of plot can often be seen in comics. Seinozaki Academy's cafeteria has made changes in this regard, allowing the food in the cafeteria to be packaged and taken out, but because packaging requires packaging, an extra fee must be paid. Going back to the classroom alone, there are more than a dozen students left in the class. Wang Hao saw the slightly lazy back figure beside his seat, and walked over slowly with a little peace of mind. "Well, I just bought one more by accident today, but I can't finish it by myself, and it's a shameful act to waste food. I didn't care about this black-bellied and poisonous table-mate who bought it specially. Today is your lunch again, a sandwich, right?" Go to the cafeteria occasionally to eat some food. www.readaloud.com. Your illness yesterday is a good example. Wang Hao put a bento in his hand on Xiu's table in Xia's Haiqiu. From the first day of school, Xia's Haiqiu's breakfast and lunch have not changed, as if they were fixed. A carton of milk and bread in the morning, sandwiches with milk at noon, often comes to school with 2 dark circles under her eyes. Class is usually her bedtime, no wonder she gets sick. Tisk tusk, the perverted gentleman wanted to do it on me so soon, but for a gentle and beautiful girl like me, I can barely give you a chance. Thank you very much in my heart. Xia's Xiu's mouth raised a smile, while the red pupils looked at Wang Hao playfully, picked up the chopsticks casually, and gently opened the bento. What's all this? Said that he seemed to have some unruly intentions. After the love letter incident, Wang Hao has thoroughly seen the lies of youth. Bring your share. Xia's Xiu turned her head and stared at another bento on Wang Hao's table. Before you even started your own share, you started to worry about my bento. Thinking that you are recovering from a serious illness, your body needs nourishment. Wang Hao stretched out his hand and handed it over. Okay, all these green peppers belong to you. Xia's Xiu who took the bento picked up the chopsticks, quickly picked out a piece of green pepper to put in Wang Hao's bento, and pushed it over with contentment. The mouth is slightly open. Wang Hao looked at the green peppers in the bowl for a while. How old are you? You are still picky eaters. But I didn't expect Xia's Xiu to say thank you. I will accept your thank you. P.S. Kavan card has been a bit bad recently, I hope everyone can forgive me, thank you. Chapter 56, Ida Ayano and number 039, S appointment. The season of change has already begun in April, and the cool breeze gently blows away the troubles. Occasionally a few falling cherry blossom petals are stained on the clothes, and the afternoon time passes quietly. When it was time for school, Wang Hao's eyes came back from the window, got up and simply packed the textbooks on the desk, picked up his school bag with one hand, and prepared to go to the high school affiliated to Shuming University of Arts to pick up Sheena. After changing his shoes at the shoe cabinet, Wang Hao walked slowly towards the off-campus parking lot, and suddenly walked to the vending machine beside him. He hadn't drunk any water since the morning and his throat was now a bit dry. Put a coin into the vending machine, he chose a bottle of coffee, but it was a little refreshing, opened the tab with his fingers, drank it with his head up vigorously, and then threw the plastic bottle into the trash can. The ground in many places of Neon is kept very clean, but trash cans are rarely seen. Many people who buy drinks drink them on the spot and throw the bottles and cans into nearby trash cans. Wang Hao didn't want to walk for a long time with an empty can, because it would be difficult to find another trash can, and he simply drank it in one breath. Habitually took out the phone. As soon as he opened it, 7 or 8 missed calls were displayed. It was still an unfamiliar number he didn't recognize. The other party should be so anxious that there should be something important. Moses, is the teacher of God? I am Ayano Ida's voice sounded a bit familiar, and Wang Hao recalled the editor from yesterday, but did the other party find anything wrong with him? Hello, Editor Ida, may I have anything to do with me? Did the master teacher forget the signing of the contract? Haha, of course I didn't forget, I am also preparing to talk to Editor Ida about this. Wang Hao dripped a few drops of sweat on his forehead, and he was a little reluctant to speak. If it hadn't been for Ida Ayano to call to remind him, he would be really good forgot to sign the contract. This is something that can't be helped. The incidents have continued since yesterday, and it is only natural to forget. Then I am waiting for the master teacher in the Dark Night Cafe, and the specific location will be sent over on my mobile phone. I see, Editor Ida, please wait a moment, I have to pick up 2 people. The place Ida Ayano sent over happened to be within the area of Setagaya Ward, so Wang Hao didn't have to worry about waiting for an extra circle and running for nothing. Actually, Ida Ayano said yesterday that he would sign a contract. Wang Hao still feels a little unreal. After all, the place where he signed the contract is Shueisha, the leading manga industry. He always feels a bit sloppy. After all, this place is different from the previous world. The Dragon Ball that was blazing in the past life may not be able to shine here, but he still has strong confidence in Dragon Ball and can set off a storm in the previous life and become a phenomenon-level comic. The Dragon Ball that is on the altar is naturally extraordinary. So today's plan needs to be slightly changed. First, I will meet Shina Mashiro and Aoyama Nanami, and then stop by to meet Ida Ayano to complete the contract. After driving for almost 20 minutes, Wang Hao finally arrived at the really white school. He rolled the window and saw the two girls at the school gate. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Sorry, I'm late." Got out of the car and walked over. Wang Hao said apologetically that the traffic environment on the road was indeed bad, and it would be faster if it weren't for traffic jams. "No, it didn't take long for Ms. Zhenbei and I to come out. Then I will thank Hasang for leading me." Qing Shan Qi smiled and said with a completely indifferent expression, but in a grateful tone. "Is really a gentle and sensible person. If Xiao's Haikihoshiu can suppress her poisonous tongue, it would be nice to have half the gentleness of the Green Mountains and Seven Seas." Obviously Wang Hao has a lot of resentment for the three characters perverted king. "Because I made an agreement with someone yesterday, I have something to do in the middle of the day. I may have to delay it for a while. If you don't mind, let's come together." After saying this, Wang Hao was also a little embarrassed. After all, people have been waiting here for a long time, and after a while, they will have to delay time because of their own affairs. "Please don't mind, Hasang's promise must be very important." How empathetic, it's almost a fight with Xiaoshaizi. "Ho, I want to go too." Shina Shiba said calmly, still expressionless. "Then hurry up now." Wang Hao rubbed Shina's really white head. This move made Aoyama Kikai look away embarrassedly, and he remembered that there were others by his side, and quickly retracted his hand in embarrassment. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Wang Hao enthusiastically introduced the route to be taken to Aoyama Kikai during the driving process, which resolved the delicate atmosphere just now. The vehicle passed Setagaya district, and Wang Hao stopped according to the coordinates sent by Ida Ayano. The place where we agreed to meet was a cafe that looked very retro. It was really stylish from the outside. Unfortunately, there was no parking space here. He had to park the car in the parking space on the street next door. www.readaloud.com opened the door and walked down. Shina Mashiro followed. Aoyama Kikai hesitated looking at the back of the two, but chose to get out of the car and followed quickly. After a 3-minute walk, Wang Hao returned to the entrance of the Dark Night Cafe and walked in with Kikai Aoyama and Makashi Shina. The appearance of the Dark Night Cafe is the same as the inside. At this time, there are fewer guests, and the table is very open, so he saw Ayano Ida in the corner at first sight. The other party also spotted him, stood up and smiled. He beckoned and said, "Teacher God, you are finally here." Suddenly, Ida Ayano's face was startled, and then he walked over happily, and hugged Shina Zhenbei beside Wang Hao without a word, or just rushed over. "I didn't expect to see Zhenbei here. The real person is much more beautiful and cute than the photo. When did you come from the UK? Really, you didn't tell me in advance. It's almost out of breath, Ayano." Shina Mashiro whispered, pulling at the corner of Ida Ayano's clothes with his hand, and protested. "It's good for editor Ida to know Mashiro. This kid just came from England yesterday, and the rest is Aoyama Nanami, a really white classmate." Wang Hao smiled slightly and pointed to Aoyama Nanami next to Ida. Nai introduced, and then continued, "This is the editor of Ida, the editor-in-chief of Shueisha. Hello, I am Aoyama Kikai, I met for the first time, please give me some advice." Aoyama Kikai's expression is a bit flustered, and her tone is slightly restrained. This is the first time she has encountered this type of career woman. "I am Ida Ayano, I hope Nanami-chan can help Real White a little more at school. Ida Ayano still clings to the Real White, rubbing her white face with her cheek and said. Chapter 57, Dragon Ball Signing. The social status of Neon is very strict, especially if you are called teacher by others. It means that you already have good attainments in a certain industry and are truly qualified to be called teacher. When Aoyama Kikai picked up Wang Hao in the car, he saw the black, unknown luxury car. A huge wave was already set in his heart. He remembered Wang Hao's polite little actions and inadvertently showing gentleness, thinking that the other party was just a big family. The son. Listening to Wang Hao's introduction just now, the person next to him has a neat short hair and exudes the skillful aura of a strong career woman. She is hugging Shina Mashiro with her hands. The woman is the editor-in-chief of Shueisha. Aoyama Nanami dreams of becoming a voice actor, so he has a preliminary understanding of the situation in the act world. It is naturally clear what kind of existence Shueisha is. The current leader in the comics industry, the members are basically elites, and they can be the editor-in-chief. Tien Lingno uses his teacher to honor Wang Hao, which shows that this bright and sunny boy is already a real cartoonist. It is clear that the other party looks about the same age as his own, but he has already achieved this kind of achievement. He is really a great person. Sure enough, do you need a natural talent no matter what you do? Aoyama Kikai felt the gap between the two sides for the first time, and suddenly felt a sense of loss in his heart, and soon regained confidence. Even if I don't have talents, I have worked hard for so long since I ran away from home in Osaka. The next CEUU exam will definitely be no problem. Because there is a saying that stupid birds fly first. After paying so much, there will be gains. Come on, Ching Shan Kiai. Wang Hao naturally didn't know the psychological changes of Aoyama Nanami, and followed Ida Ayano to the corner table and sat down. Although it is in the corner, the afternoon sunlight still shines in through the glass, and the whole body is warm. It is a perfect location. Ida Ayano still clung to Shina Shiro, and sat next to each other. There were a total of 4 places in this space, and Wang Hao had to sit next to Aoyama Kikai. What would the guest want to drink? The waiter walked over gracefully, bowed slightly to salute, and asked kindly. Baumkuchen. Shina Shirai raised her little hand for the first time. Wang Hao directly ignored her opinion and chose instead of Shina Shirai. She wants a glass of pure milk, I don't need it. Ho is really tough. Wang Hao is really tired, for whom is he doing this? Of course, is for the sake of a true white body. 4 pieces of Baumkuchen have been solved for breakfast. After dinner, the dessert will cost a few more. It is easy to get sick after eating so many years of cake every day. He is already thinking about properly controlling the amount of Baumkuchen that Genbei eats every day, and 1½ pieces for the next day, half a piece in the morning, and 1 piece at night. You can't spoil Genbei too much. The so-called sweets are the enemy. I want a glass of boiled water, thank you. Aoyama Kikai glanced at the price list and said directly. A cup of black coffee, add 3 spoons of sugar. Ida Ayano didn't have so much scruples, and subconsciously said the drink she drinks most often, because coffee can refresh her mind, and it's time to show her adult side. Please wait a moment, the waiter said with a smile, bending over to salute, and turning to leave. Master of God, this is a signed contract in duplicate. I think it's okay to sign the name. Ayano Ida took out a document from her bag, which looked more than 10 pages thick, and reached out to hand it to Wang Hao. Taking over the contract, Wang Hao flipped through it. There were many clauses on it, and he just took a look at it. This kind of complicated contract, except for professionals such as professional lawyers, most people really don't understand it. Wang Hao is not a lawyer, and he doesn't understand the issues very well, but overall there is no problem. To put it simply, in today's society with a sound legal system, there is basically no overlord treaty. What's more, Shueisha, a leader in the comics industry, doesn't have to worry too much. He just needs to take a form. He picked up the black signature pen on the side and found the place in the signature column. Wang Hao signed his name directly. No artistic signature was used. The signatures were in block letters. Generally, the signatures in block letters are used in the contract. It's still clear. There are 2 contracts. Wang Hao collected his share, and handed the other to Ida Ayano. Dragon Ball finally made a successful serial debut. Although he was worried that Dragon Ball would be unpopular in this world, it seems that he is so much. Heart. Ida Ayano took the contract and carefully put it back in the bag. The big stone hanging in her heart finally fell. Yesterday, because Wang Hao came very suddenly, she did not prepare the contract in advance, so she had to let the other party go back first. Although Wang Hao promised to sign the contract tomorrow, Ida Ayano was still afraid that he would submit his paper to other publishing houses. After all, neither party signed the contract. If the corner was dug by other publishing houses, there would be no place to cry. President Horyuji Maru and other seniors learned that Wang Hao had not signed a contract with Shueisha, and even came over to talk to her a lot. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com, such as Shueisha's hopes, all fell on her. Don't let everyone down. Ida Ayano prepared a contract personally under tremendous pressure, and checked every clause in it several times. I finally signed a contract today, but I am happier as an editor than the author himself, but I can finally go back to work, and the task is successfully completed. Next, I will be the exclusive editor of the Lord God Teacher. I will try my best to help the Lord Teacher if I don't understand. Of course, reminding the manuscript will also be my important job. Ayano Ida laughed heartily. He patted Wang Hao the shoulder. Although he was a bit rude in the Neon Society, he felt that such behavior was more cordial. Come on with Zhenbacon too. I don't worry about your paintings at all, but I hope the narrative ability can be better, such as how about writing the things that happen in life into comics. Ida Ayano and Wang Hao. After signing the contract, he stretched out his fingers and tapped the table back and forth, looking at Sheena with a serious face and said, "What should I do then?" Sheena Mashiro frowned, and she knew her shortcomings in her heart. The opposite Wang Hao was surprised. He only knew that Zhenbei was a world-class genius art painter. He never thought that Sheena could draw comics, because it is so hard to imagine that a world-class art painter suddenly draws comics. It is unrealistic. Right? The most important thing is that this is the first time he has seen the change of true white expression, which is different from the past. Mr. Gujing, his calm face, finally has an annoyed look. P.S. The author really has no confidence in his writing. During this period of time, Calvin is also very good. It seems that he has encountered a bottleneck. After repeated deletions and changes many times, he is still dissatisfied. It may be because of lack of talent, but I will continue to finish writing this book. I hope everyone can forgive me. Chapter 58, Natural Black Sheena True White. The waiter walked over with a plate, put the drinks on top one by one, smiled and left. Ayano Ida took a sip of the coffee and said, "How about trying to write things around in the comics? Of course it can be added. A little H. Wait. Editor Ida, what are you talking about to Jin's hero? Something like that is absolutely impossible, and how can Jin's hero be a cartoonist?" Wang Hao hurriedly interrupted what Ida Ayano was about to say next. He would not allow it. There is no doubt that it is really white to get in touch with age comics and the like. Didn't I say that? Zhen Beijiang and the master teacher are both cartoonists under my charge, and I am also the 2 exclusive editors. Ida Ayano curled her lips. The current comics have a bit of meat. She thinks her previous proposal is not bad. She glanced at the innocent Sheena really white, and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of guilt again, and her expression gradually faded. Dimming, he continued regretfully, Zhenbacon is really good at painting, but his ability to tell stories. It turns out that after listening to Ida Ayano's explanation, Wang Hao learned that Sheena is still a manga artist. It's no wonder that the manga manuscript was seen last time when I went to Genbei's room. The style is indeed superb and perfect, but he is not in terms of plot content. I know too much. After all, he only read one page last time and didn't read it all, so he couldn't draw conclusions too early. Ida Ayano, the editor of Sheena Mashiro, has just personally denied Mashiro's ability to tell stories. This made Wang Hao a little curious about the content of the manga, so he looked for a chance to read the manga before drawing conclusions. There is one thing he really can't figure out. Sheena Shiraki has amazing talents in painting. As long as he persists, he will definitely leave a strong mark in the art world. Why did he choose to become a manga artist? In the eyes of most people, the achievements of cartoonists will always be one grade or even lower than that of artists. For example, Toriyama Akira, Kishimoto Kishi, Oda Iakairo and other manga artists such as Taishin Hokuto. If someone compares them with artists such as Leonardo da Vinci, it will definitely trigger a lot of discussion. This is a secular concept. But Sheena Mashiro actually chose to become a manga artist. Wang Hao would not stop him. Instead, he would silently follow her growth and lend a hand when Mashiro encounters difficulties. Besides, he is not qualified to deny other people's ideals, nor do other people. What Wang Hao has to do is to take care of Sheena, not to plan her life and future arbitrarily. Ho, do I have to add age to the comic? Sheena really white-tilted his head in puzzlement, with doubts in his amber pupils, seeking answers from Wang Hao. How is it possible? Anyway, things like age shouldn't appear in really white comics. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me, I believe it will help you. Wang Hao stretched out his hand and gently supported his forehead. With respect to age, things have to be far away from true white. Regarding the plot content of the comics, he can help. That's great, I can rest assured that the master teacher can help Genshiro-chan. Ayano Ida has a happy expression on her face. Her other task is to cultivate Sheena Shiro's storytelling ability. Now the author of Dragon Ball is willing to cultivate Sheena. It's really white, of course it is good news for her, after all, she can't start with this. In other words, what is the relationship between the master teacher and Genbei sauce? In the comics industry, few cartoonists personally train others to draw comics, unless they are their own comic assistants or people with good relationships, which happens to burn Ida Ayano's gossip heart. Ho is my owner. A fluttering sentence came out of Sheena's pure white mouth. Wang Hao immediately broke into cold sweat, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop more than 10 degrees. The sights of Aoyama Nanami and Ida Ayano instantly sharpened, with obvious murderous aura. Unanimously staring at him quietly. Teacher God can explain it. Ida Ayano was the first to speak, his tone was so faint that he couldn't hear the emotions. The explosive statement of the owner that Sheena Mashiro said just now can definitely make people think about it, and of course it is the bad side. Anyway, it won't make people think of good things. She and Sheena Mashiro have known each other for a long time, and they often use video chat to meet each other on the internet, and have treated the cute Mashiro like her own sister. Sheena Mashiro suddenly said that Wang Hao is his own feeder, and the key truth is that Mashiro is a young and beautiful girl. The boy called the feeder is in puberty, and he can be clear by his imagination, hee. That Genbei doesn't mean what you think, because I am now taking care of Genbei at the request of her grandfather, and this kid often reads some comics, you know the editor Ida. Wang Hao racked his brains. Sweat kept streaming down from his forehead, suddenly a flash of inspiration, with a helpless expression, continued, so Genbei translated the sentence just now, how is the one who takes care of me? That's it, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry for the misunderstanding of the master teacher just now. Ida Ayano's cold expression softened again. www.readwoon.com said apologetically with shame. The neon two-dimensional culture is developed. As the editor of Shueisha, Ida Ayano naturally knows that many children are already addicted to the two-dimensional world, and some people are also suffering from the disease called secondary. Although Sheena Mashiro has lived in the UK since he was a child, he seems to have been influenced by the two-dimensional culture, but isn't this more adorable? Wang Hoking breathed a sigh of relief. Ida Ayano seemed to have misunderstood something, but he didn't want to continue to explain. Otherwise, his ideal of creating a two-dimensional empire has not yet been realized, and I am afraid that he would have been locked in a small black room by police. Shall I go inside? The relationship between Zhenbajiang and the teacher of God is really good, and it can also raise cute Zhenbei. I am so envious. Ida Ayano, who had solved the misunderstanding, hugged Sheena Mashiro again and immediately expressed his envy to Wang Hao. Well, Hao has bathed me already. Sheena Shiro still said in a low voice, but once again let everyone in the room hear clearly. The air suddenly calmed down, and he returned to Wang Hao with a murderous gaze. After finally solving the misunderstanding, what Zhenbei said, Wang Hao couldn't find a reason to refute, but he just wore clothes and taught Zhenbei to take a bath yesterday. Who knows that Sheena, who seems to be a natural girl, has such an unknown hidden attribute natural black. P.S. This book is not a pure daily routine. I believe it would be boring to write pure daily routines. The ancients said that we should pay attention to the combination of work and rest, so the author will also add more elements to it. The author will ask every character's personality. Many people have searched for information with their own beta to restore the character as much as possible. I hope everyone will like it, thank you. Chapter 59, Makoto Sheena. What is natural black? Derived from natural dull, natural, and belly black, it is the product of the combination of the two words, so it is referred to as natural black. However, the natural and natural black has the same meaning as the natural and natural dullness and natural madness, and both have natural attributes. The black in it is completely different from the black in black belly. The reason is simple. The black-bellied black is a kind of conscious and active black. This kind of behavior is a deliberate behavior. The behavior of Xiaozhaiqiushiu can be called black-bellied. But naturally black will unconsciously and unconsciously do a series of black-bellied things. Yes, he can already affirm that Sheena Shiro has awakened this incredible attribute. With the original natural stupidity and the 3-no attribute, the damage caused by it has doubled, and he has no consciousness at all. Often seems that black belly is more lethal, but it is not. The involuntary black belly behavior of natural black actually has a greater impact. For example, Wang Hao is facing the harm of Sheena's awakening natural black attributes. Unexpectedly, the master, Ho Sang, is such a shameless person, even childhood sweethearts can't bathe each other. Aoyama Nanami and Ida Ayano said in unison, their cheeks flushed and their tone of voice became higher, and Aoyama Nanami subconsciously moved to the side, keeping a clear distance from Wang Hao. Zhenbei and I have been childhood sweethearts since we were young. What she said just now was when we were young. We took a bath together when we were 1 or 2 years old. Wang Hao was sweating profusely, and the reason he thought of in his mind blurted out, and suddenly the rosy complexion of the two of them gradually eased. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Sheena Mashiro took a sip of the milk on the table, and calmly said, "K Hao specially chose white for me to wear and feed me." Wang Hao wants to cry without tears. Even if you are telling the truth, you can't speak it out in the hall openly and openly. What Zhenbei said just now was all about childhood. At that time, there was no such concept at all. Fortunately, Wang Hao pushed these things into the past. Seeing that the faces of Ayano Ida and Kikai Aoyama still had doubts on their faces, as well as Sheena's calm and unwavering expression, Wang Hao was afraid of her. The little cherry mouth continued to tell the truth, so that sooner or later, I would have to make a distinction between what I was pitted on. Helping his forehead with one hand, Wang Hao sighed slightly, pretending to have a headache, and said, "Look, my family Zhenbei often says something that is easy to misunderstand. I hope everyone can forgive me. That's it, I didn't expect He Sang to be really not easy." Aoyama 7 sees look suddenly, she finally understood why Wang Hao would find someone to pick up Sheena, and the salary was so high. It is only now that she has a better understanding of Sheena Masashiro, so for her next job, she must be 12 minutes spirit. Fu, finally solved the misunderstanding, but staying here, Wang Hao believes that it is really white after a while, and he has to say something unexpected. This situation is something he doesn't want to see, so he has to leave here as soon as possible. Okay, is there anything else, Editor Ida? Ah! I almost forgot to congratulate the master teacher. Ayano Ida slapped her thigh, her expression was very happy, and she said with excitement, at the serial meeting on this Monday, the Dragon Ball by the master teacher passed the approval of all members. It will be officially serialized next Monday. The president and editor-in-chief he expressed his strong support. The next issue of Juvenile Jump will customize an exclusive cover for Dragon Ball. With the age and creation history of the master teacher, it will definitely attract many readers. I hope the master teacher can deliver the paper on time in the future. Nanny. Wang Hao naturally didn't know the internal situation of Shueisha. It was reasonable for him to successfully serialize Dragon Ball, but he was directly recommended to the cover of the magazine as soon as he came up. This was really unexpected. This treatment is not what newcomers should have. Probably only the Taishan Baidu in the comics world like Kubo Tato will receive such treatment after opening a new manga. From the side, it can be seen that Shueisha is really starting to go downhill. But, what about this? Regardless of the purpose of Shueisha to build momentum for Dragon Ball, since he has helped him, Wang Hao is confident that he will return to the leading position, even beyond the past. This is the confidence of Dragon Ball. As for the problem of dragging drafts, he really doesn't have to worry about it. With his own speed of drawing, he can do it 7 days a week without any pressure, while the quality and quantity can be guaranteed. Actually, Wang Hao didn't plan to update it every Monday, because Dragon Ball had been serialized for about 10 years, and he didn't have such a long time to wait, so Wang Hao decided to update as much as possible, at least within 3 years. Wang Hao smiled and said mysteriously, regarding the manuscript, I believe that Editor Ida will be the most relaxed person in the history of the industry, and there will even be unexpected surprises. Ho is really amazing. Sheena Mashiro said faintly. www.readaloud.com. The tone fluctuates again, with a hint of sigh. Humph. Even if you praise me now, it's useless. You almost fell into the small black room just now, but Wang Hao knew that Zhenbai didn't mean it, so he didn't take it to heart, just a little bit of fear. Then I have to wait and see next, and I hope God Master Teacher can bring me a big surprise. Ida Ayano's eyes narrowed slightly, and she was a little curious about the surprise Wang Hao said. Will this young God Master Teacher make Shueisha more brilliant? Zhenbai and I live in Kiyoshui Villa in Setagaya district. The terrain is a bit complicated, but there is a station a little farther away, so the traffic can be assured. Wang Hao said as he drove, and introduced the approximate location to Aoyama Kikai. The current traffic environment is pretty good. If you continue to drive for more than 10 minutes, you will almost be there. Wait. The Kiyoshui Villa that Hasang said is that very spacious retro-style yard. Qingshan Ki looked strange, a little bit dumbfounded. If you are in Setagaya Ward, you should be right. Does Nanamai-chan know where it is? Well, I live in the community south of Kiyoshui Villa. The building is a bit old-fashioned. It only takes about 10 minutes to walk. This is really accidental. Up to now, Wang Hao is also a little bit dumbfounded. After a long time of trouble, it turns out that the other party has known the location of Kiyoshui Mountain Villa and lives nearby. The fate is really clever. P.S. Ask for recommendation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for collection, ask for clicks, thank you. 515 activity has started. I hope everyone can also support this book. The fan title is two-dimensional. You can redeem your favorite children's shoes, thank you again. Chapter 60, The Two People Who Missed. Why does Kyejiang do this part-time job? Neon most high schools explicitly prohibit students from going out to work. The Shengzaki College where Wang Hao is studying also has this rule. Just like An Yulun also tried to hide that he was doing a part-time job, but it seems that Yueshan already knew about it. This afternoon, Wang Hao also saw An Yulun standing in front of the office and taking a few deep breaths. Then he walked in with a resolute attitude. He didn't care. He thought it should be part-time work, right? Although he is not very clear about the school rules of the high school affiliated to Shuiming University of the Arts, before Wang Hao sent Zhenbei to school, he carefully investigated it and the school rules seemed to be quite strict. Well, but Chihiro who is a teacher has done this, Wang Hao doesn't have to worry too much. If Chihiro and Yulun's class teacher is Chihiro, I would be moved to tears. After thinking about it, he suddenly talked about this kind of privacy topic with a girl who had not known each other for a long time. Wang Hao instantly regretted it. From the performance of Qing Shan Qi in the coffee shop just now, he is not like a girl who admires vanity, so sure. It's because of some difficulties. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry to talk about this topic suddenly. Wang Hao said apologetically. The atmosphere in the car was silent for a while. Through the rearview mirror, he observed that Qing Shan Qi lowered his head slightly, and his guilt was deeper. For a moment, Aoyama Kikai's lowered head lifted up again, showing no restraint in the past, showing a smiling and sunny expression, and waving her clenched small fists, looking like a vigorous young girl, grateful said, "Because I am very short of money now, Hasang is really a great help in giving me this job. I will definitely bring up the 12 spirits to complete the work, thank you." Kyejiang is so energetic, it's great to keep doing it in this state, maybe in the future it will raise wages and bonuses. Wang Hao smiled, and the relaxed expression on his face returned. He was caught by Qing Shan Qi. This positive attitude is infected. What life needs is this kind of calm attitude. Don't refuse Kyejiang. Other companies treat outstanding employees in the same way. Although I may not be as proud as them, I am now anyway, I am also a cartoonist. Thank you, Senior is really a good person. Qing Shan Qi whispered what was in her heart, and suddenly recalled something important, her face flushed, and her tone was flustered. Sorry, Hasang shouldn't like me calling Senior. In fact, Aoyama Qi didn't know what was going on. Although Wang Hao seemed to be about the same age as her, he was very mature in dealing with people, making people feel like an adult stepping into society. In addition, at this age, he has successfully created a comic that can be serialized in Shueisha, so Kikai Aoyama subconsciously treats Wang Hao as an adult. I felt this way when I first met, but I don't seem to like to treat him as a senior. Aoyama Kikai cried out inwardly. I heard that most of the authors have hidden little characters. No, according to the name Kyejiang you like, the predecessor sounds pretty smooth, I don't mind. Wang Hao helplessly stretched out his fingers and scratched his nose. If calculated according to his real age, he would be 2 lives. He lived a total of 34 years, and he can be counted as an uncle with a youthful appearance, right? But it's a good idea to send a good person card or something. It's a bit unsuitable to be a good person at such a young age. In Setagaya district, outside the gate of Kyushui Mountain Villa, an extended limousine was parked by the aisle. Inside were 2 pretty girls. One of the blonde girls was Irina Narakiri. At this time, she changed. The usual calmness and dignity are completely gritted teeth with an angry expression, and even a faint black air lingers around. The other person with purple-red hair next to him is Irina Najiri's secretary, Naito Hisako. He has a look and figure that is not inferior to Irina Nakiri, but he admires Irina very much and is willing to be the green leaf by her side. People gave the nickname secretary. Hisasha, what time is it now? Nakiri Irina asked impatiently, her speech pressure was very low, and it made people feel that there was a wave of anger in it inexplicably. Naito Hisashivinyan raised his right wrist, glanced quickly at the time on the watch, and said respectfully, "Master Arena, it's 4:11 in the afternoon. I can't believe it. That man made me wait for more than an hour. Don't you know how precious my time is?" Najari Arena's suppressed anger broke out. Yesterday, Grandpa suddenly told himself that he would take time when he was free tomorrow. Go and help the down and out common people learn how to cook. Although I was reluctant in my heart, it was after all Grandpa's request. Arena Najari listened very much to the words of Najari Senseiman since he was a child. Yu read www.yuyugonshue.com, so he agreed, and deliberately rejected the advance appointment. Good tasting, I didn't expect that nasty man unexpectedly missed the appointment. Hisasha, you throw this at the door, and then we will go back to Tamatsu. Najari Arena took out a bound booklet. This is the cooking materials she worked hard to sort out last night. That's what she wanted to do. He left, but after all he agreed to Grandpa. Humph. After leaving the information there, she fulfilled her obligations, and she won't take care of whoever finds it. Hey! Arina-sama. Naito Hisako took the booklet with both hands, opened the door and walked slowly to the door of Kyushui Mountain Villa, dropped the booklet at the front and back of the door, and returned to the car again. A deep and powerful roar sounded, and the limousine that had stayed here for more than an hour started slowly, passing by a black Maybach around the corner. It's weird, where did that car seem to be seen? Wang Hao frowned, and when he rolled the window to look back, he had lost the vehicle. It should be his own illusion. After all, most vehicles are similar in appearance, but why do they feel like déjà vu? After being curious for a short while, Wang Hao didn't bother with this problem. He drove the car to a stop outside the gate of Kyushui Villa, looked at the green mountains and seven seas in the back seat, pointed his finger at the retro building outside the window, and said, "Here is Kyushui Villa, Kiejiang will send Genbei here in the future." Sure enough, it's right here. I live in a nearby community, and I will take care of the transportation of Genbeijiang. Aoyama Kikai picked up his school bag, gently opened the door of the car, and walked down, not forgetting to close the door of the car, and walked forward. He waved back and smiled and said, "Bye-bye, see you tomorrow."